Chapter 1488. At this moment, Yang Ming was lying on the wall like a gecko. His hands were clasped tightly to the gap in the wall, and his feet were also forcefully stepping on a gap. Even so, Yang Ming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was because as long as Yang Ming was slightly careless, he could follow in Jetson's footsteps. Below Yang Ming was the burning hot coal. This was where the heating of the entire Lancer family was located. The place surrounded by the wall was the Lancer family's boiler room, and Yang Ming's feet happened to be a vent of the underground boiler. Looking at the bursts of green smoke coming out from the vent under his feet, Yang Ming quickly moved his body to the side with lingering fear and finally landed on the ground next to the vent. Previously, just the billowing hot air coming out of the vent made Yang Ming feel as if his whole body was being roasted. The situation of Jetson, who had fallen in, could be imagined. The burning inside was something like coke, and the burning temperature could reach thousands of degrees Celsius. This was what was used to smelt iron. Jetson, who was mostly composed of metal, could not escape this and directly melted into a pool of molten iron. The trouble was finally solved. Jetson was finally dead, which made Yang Ming breathe a sigh of relief. When Yang Ming ran over previously, he had used his special ability to observe this place, so Yang Ming decided to take a gamble. Even if Jetson had lived in the Lancer family's manor for a while, it was impossible for him to know that this was the location of the burning pool that heated the entire manor. As a distinguished guest of the Lancer family, no one would tell him these things, and there was no need to say these things. No one would have thought that this burning pool would become the place where Jetson died. Therefore, Yang Ming found the location of the vent and remembered the location of a few convex and concave gaps on the wall in advance. He took a risk once. After crossing the wall, he attached himself to the inner side of the wall like a gecko. Jetson didn't know that, so he directly crossed the wall and jumped down, directly ending his life. Before this, Jetson was really not prepared for Yang Ming to play such a trick. In his opinion, Yang Ming was an outsider. It was impossible for him to know the situation in the Lancer family's manor like the back of his hand. Even if he ran into a path full of obstacles, Jetson thought that Yang Ming had randomly chosen such a path. As for Yang Ming nimbly dodging these obstacles, Jetson did not suspect much. He just thought that it was Yang Ming's dexterity. After all, even if he was familiar with the situation in the manor, it was impossible to recite the location of these broken obstacles. Even people who walked in the manor all day could not do this, let alone Yang Ming, who suddenly came here. As for running to the open land later, Jetson thought that the path Yang Ming had chosen before was found by accident. Yang Ming had almost no way to escape here, so it was not a special thing for Yang Ming to jump into a wall in a panic. Jetson also jumped in with Yang Ming without any precaution. What was there for Jetson to be afraid of when Yang Ming could jump in? However, at that time, Jetson also noticed that something was wrong when he touched the wall with his hands. Was it because the temperature on the wall was a little higher? After all, there was a vent under the wall. Hot air gushed out from the vent. Even if it was cold at night, he could still feel it. However, Jetson was a robot. His ability to withstand heat was obviously much higher than that of ordinary people, so this heat was nothing in Jetson's eyes. Moreover, he didn't have time to think about it at that time. Yang Ming had already discovered his big secret. His only thought now was to catch Yang Ming, ask the truth of the matter, and finally silence him. Therefore, in such an extremely anxious heart, Jetson really didn't have time to pay attention to the abnormality on the wall. As a result, it was precisely because of this that he ended up in tragedy. Yang Ming came back from behind the wall and heard a faint sound of people coming from not far away. There was also the light of a searchlight. It seemed that the people of the Lancer family had rushed over. The previous fight between Yang Ming and Jetson should have attracted the attention of these people, so they rushed to the scene of the incident. However, after Yang Ming and Jetson had only exchanged a few moves, one started to run while the other started to chase. Their speed was far beyond imagination, and they took a path full of obstacles in the middle of the night. This also caused the people of the Lancer family to be unable to catch up with Yang Ming and Jetson, so they only rushed over now. "Family Master, it's just a clown. You actually came in person. The person leading the team was Thomas. After all, the person Jetson was going to kill this time was directly related to the interests of his grandson, Good. Therefore, Thomas personally volunteered to bring a team of people to Jetson. As for whether this team of people could play any role, Thomas never thought about it. After all, with Jetson's extraordinary strength, he didn't need the help of these people at all. He could completely deal with Yang Ming alone, so the people Thomas brought were just for show. Thomas was rushing in the direction where Yang Ming had escaped with his people. He turned his head and saw the family master, Kevithan, rushing over with his people. Thomas didn't dare to neglect his nephew. After all, he had the super terrifying backing of Jetson, so Thomas could be said to be respectful to Kevithan. Cousin Jetson has shown his prowess. How can I not come and see? Kevithan laughed and said, I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a celebration banquet. When the matter here is over, we will have a big celebration. I don't know if we can let the juniors come together during the celebration. Thomas was thinking about his grandson, Good. He believed that Good would be very happy and want to celebrate Yang Ming's death. Of course, this is a joyous day for our Lancer family. You can ask Good to come together. We can also discuss the marriage proposal to Wang Song's Han. Kevithan nodded and readily agreed. Now, the family was about to take off, and it was a good time to win people's hearts. Kevithan knew very well that even though his second Uncle Thomas was obedient to him now, it was because of his cousin Jetson. With cousin Jetson, everyone in the Lancer family would respect him, but once cousin Jetson left, the situation would probably return to how it was before. Kevithan knew that cousin Jetson couldn't stay here for a long time. When a matter was resolved, it would probably be the day of Jetson's departure. Kevithan didn't believe that Thomas and Leckroft would not rebound at that time. Therefore, if he could win the support of the old family master, Thomas, at this time, he would be able to sit firmly in the position of the family master in the future. After all, this family had been controlled by Thomas for decades, and the forces cultivated in it were not few. If these people could support him, Kevithan would no longer be afraid of Leckroft's disloyalty. Thomas was very happy to hear that Kevithan readily agreed to this matter. After all, no matter what, the final result of this matter was worthy of his grandson. Although he had lost the position of the family master, the position of the family master had always been occupied by the capable. Now that Kevithan could do so many things for the family, the Lancer family would probably rise to a higher level in the future. However, he felt somewhat sorry for his grandson, which, Thomas sighed, nothing could be perfect. There were always gains and losses. Thank you, Patriarch. I'm really happy for my grandson, Thomas said with a smile. Uncle Thomas is too polite. Kevithan smiled. We are all family. Don't say those unconventional words. The Lancer family will get better and better in the future. We will become the first family in the upper-class society. Everyone will look up to us. I believe that this moment will not be too far away. Thomas nodded in agreement. I believe that the family master will become the greatest family master in the history of the Lancer family. Although Kevithan knew that this was mostly flattery, it was also a happy thing to be able to get the recognition of the previous family master, his second Uncle Thomas. Chapter 1489. Uncle Thomas, you must be joking. How can I deserve this honor? On the contrary, in the decades that Uncle Thomas has led the Lancer family, our Lancer family has really changed from a second or third-rate family to a member of the upper class. Kevithan's words were not wrong, because the Lancer family had really accumulated a lot of wealth since the first generation of family master, Thomas. The arms business was getting bigger and bigger, and the family quickly developed and grew. His contributions were indeed indispensable. Thomas was delighted when he heard that Kevithan did not take credit for himself. He said, however, there will always be a day when people are old. Now, it is the world of you young people. If the family master has any instructions in the future, just say it. I, your second uncle, will never refuse if I can do it. Kevithan was overjoyed when he heard Thomas's solemn statement for the first time. It seemed that Thomas really wanted to delegate power, and the forces he cultivated were also expected to be handed over. This also showed that his position as the family master would continue to be stable. Family master, it's not good. It's not good. Something big has happened. A family's inner disciple quickly ran over here, shouting loudly as he ran. Kevithan was very happy at the moment. When he suddenly heard this mournful voice, he immediately frowned. No matter who it was that had destroyed the harmonious and warm atmosphere that had been created with great difficulty, they would not feel good. Especially now that Kevithan had just reached a consensus with Thomas and was about to continue to have a few in-depth conversations. But he was interrupted abruptly. He couldn't help but say angrily, "What nonsense is this? What are you shouting for? What do you mean something big has happened? What big things can happen? The most important thing now is to wait for Cousin Jetson to come back and celebrate together." Yes, the disciple did not dare to contradict Kevithan. He quickly lowered his head and said carefully, "But family master, this subordinate does have something important to report." Just report. What's the point of yelling?" Kevithan glared at him and said, "Remember, we are members of the Lancer family. The current Lancer family is different from the previous Lancer family. We're now a first-class family. How can we be so unruly?" "Yes, family master." After being reprimanded, the disciple could only bow his head and say carefully, "I'm sorry, family master. I will be more careful in the future, but this matter is really important. That's why this subordinate is so flustered." With Cousin Jetson here, what can't be dealt with? Is it necessary?" Kevithan was still angry. He snorted sarcastically and continued, "Okay, what is it? Hurry up and say it." "Master, the servant in charge of the family master goods daily life has found that good to—" The disciple paused. "What's the matter?" asked Kevithan, the family master of the family master of the family master. "Can't. Seeing that this family disciple is so nervous, it is really possible." Thinking of this, Thomas's heart trembled. He had just expressed goodwill to Kevithan, intending to let Kevithan support Good in the future and let him become the family master of the Douglas family. This way, although he would not be the helmsman of the Lancer family, he could still give Good some support. But now, he didn't see this kid at first glance. Did something really happen? Young Master Good is dead. The disciple was shocked and said hurriedly, "What? What did you say?" Kevithan didn't seem to hear the disciple's words clearly. He widened his eyes and looked at the disciple. However, the nervous look on his face clearly told everyone that he heard the disciple's words, but he just couldn't believe it. Thomas was also shocked at this moment. He grabbed the disciple and asked loudly, "You said that Good is dead? My grandson is dead? Is there a mistake? This is not the time to joke around." "Family master, second elder, how would this subordinate dare to joke around? Young Master Good's servant has already called the doctor, but the doctor said that young Master Good had already died." This subordinate hurriedly came to report. The disciple said bitterly, "Good, my grandson." Thomas's voice became shrill, and his eyes became bloodshot. "Tell me, how did Good die? How'd he die? This is for no reason. Wasn't he fine before?" "Second elder, please calm down first. This subordinate really doesn't know. According to the doctor who went, young Master Good had no external injuries at all. He couldn't see how he died. It can only be known after a careful examination." The disciple responded carefully. "Tell me the situation at that time in detail." Kevithan didn't care about Good's life or death, but this was a great opportunity to use Good as a bargaining chip to make a good relationship with Thomas. Good died so inexplicably. How could Kevithan not be angry? Isn't this death too timely? "Yes," the disciple said, "it's like this. Family master, didn't you order to hold a large celebration banquet after Mr. Jetson's triumphant return? So the servants in the family don't know if family master will allow the younger generation in the family to participate, but it is necessary to prepare in advance. So the servant in charge of young Master Good's daily life took the hairstylist to find young Master Good, but no one answered after knocking on the door for a long time. At first, they thought that young Master Good was asleep, so the servant found the old butler, Uncle Salter, and opened the door with the spare key. As a result, they found young Master Good lying motionless on the bed. At first, Everyone thought that he was sleeping, but after calling him a few times, there was no movement. So the servant stepped forward and planned to shake young Mastergood to wake him up. As a result, when they took a closer look, they found that young Mastergood was no longer breathing. At this time, everyone hurriedly asked the doctor to come over. After the doctor's examination, young Mastergood has passed away. This is impossible. How is this possible? Thomas suddenly became manic. He waved his hands as if he was crazy. He was killed by someone. He was killed by that Yang Ming. It must be like this. Second uncle, please calm down first. Kevithan saw Thomas enter a state of madness and quickly pulled him. Second uncle, that Yang Ming is being chased by Cousin Jetson at the moment. How can he be distracted to assassinate Good? I'm afraid there's something else going on, right? Or maybe everyone got it wrong? It must be that Yang Ming went to Good's place first. After killing my grandson, he went to find Jetson. It must be like this. Thomas didn't believe Kevithan's explanation. He shook his head and growled. Second uncle, you also know how strict our family's defense is. How could Yang Ming sneak to Good's place and kill him without anyone noticing? And no one noticed it along the way. Is this possible? Kevithan said, moreover, so far, we haven't received any news of a disciple being killed. How did Yang Ming find Good's residence? And how did he bypass the heavy defense to find Good? After Kevithan said this, Thomas calmed down a little. After all, what Kevithan said was very reasonable. How did Yang Ming find Good? How did he manage to avoid those patrolling guards without making a sound? No. In this case, how did Yang Ming find Jetson? It stands to reason that he didn't kill any disciple. How did he find the place where Wang Song's Han was imprisoned? Thomas was not a stupid person. On the contrary, he was very smart. He immediately thought of the abnormality of the matter. When Kevithan heard Thomas's words, he immediately felt that something was wrong. How did Yang Ming know these things? It must be Yang Ming who killed Good. I'm going to tear him into pieces. The more Thomas thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Although he didn't know how Yang Ming did it, it must have been done by Yang Ming when he connected the whole thing. Chapter 1490. Don't worry, second uncle. Yang Ming's death is inevitable. He definitely can't escape from Cousin Jetson's palm. Kevithan's heart was also filled with hatred. Now that Good was dead, things had become complicated. He didn't know how to maintain his transaction relationship with Thomas. Of course. I won't let him go even if he dies. Thomas said fiercely, I want to hang his body at the front door of the Lancer family. I want to let people know the consequences of offending our Lancer family. Of course, this is what you should do. Kevithan nodded and did not deny Thomas's suggestion. In this kind of upper-class society, many big families were above the law, especially those like the Lancer family who owned private territories. They had absolute authority to deal with people who trespassed into private territories. Even if it was inhumane to hang the body at the door, no one would come to the Lancer family for this. Especially at this moment when the Lancer family's strength was unprecedentedly powerful. Who would want to provoke this behemoth at this time? In order to befriend Thomas, Kevithan naturally would not oppose him on these insignificant matters. Kevithan even had the thought of making an example out of Thomas. Family master, can you make an exception for Mr. Jetson and let him capture Yang Ming alive? I want to kill this bastard with my own hands and avenge my grandson Good. Kevithan hesitated. Although it was not very good to interfere with Cousin Jetson at this time, he definitely didn't want to displease Thomas at this moment. Only when Thomas was satisfied and avenged could he sincerely assist him and make his position as the family master more stable. Patriarch, I'll have to trouble you. I'll keep my word. Thomas promised fiercely. Okay. Kevithan sighed, picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand, and pressed a few numbers. It was Jetson's terminal number, and then said, Cousin Jetson, I'm Kevithan. I have something to trouble you with. Can you capture that Yang Ming alive? I still have use for this person. Kevithan knew that Jetson would definitely give him face. Since Cousin Jetson was able to come back to help him this time, it also explained Cousin Jetson's intentions. Therefore, Kevithan was not worried that Jetson would refuse him, but out of respect, he still asked in a negotiating tone. After Kevithan finished speaking, he quietly waited for Jetson's answer. However, after waiting for a long time, no sound came from the walkie-talkie. "Cousin Jetson, are you there? Please reply if you hear me," Kevithan said strangely into the walkie-talkie. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no movement from the walkie-talkie. Kevithan suddenly frowned. "Family Master, is Mr. Jetson angry? If this is the case, then I think it's better to forget it. Although Thomas wanted to kill Yang Ming personally, if it was impossible, then forget it. Anyway, no matter how Yang Ming died, he would still die. As long as he avenged his grandson, Thomas wouldn't be so insistent. No, although Cousin Jetson is a very cold and arrogant person, he is not an unreasonable person. If I ask, Cousin Jetson can't refute me too much," Kevithan said. However, looking at the situation now, it seems that Cousin Jetson didn't bring the walkie-talkie terminal with him. Thomas nodded and didn't say anything. Although he was a little upset that he couldn't kill Yang Ming personally, this was the only thing he could do at the moment. "Do you want me to live that much?" At this time, a cold voice came over, making Kevithan and Thomas's heart tremble. "I didn't expect it. It seems that I have fulfilled your wish. Who are you?" Kevithan looked back and forth vigilantly, but he didn't see a person. This voice was very unfamiliar. Kevithan had never heard it before. Moreover, the person who spoke couldn't be a member of the Lancer family. A member of the Lancer family wouldn't speak to him so rudely. "Who am I? Weren't you two talking about me just now? How can you forget so quickly?" The person who spoke was naturally Yang Ming. After Yang Ming killed Jetson with a scheme, he sneaked over to the direction of the voice. As a result, he heard the conversation between Kevithan and Thomas. "You are Yang Ming?" Thomas asked in horror. At the same time, the hatred on his face emerged without concealment. His eyes looked for the direction of the voice, but he couldn't find it at all. "It seems that you two are not very forgetful and know my name," Yang Ming said with a light smile. "Where did Cousin Jetson go? Why didn't he kill this kid?" Kevithan wondered to himself. However, he didn't think that Cousin Jetson would be killed by Yang Ming at all. Instead, he thought that Cousin Jetson should have something important to do at the last minute. Otherwise, why couldn't he be contacted? Pretending to be mysterious, what kind of ability is that? Come out if you have the guts. Thomas didn't take Yang Ming seriously at all. Although Yang Ming could kill Good silently, what kind of skills did Good have? He didn't practice any martial arts at all. The family guard behind him were secretly trained masters, so Thomas was very confident that Yang Ming would definitely stay here as long as he dared to appear. These guards were all trained during his reign, so Thomas was very confident in his heart and spoke very bluntly. He wasn't afraid of Yang Ming at all. "Oh, come out then," Yang Ming said contemptuously. Then he walked out of the dark woods and exposed himself to everyone. "Catch him." Thomas waved to the guards behind him, and the people behind him rushed forward and surrounded Yang Ming. "AI, although I know that you are all innocent, who asked you to be the thugs for these people?" Yang Ming shook his head and said with some regret, "If that's the case, then I'm sorry. Be careful. This kid may be a bit tricky." Although Kevithan didn't think too highly of Yang Ming, he also knew that he was the disciple of the King of Assassins, so he didn't dare to be too negligent and reminded him. "Family Master, he is just a kid. There is no need to be so cautious." Thomas smiled and said, "It just so happens that I can kill this kid with my own hands." Kevithan nodded, but his eyes were looking at the field without blinking. These guards were not personally trained by him, but they were trained when Thomas was in power, so Kevithan's confidence in these people was naturally not as strong as Thomas's. Now, if he didn't catch Yang Ming for a moment, he would not relax his vigilance. Yang Ming looked at the group of so-called elites, trained by the Lancer family who were full of flaws in front of him, and sighed slightly. Letting these weak people come up is simply courting death. If they were as strong as Jetson, Yang Ming would deal with them carefully. But now, Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He even felt that he couldn't make a move. However, this was not the time for sympathy. Since these people had chosen to join the Lancer family, they were not worthy of sympathy. Pitiful people must have something hateful. Yang Ming casually waved his hand and sealed the acupoints of the people closest to him. These acupoints were one of the fatal acupoints of the human body. Under Yang Ming's attack, these people all fell to the ground silently. They didn't even groan, and they didn't even know how they died. Seeing that Yang Ming had knocked down 7 or 8 people with a wave of his hand, the guards all showed horrified expressions. These days, they had been sent out by Kevithan to find trouble with others, smash other people's shops, and beat up people from other families. These were all their specialties. At this moment, they were thinking of bullying Yang Ming, but they didn't expect the other party to be a tough nut to crack. Before they could make a move, so many people had already been lost on their side. Looking at the teammates who had fought with them, robbed with them, drank with them at night, and played with women with them a few days ago, everyone was moved. Sante, the captain of the guards, gulped bitterly, but he was in a dilemma. The family master had ordered that he couldn't back down at this moment. But isn't this person in front of me too terrifying? Sante only felt that his scalp was about to explode. He knew very well that these people were not the opponent of the person in front of him at all. Going forward was just courting death. Chapter 1491. Since Sante could see the current situation, Kevithan and Thomas could naturally see it too. Although Kevithan had overestimated Yang Ming before and reminded the guards to be careful, he still underestimated Yang Ming's ability. Thomas, on the other hand, was even more terrified. He didn't expect Yang Ming's skill to have become so terrifying. He killed so many people with just a raise of his hand. How fierce is this? Kill him, use guns. Kevithan did not dare to underestimate this time and quickly reminded. After all, these people were the family's security forces. Kevithan's heart was naturally uncomfortable with so many of them dying at once. Save your strength, don't fight him head-on. Thomas also hurriedly reminded. He also didn't want these forces he cultivated to disappear. However, Kevithan and Thomas's words were still a step too late. The remaining few people all died in the span of a breath. Even Sante didn't wait to pull out his pistol and fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. If these people used guns from the beginning, Yang Ming would not be hit by these people, but it would take some effort to kill them. At the very least, it would waste some flying needles. At least, it would not be so easy. However, Thomas and Kevithan were too careless before, so they sacrificed all 20 family elites. I'm really sorry. I was too fast and couldn't stop. Yang Ming shrugged and smiled apologetically to Kevithan and Thomas. They died before they could pull out their guns. Thomas was furious. This Yang Ming was obviously taking advantage of the situation. He was suddenly shocked and angry. He rushed here in a hurry and did not carry any weapons at all. Although he was very angry, he was afraid that Yang Ming would harm him. However, Kevithan brought guns. As a large family that once supplied firearms, it was not unusual for the Lancer family to have guns. When Thomas spoke, Kevithan was ready to reach for the gun on his body. You'd better not act rashly. Maybe you can live a little longer. Yang Ming had X-ray vision. How could he not see that Kevithan was going to touch the gun on his body? Thus, he reminded him with a cold smile. However, the flying needle also slid into his palm in an instant. He was always vigilant. Sure enough, after being frightened by Yang Ming's words, Kevithan's movements really did stop. He didn't dare to move his hand that was touching his pocket. Live a little longer? You sure talk big, huh? Kevithan snorted coldly and said somewhat guiltily. Yang Ming's previous strange skills had deeply shocked Kevithan's heart, so at this moment, Kevithan was also afraid that Yang Ming would suddenly attack. How arrogant. Why don't you give it a try? Yang Ming said indifferently, right after the test, you will die. It doesn't matter if you know or not. Yang Ming, don't think that you're so powerful. Kevithan snorted. If Cousin Jetson hadn't left here because he had something to do you think you can still stand here alive? If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, when Cousin Jetson comes back and finds out that you dare to harm me, he will destroy your family and the butterfly family. Don't think that I'm bluffing to scare you. Compare to Wang Song's Han, who is more powerful. It must be Wang Song's Han, right? He has now become Cousin Jetson's loser and prisoner. How good can you be? Cousin Jetson? Yang Ming repeated Kevithan's words, and his face suddenly showed a strange expression. You must have fought with him before, right? Kevithan thought that Yang Ming was afraid, and was a little afraid of Cousin Jetson. So he said, if he hadn't left because he had something to do you think you can escape from his palm? He had something to do. Left? Yang Ming's expression became even more strange. Could it be that the old guy Jetson is not dead yet? No, I saw him fall into the burning pool and turn into a wisp of smoke with my own eyes. How about it? Choosing to surrender is a wise move. Otherwise, think about your family and the people of the butterfly family. Kevithan continued to threaten Yang Ming. In his opinion, Yang Ming didn't dare to make a move at the moment because his words had an effect. Jetson told you that he had something to do and left? Yang Ming asked incredulously. You don't need to know whether he told me or not. However, when you were fighting with him, he suddenly left. Isn't this a fact? Kevithan didn't know what Yang Ming meant by asking this, but he still asked. He suddenly left? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and he understood a little in his heart. He guessed that when the two guys in front of him saw that he was safe and sound, they thought that Jetson had left because he had something to do, so they let him go. However, aren't they a little too blindly trusting of Jetson? Why, is there something wrong? Kevithan also vaguely felt that something was wrong. Otherwise, why would Yang Ming keep asking? You answer me first. Jetson told you personally that he had something to do and left? Yang Ming was a little unwilling to give up. Although he felt that Jetson was dead and couldn't speak again, the other party was a robot. It was possible that some strange things would happen. No, I contacted him with a walkie-talkie, but I couldn't get in touch. Kevithan didn't hide it. If he is fine, how can you still stand here? So that's the case. I thought that the dead could also speak. Yang Ming suddenly nodded and said, You scare me to death. Jetson has turned into a wisp of smoke. If he could speak, it would be a miracle. What did you say? Jetson is dead? Kevithan's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yang Ming in disbelief and surprise. Impossible. You are lying. Cousin Jetson is invincible. How can he be defeated by you? You are not even as good as Wang Songshan, who told you that I am not as good as Uncle Wang. Yang Ming replied faintly to Kevithan, That's your own imagination, right? Kevithan was suddenly speechless. Indeed, no one had ever said that Yang Ming was not as good as Wang Songshan. All of this was just his imagination and guess. Then, why didn't you come before, but Wang Songshan took the lead? Originally, we thought that it wouldn't take so much effort to kill good. If Uncle Wang came forward, it would be enough to praise you. However, we didn't expect you to find such a helper from some central place. Yang Ming explained faintly. It was a bit tricky, but he was unlucky. He fell into the burning pool and was burned to death instantly. Burned to death. Kevithan's expression finally changed. Yang Ming said it methodically, and he was so fearless. Is Jetson really dead? Yeah, Yang Ming sighed. It seems that no matter how high one's martial arts are, they're still afraid of burning. You know that my cousin Jetson came from Central, yet you still dare to kill him? A trace of fear finally flashed in Kevithan's eyes. It was the fear of death. What is Central? Is it very special? Yang Ming really didn't know what Central was. He had heard Jetson talk about Central, but he didn't know what was special about Central. You have offended Central. Just wait for your family to be exterminated. Kevithan said bitterly. Cousin Jetson is already very powerful, but there is an even more powerful Dr. Benjamin behind him. When he finds out that you killed Jetson, it will be your time of death. Dr. Benjamin? This was the first time Yang Ming heard this name, but he silently remembered it in his heart. Since he had already offended the other party, Yang Ming was not afraid of anything, but it was inevitable to be careful in the future. Chapter 1492. How is it? Are you scared? Kevithan saw Yang Ming's contemplative expression and quickly said, I can hand Wang Songshan over to you. You can just take him away. In the future, our two families will mind their own business. I can also keep secret for you and not leak information to Central. What do you think? After Kevithan heard that Cousin Jetson had been killed by Yang Ming, he no longer had the idea of killing or capturing Yang Ming alive, because he knew that no one in the entire Lancer family was Cousin Jetson's opponent. Yang Ming was even more powerful than Cousin Jetson, so Kevithan had no intention of continuing to go against Yang Ming. Previously, Kevithan didn't believe that Cousin Jetson was killed by Yang Ming. However, after hearing Yang Ming's explanation, coupled with the fact that he couldn't contact Cousin Jetson previously, Kevithan had to accept this tragic and fucking fact. He originally thought that the Lancer family was going to be invincible in the world, but he didn't expect that it was just an illusion. In less than 2 minutes, this dream was ruthlessly shattered by Yang Ming. Kevithan was not a fool. The current situation was obviously that the enemy was strong and he was weak. If he didn't show weakness, he would be courting death, so Kevithan put forward his own suggestion. If he didn't say this, I really didn't think so much. Yang Ming looked at Kevithan sympathetically and said, I don't know what Central does. Although I'm not afraid of trouble, it's better to avoid trouble. When it comes to confidentiality, only the dead can keep secrets. So, you should go to the underworld and reunite with your Cousin Jetson. Maybe you can establish a Lancer family in the underworld. Wait for me to die 100 years later, then deal with me. You. Kevithan's heart suddenly chilled after hearing Yang Ming's words. You want to destroy my Lancer family? I only want to kill the two of you. As for the others, TSK. If they can live, then they live. If they can't, then it's their own bad luck, Yang Ming said indifferently, as if he was talking about a very normal thing. Yang Ming was very clear about this. He had suffered a big loss because of Wang Jitao, so Yang Ming would not give the Lancer family a chance to turn the situation around and find trouble with him. No one could say whether someone in the Lancer family would have any opportunities in the future and suddenly rise again. Therefore, Yang Ming was simply finding trouble for himself by keeping them alive. You can't do that. Thomas's face was also filled with fear. He didn't doubt Yang Ming's ability, nor did he doubt Yang Ming's thoughts at this moment. Previously, didn't Thomas himself also vow to kill Yang Ming and be happy? He didn't expect Yang Ming to be merciful and let him go at this moment, because it was simply impossible. Why can't I do that? Yang Ming looked at Thomas with a smile. Did you plan to let me go when you were strong before? This. Sure enough, Yang Ming had guessed his thoughts. Thomas's old face turned red. He couldn't say against his heart that he didn't have the intention to kill Yang Ming before. He just wanted to scare Yang Ming. Even if he said it, Yang Ming had to believe it. Or, can you give me a reason not to kill you? Yang Ming looked at Thomas and said somewhat jokingly, the Lancer family can become a vassal of the Butterfly family and serve the Butterfly family in the future. Thomas hesitated and said resolutely with a determined look on his face, vassal. Yang Ming looked at Thomas with playful eyes, but didn't care at all. What's the use of the Butterfly family having you as a vassal? You really overestimate the meaning of the Lancer family's existence. Besides, do you still think that you're the family master of the Lancer family? Do you have the right to make the decision? Thomas was suddenly embarrassed by Yang Ming's question. I mean the same. Kevithan stood up at the right time and said to Yang Ming, as long as Mr. Yang promises to let go of the Lancer family, we will be your loyal subordinates in the future. Let me raise a tiger? Maybe when the tiger cub grows up again and comes back to bite me. Yang Ming smiled and said coldly, I think it's better for you to die and create a career with your Cousin Jetson in the underworld. I hope you'll be more alert in your next life, and don't make such a low-level kindergarten child's IQ mistake and go against me. Yang Ming didn't want to listen to Kevithan's nagging anymore. After much consideration, Yang Ming decided to send him on his way. Although Kevithan's previous proposal to let the Lancer family rely on him was a very good tempting idea, Yang Ming didn't dare to do such a thing. Who knew what they were thinking? So, the simplest way was to let him become a dead man. Wait a minute. Kevithan's face became distorted. He no longer cared, reached for his waist, and pulled out the pistol. However, before he could raise his hand to raise the pistol, his eyes widened. His whole body suddenly stiffened, and he fell silently to the ground with a bang. Yang Ming sighed secretly after wasting a flying needle. He turned his head, looked at Thomas's face that had become pale due to shock, and said calmly, "It's your turn." Thomas was really disheartened at this moment. He saw that Kevithan had actually died in an instant. Yang Ming didn't even touch Kevithan's body. He just raised his hand, and Kevithan fell to the ground. What kind of martial arts is this? Could it be the legendary inner force, or true chi? Thomas had no thoughts of resisting these unknown things in his heart. He knew that he didn't have any weapons in his hands. He was not Yang Ming's opponent in a one-on-one fight, and it was even more impossible to escape. Although the weather at the moment was very cold, beads of sweat rolled down from Thomas's forehead. He didn't want to die, but he also understood that Yang Ming would never let him go. Just like how Yang Ming wouldn't let him go if he fell into Thomas's hands, he wouldn't let him go either. "Don't kill my grandfather. I can exchange a secret with you." Suddenly, a loud shout broke the previous tense atmosphere. "What are you doing here? Get out of here. Where there's life, there's hope. With you here, the Lancer family will rise again sooner or later. How can you foolishly come here to die?" Thomas was shocked when he heard this voice. He didn't care if Yang Ming would kill him immediately and yelled at the person. "Grandfather, I also agreed to deal with the butterfly family in the beginning. This idea was mostly my idea, so I can't stay out of it." Which said resolutely, "Mr. Yang Ming, I can give you a secret about Central, and I can also tell you why Uncle Jetson is so powerful. However, in exchange, you have to let my grandfather and the people of the Lancer family go." "Oh." Yang Ming looked at the former first successor of the Lancer family's family master with interest. He snorted in his heart. This kid is a talent, and he is also a ruthless character. How strong is Yang Ming's vigilance? How can he not notice which approaching here? It's just that Yang Ming didn't pay attention to him. He wanted to see what this kid was doing sneakily approaching here. In fact, which had already come here when he was fighting with the Lancer family's guards, but he didn't make a sound and hid in the dark. However, this kid had a gun in his hand and seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to aim at Yang Ming. After Yang Ming killed a team of people in an instant, which wisely chose to put down the gun in his hand. Although Yang Ming didn't ask about these things, he knew clearly under the surveillance of Yang Ming's special ability. At that time, Yang Ming felt that this kid, which was not a simple character, he could actually make a decisive decision in an instant. After knowing that if he missed the shot, it might cause a lot of consequences, so he gave up the weapon in his hand and quietly observed the movement here. Since he didn't make a sound, Yang Ming didn't bother with him. Anyway, after dealing with Kevithan and Thomas, Yang Ming would still catch him. It's just that I didn't expect this kid to be Thomas's grandson. In the beginning, Yang Ming was still wondering, since this kid knows some secret, why didn't he stand up before I killed Kevithan? But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Ming understood the key. Didn't this kid want to use my hand to kill Kevithan? Chapter 1493. Originally, the first successor of the family master was Witch, but now it had become Kevithan. It was impossible to say that Witch had no resentment in his heart. He didn't show it before because Kevithan had a strong backer, his cousin. Now that Jetson was dead, Witch's heart became active. He would use others to kill Kevithan, and then pretend that he had just arrived to tell Yang Ming that there was a secret. This kid has a good idea. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Witch, who was walking in front of him. After using me as a tool, he still pretends to give me a big benefit. He's really not a good person. Yang Ming had secretly made up his mind. This kid is more dangerous than his grandfather. If I keep him, he will definitely become a big problem for me in the future. Yang Ming shook his head. If Witch wasn't so conceited, his secret would definitely attract Yang Ming. Previously, he would have evacuated with some of the Lancer family's elites overnight and found a secret place to recuperate. Maybe Yang Ming really didn't have the time to look for them. He also wouldn't have thought that Witch was so scheming. It was not impossible to let him go. As long as he didn't take the initiative to look for Yang Ming wouldn't bother with him. But now, since Yang Ming had discovered that this person was not simple, how could he let him go? As for the Central's matter and why Jetson was so powerful, Yang Ming already had a general understanding of it without Witch's explanation. Yang Ming didn't believe that Witch would know more. Perhaps he just found some clues occasionally, but thought that he had discovered something great and wanted to exchange conditions with Yang Ming. You know the Central secret? You also know Jetson's secret? Yang Ming looked at Witch and asked faintly. There was no sense of fanaticism in his desire to know. Yang Ming's attitude made Witch a little nervous. He originally thought that as long as he spoke, Yang Ming would eventually agree to his conditions. After all, Yang Ming had provoked the Central. If he waited until this time to know more about the Central and Jetson, it would also be a form of support. In the future, he would be invincible in a face-to-face confrontation with the Central. However, after a moment of nervousness, Witch calmed down. In his opinion, Yang Ming's expression at this moment was just pretending to be calm. He asked himself if he was Yang Ming, he would definitely not let go of this news at this moment. Yes, Mr. Yang Ming. What do you think? I believe that Mr. Yang Ming is also a person of his word. After making a promise, you will comply. Which deliberately raised Yang Ming's identity, fearing that Yang Ming would go back on his word after knowing the news. How do I know if what you said is useful to me? Why don't you tell me about the Central first, and I will judge the value of the news. If it is really useful, I will let you go. Yang Ming sneered in his heart, but he said calmly on the surface, if it is useless to me or something I already know, then don't say it. It is meaningless to say it. Okay, I believe that Mr. Yang will not go back on his word. I will talk about the Central first. In Witch's opinion, it didn't matter if he talked about the Central first. He wasn't going to say the most important secret about Jetson directly, but that was the most shocking news. Go ahead, I'll listen. Yang Ming nodded and stood there with an unfathomable look. The Central is a mysterious organization in Europe. It is not affiliated with any country or official leader. It is somewhat like an organization of a society. Witch said, in the Central, there is a group of scientific freaks doing some experiments and scientific and technological research that are beyond the times. This organization is very mysterious. It is said that it is a terrorist organization, but it is not because many large families and small countries have tacitly agreed to its existence. They even asked the Central for something. Therefore, the Central can be said to be a transcendent existence, but no one knows what the ultimate purpose of this organization is. They have developed many epic-making high-tech products, but they have never put them into the market. Of course, this is just hearsay. No one knows the real situation. Only the Central itself knows. Yang Ming nodded secretly. No wonder they can create a super-powerful robot like Jetson. This Central doesn't seem to be a simple organization. I don't know if I'm too lucky or too miserable to be an enemy of such a place. However, Yang Ming wasn't afraid of anything. He didn't care if it was the Central or not. As long as he dealt with all the trouble that came to him, then sorry, you can continue to open the Central in the underworld. Earth can no longer allow you to exist. It wasn't that Yang Ming was arrogant, but Yang Ming had an unyielding belief that one day, he would truly stand at the peak of the world. Many years ago, Uncle Jetson was a dying patient who was about to die. Dr. Benjamin from the Central found Jetson and took him away. However, when Uncle Jetson came back again, he had become such a powerful existence. Which paused at this point and then said, how is it? My news is good, right? Mr. Yang Ming, do you want to know how Uncle Jetson changed from a dying person to what he is now? Do you want to know the biggest secret? This is your so-called big secret? A hint of mockery flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. You want to use this news in exchange for your lives? What Yang Ming wanted to know was just the Central's news. However, although what Witch said was somewhat useful to Yang Ming, since Witch knew about these things, Yang Ming believed that old Buffon would know too. So, what he said was basically equivalent to not saying anything. However, the most important sentence that Witch said was that Jetson was seriously ill a few years ago and was taken away by Dr. Benjamin. This was a piece of information that Yang Ming couldn't investigate. As for the big secret that Witch wanted to say next, Yang Ming already knew about it. There was no need for him to say it at all. Yang Ming had already found out the previous words, so this which had no value. Although Yang Ming was a thick-skinned and shameless person who often did things that went back on his words, his face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. He could promise which first and wait for which to finish before killing them. But it was also good to pretend to be a gentleman at this moment. Isn't Mr. Yang Ming curious? Which was slightly taken aback. His previous words were to pave the way and whet Yang Ming's appetite. He didn't expect that Yang Ming wouldn't take the bait. Even if Yang Ming didn't let him talk about the central matters before, he would definitely say it, which would lead to Jetson's matter. However, he didn't expect that Yang Ming was still indifferent after which spent a long time talking. Curious? Why should I be curious? Yang Ming curled his lips. I know all these things you said. They are worthless at all. You know all of them? That's impossible. Which didn't believe it, but he seemed to understand something in an instant. His face turned red, and he said angrily, Yang Ming, do you want to go back on your words after listening to my explanation of the Central? Do you think the Central's matters are important? Let me tell you, Jetson's secret is the biggest. If you don't know, you will regret it. When the time comes, Central will send a team of people like Cousin Jetson, but you don't know their origins. Then, just wait for death. I don't believe you can kill a pair of people. Go back on my words? Yang Ming chuckled. Well, then I'll tell you what I know. See if I'm right. Is it your so-called big secret? Which was taken aback. He didn't expect Yang Ming to say this. He said with some surprise, What do you know? Chapter 1494. Jetson, it's actually a robot, a modified robot. This is what you want to tell me, right? Yang Ming smiled slightly, as if he was talking about a very normal thing. The inside of his body is all made of machinery, so it can be said that the current Jetson can no longer be called a normal person. It should be said that he is a robot. This is also the reason why he is so lively after so many years despite being critically ill. You, how did you know? Witch's face suddenly showed an expression of surprise and disbelief. He thought that he had discovered this matter by himself. How could Yang Ming know? This secret was discovered by Witch by accident. It was Jetson's first night in the Lancer family. Witch was very depressed in his heart. He knew that Kevithan would sit firmly on the family master's throne after having a powerful backer like Jetson, and he would have no chance to do so. The original position of the family master would fall on his head in a few years, but now it seemed that it had become a bubble. How could Witch not be depressed? Therefore, Witch didn't sleep that night. Instead, he sat in a remote corner of the manor, quietly looking at the night sky, recalling what had happened to him in the past few years. The joy of being established as the family master's heir, the cultivation of his grandfather over the years, and the high spirits he had when he saw good in trouble and made things difficult for the butterfly family. A series of things kept flashing in his mind like a movie, which really had the urge to cry. His great future was actually ruined by such a thing. It was not entirely true that he blamed Good. If he hadn't tried his best to help Good in the beginning and used such a bad move to make things difficult for the butterfly family, would there be a series of things that happened later? He could only blame himself for meddling in other people's business. If he had stopped it in front of his grandfather, he probably wouldn't have ended up like this. But who could he blame? To put it bluntly, Witch wanted to help Good because he wanted to show off his awesome strength and get a sense of being worshipped high above others. But just for this momentary feeling, he lost the position of the family master. It was really sad. However, just as Witch was complaining, footsteps suddenly came from the courtyard. Witch was shocked. He didn't want others to see him in such a down and out state. So he quickly hid in the grass at the side and didn't dare breathe. If the family Slade or Leckroff saw this, they might laugh at him, Witch didn't want to become the object of ridicule. So he only waited for the footsteps to go away before coming out. Just as the Orange Bureau held their breath, they heard a strange sound coming into their ears. How many years have I not laid in bed at night? I haven't slept. I'm really not used to it. These strange words suddenly made Witch a little inexplicable. Through the faint moonlight, Witch suddenly discovered that the person speaking not far away was actually Uncle Jetson. Seeing that it was someone from Kevithan's family, Witch didn't dare to breathe loudly. Although he wondered what Jetson meant, he didn't want to ask. After all, He was now crying sadly. It would be embarrassing if he was seen by others. However, this body is really good. Dr. Benjamin is really amazing. He actually replaced all the internal organs in my body with sophisticated electronic components, but he can still maintain my previous memory and let me have independent thoughts. It's incredible. Jetson sighed again and said to himself, I didn't expect that with such an opportunity, I would become Superman in Kevithan's eyes when I see him again, which suddenly opened his mouth wide after hearing Jetson's words. He didn't expect that Jetson's true identity was actually a robot, not a normal person. It wasn't strange for the association to hear Grandpa Thomas say that Jetson could smash a marble conference table with one hand during the day, and Jetson seemed to have become the existence of the Terminator in the movies. This made Witch shocked and scared, and he didn't dare to make a sound. He was afraid that Jetson would kill him without hesitation after he knew Jetson's secret. After waiting for a while, he finally heard the sound of Jetson's footsteps leaving and is muttering to himself, I'd better go back and pretend to sleep. Although I'm not used to it, I don't want the Lancer family to find any clues. Since knowing Jetson's true identity, which had also become indifferent to the position of the family master, he was not as eager as before because he already understood that with the support of a powerful backer like Jetson, it was impossible for him to be promoted. He was not a robot's opponent, which naturally didn't dare to say Jetson's secret. Who knew what Jetson would do to him after the secret was spread? However, now that Jetson was dead, which wanted to use this secret to threaten Yang Ming to achieve the purpose of the exchange. He originally thought that such a thing was in the bag, but Yang Ming's words disrupted his plan. Yang Ming knew. Yang Ming actually knew that Jetson was a robot, and the information from Witch's mouth became useless. This made Witch extremely frustrated, but he also understood that Yang Ming was not lying to him, but really knew Jetson's secret. Since you know, why can't I know? Yang Ming curled his lips and said lightly, What you said before about Central is not a secret at all. The big families in the upper-class society basically know about it. Do you think I don't know? I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about Jetson's secret, which didn't expect that what Yang Ming really didn't know was indeed Central's secret. Jetson's secret. He jumped into the burning pool himself, and then his outer appearance melted away. The internal machine was naturally exposed, and he turned into a pool of molten iron in a while. I saw it with my own eyes. What's so difficult to know? Yang Ming shrugged and said naturally. Of course, this was Yang Ming's casual words. Yang Ming couldn't tell Witch that he saw it with his special ability. Even if Witch was a dying person, Yang Ming didn't intend to tell his secret to this person. It turns out to be like this. Witch sighed and said bitterly, It seems that my news is a step too late and has become useless news. It's good that you know. Although Yang Ming felt that Witch was a courageous and knowledgeable talent, he couldn't be kept because he was a talent. So, he said, Okay, I should send you on your way. If you have a chance in your next life, reincarnate into an ordinary small family. This kind of big family is not good for you. Witch's face showed a complicated look. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he calmed down. I didn't expect you to be such an anomaly. No wonder even the Buffon family suddenly befriended the Butterfly family. You should be the one who contacted them, right? Yes. Yang Ming didn't hide anything in the face of Witch's questioning. Hee, so that's the case. No wonder, no wonder. Witch said a few no wonder in a row. Sure enough, the people of our Lancer family are not observant and arrogant to a certain extent. We should have thought of it earlier. If such a proud family like the Buffon family could condescend to befriend the Butterfly family, there must be a more powerful person in the middle. However, all of us neglected this point. It's not a loss to lose to you. Thomas looked at his grandson, who had a determined look on his face, and his expression was gloomy. Why didn't we think of such a simple truth in the beginning? If we had thought of it earlier, wouldn't we have avoided a disaster? Yang Ming, you can do it, but I beg you to give me a quick death. Don't torture us, grandfather and grandson. Thomas was calm in a hopeless situation. Chapter 1495. Yang Ming looked at the corpses of Thomas and Witch on the ground in front of him and sighed faintly. If I knew this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Yang Ming didn't torture Thomas and Witch, but he really gave them a quick death. These two people actually didn't do anything wrong. It was human nature to avenge their grandson and cousin. It was just that they chose the wrong target for revenge. In fact, it was nothing. This was the law of the jungle. If it weren't for Yang Ming's appearance, the butterfly family would have been at the mercy of the Lancer family. It was just that their standpoints were different and their thoughts were different. Everything Yang Ming did here was done almost silently. These people did not even have a chance to shoot, so it did not alarm the other members of the Lancer family. Yang Ming had already used his special ability to check. The important figures of the Lancer family were now gathered in the Lancer family's banquet hall, waiting to celebrate Jetson's achievement. As for Good's death, although everyone knew about it, Slade and Lekroff did not show any abnormality at all. This person had nothing to do with them, so it was fine if he died. Anyway, they had sent someone to inform the old guy, Thomas. How he dealt with it was none of their business. Since they were all sitting together, it saved Yang Ming the trouble of looking for them separately. It saved a lot of trouble. Yang Ming's figure quickly rushed to a warehouse in the Lancer family's manor. Yang Ming had already probed with his special ability when he was in the warehouse. This warehouse was an arsenal that stored a large number of firearms, and Yang Ming's target this time was here. Around the arsenal, several Lancer family members who were guarding the door did not even have time to react. They just asked the word, who before they fell to the ground one after another. Their eyes rolled back, and they were obviously dead. Yang Ming knew that it was not the time to be soft-hearted at this moment. This was the enemy's territory. If he was kind, he might ruin the big plan. Yang Ming opened the door of the arsenal easily with the lily key and destroyed several infrared alarms and monitoring devices. Then, he went straight to the second floor of the arsenal. Yang Ming already knew what was on each floor of the arsenal, so there was no need for him to search through them one by one. On the second floor of the arsenal, Yang Ming took out a rocket launcher and quickly left the arsenal. Looking at the luxuriously decorated and magnificent restaurant not far away, Yang Ming sneered and directly fired a rocket launcher. The originally beautiful restaurant instantly turned into a pile of rubble. As for the people inside, they would have been crushed to death if they weren't as strong as Jetson. However, Yang Ming still carefully probed the gravel pile with his special ability, and only then did he show a satisfied smile. All the backbone forces of the Lancer family were gathered in the dining room at this moment. They were all turned into ghosts under the gravel by Yang Ming's cannon. Throwing away the rocket launcher in his hand, Yang Ming didn't stop at all and ran to the place where Wang Songshan was imprisoned. The Lancer family's arsenal was complete. Otherwise, Yang Ming might have to go to the dining room and kill them one by one. Now that such a big commotion had happened, although all the direct descendants of the Lancer family were dead, there were still some servants and collateral descendants. These people had also heard the explosion at this time. Yang Ming was afraid of encountering trouble later, so he rushed to the place where Wang Songshan was imprisoned without stopping for a moment. Yang Ming still easily opened the door of the attic with the lily key. He quickly ran to a room on the second floor. Yang Ming had already probed and determined Wang Songshan's location, so he didn't need to search one by one at this moment. He directly came to the door of his destination and opened the door with the lily key. At this moment, Wang Songshan also heard the explosion outside, but because his hands and feet were bound by the iron chains, he couldn't go to the window to take a closer look. Although he was puzzled, he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening, and Wang Songshan suddenly became vigilant. Did something big happen to the Lancer family? And at this time, someone opened my door. What could it be? Wang Songshan subconsciously felt that it wouldn't be a good thing. After all, nothing good had ever happened to him in the Lancer family. Uncle Wang. Yang Ming quickly opened the door and strode in. The familiar voice made Wang Songshan's nervous heart suddenly relax. Yang Ming, why are you here? Wang Songshan's eyes were filled with unspeakable joy. Originally, he thought that if he didn't agree to the Lancer family's marriage proposal, he might not be able to get out of here for the rest of his life. He might even be killed after the Lancer family lost their patience. Therefore, Wang Songshan was even prepared to die. After all, in this environment, it was worth it to live one more day. He didn't want to bring any trouble to Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. Naturally, he couldn't destroy his daughter's lifelong happiness in order to survive. But he didn't expect that Yang Ming's breaking in would reignite Wang Songshan's hope of survival. Of course, I'm here to save you, Uncle Wang. Let's leave here first. The Lancer family is probably going to be in chaos. Yang Ming said this, but his hands were not idle. He quickly used the lily key to open the chains on Wang Songshan's hands and feet. Then, he quickly used the massage technique to knead the bruised area a few times. Wang Songshan was also an assassin. Naturally, he knew what Yang Ming was doing. He looked at Yang Ming with kind and grateful eyes. Wang Songshan secretly said that he didn't misjudge Yang Ming. The key was that Yin Yin didn't misjudge Yang Ming. Yang Ming actually risked his life to come to the Lancer family to save him. This was enough to show Yang Ming's intentions. Even if the rescue was unsuccessful, Wang Songshan wouldn't blame him. Uncle Wang, move a little and see how it is. If you can walk, let's go quickly. Don't delay. Yang Ming stopped the massage and stood up. I have no more questions. Let's go. Wang Songshan was not a delicate person. He stood up. Although there was still some pain in his ankle, Wang Songshan didn't care. He quickly followed Yang Ming out of the room and out of the attic. Uncle Wang, just follow me, Yang Ming said as he ran along a road. This was an escape route he had found when he entered the Lancer family manor. He could leave this place in the shortest time possible. Yang Ming, did you make that explosion? Although Wang Songshan asked Yang Ming a question, his footsteps were not slow at all. He followed closely behind Yang Ming. And I made it. Yang Ming did not deny it and said truthfully. It turns out to be a diversion, but we still need to be careful. I have fought with Jetson before. He is simply not a normal person. He is invulnerable no matter how you fight him. It will be troublesome if you meet him. Wang Songshan nodded, then reminded them. Don't worry, Jetson. Yang Ming was slightly stunned and knew that Wang Songshan had misunderstood. He thought that Yang Ming had first created an explosion to attract the attention of everyone in the Lancer family, and then ran over to release him using a diversion. Yeah, you're lucky that you didn't meet him. If I had known that you would take the risk to come here, I would have stopped you no matter what. Although Wang Songshan was very gratified that Yang Ming could come forward to save him, he still didn't want Yang Ming to take the risk. After all, Wang Xiaoyan had already lost her father. Losing her lover would be a huge blow to her. So it was reasonable to say that Wang Songshan didn't want Yang Ming to take the risk no matter what. Anyway, I'm not young anymore. It doesn't matter if I die. As long as Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming are happy in the future, it will be fine. Uncle Wang, you misunderstood. Jetson has been killed by me. Yang Ming explained with a dumbfounded expression. Oh, Jetson was killed by you. Wang Songshan was suddenly stunned when he said this. A horrified expression suddenly appeared on his face. What did you say? Jetson was killed by you? Yeah. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This guy is the most difficult one to deal with. If I didn't get rid of him, do you think he would have let me open the door and let you out? When I came, he was sitting in the courtyard in front of the attic. Jetson, is he really dead? Was he killed by you? It was not that Wang Songshan didn't believe Yang Ming, but this matter was too shocking. Wang Songshan was clear about Jetson's strength. This powerful character, who had beaten him to the point where he couldn't even escape, actually died in Yang Ming's hands. Chapter 1496. Of course, I won't let go of such a troublesome guy if I can kill him. Yang Ming laughed, but he sighed in his heart. Although this problem has been solved, I'm afraid that I have provoked another big problem. That is the force behind Jetson, called Central. I have never heard of this force, but I'm afraid it's not simple. This could be seen from their means of creating a Terminator-like humanoid robot like Jetson. Yang Ming didn't believe that such an organization didn't have any ulterior motives. Since he had killed one of their robots, it would be strange if they didn't hate Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't believe that such a robot could be made casually. Even if Central was strong, it would have to invest a lot of manpower and financial resources. Otherwise, if this kind of robot could be easily made, Central wouldn't be so low-key for a long time. Of course, Yang Ming didn't intend to tell Wang Songshan these words. It would only increase Wang Songshan's worries. Moreover, Yang Ming wasn't sure whether Central would know about this matter. After all the parties who knew about this matter had been killed by Yang Ming. The rest were his own people. Wang Songshan couldn't publicize this everywhere, so was still uncertain whether Central could find out about Yang Ming. Little friend Yang Ming, it seems that I really misjudged you. You are much more powerful than that old guy Fong Tian. Wang Songshan took a deep breath and said from the bottom of his heart. He finally understood that Yang Ming was not talking nonsense. He had really killed Jetson. Uncle Wang, you must be joking. My martial arts were all taught by my master. What's more, I also benefited a lot from the butterfly family's training. Yang Ming laughed. Since Wang Songshan was Yang Ming's father-in-law, Yang Ming didn't need to put on airs in front of him. He smiled very amiably. Yang Ming understood the principle of people supporting each other, so he naturally didn't offend either side. The student has surpassed the master. Wang Songshan sighed, but said strangely, by the way, since Jetson has been killed, why did little friend Yang Ming still cause an explosion? Isn't this superfluous? Instead, it attracted the attention of others. Uncle Wang, just call me Yang Ming. I'm a little embarrassed to call you little friend Yang Ming. Yang Ming said with a smile, my parents call me Big Ming. You can call me that too. Hee hee. Then I'll call you Big Ming in the future. Speaking of it, I'm also your elder. Wang Songshan nodded and admitted it calmly. And you, don't call me Uncle Wang in the future. How can that be? Yang Ming said cheerfully. Then I will call you father-in-law in the future. What do you mean by Big Ming? Wang Songshan waved his hand and said, okay, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about your explosion first. Explosion? Hee hee. It just killed all the direct descendants of the Lancer family. Yang Ming said faintly, if you don't eliminate the roots, do you want to leave them to grow up and take revenge in the future? All of them? What do you mean? Did Thomas and Kevithan also die? Wang Songshan was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Ming's explosion to kill the people of the Lancer family. Thomas and Kevithan, as well as Thomas's grandson, which and his grandson Good, were personally killed by me. Yang Ming said, as if he was talking about a very normal thing. As for the others, I got a rocket launcher from their family's arsenal and killed them with one shot. What? They're all dead. Wang Songshan was the family master of the butterfly family and also a super cold-blooded assassin. However, he couldn't help but be moved when he heard that Yang Ming had actually exterminated the Lancer family. Looking at Yang Ming's calm and amiable appearance, he thought of Yang Ming's embarrassment and shyness when Wang Ruoxue challenged him a few days ago. He didn't expect him to be such a decisive person. The Lancer family was really unlucky to be his enemy. Father-in-law, you and I are both assassins. Although we are not afraid of some official forces coming to find trouble, it is better not to leave any evidence for this kind of thing. They are all dead. Even if others suspect, they can't do anything to us. Yang Ming said cautiously. In any case, the Lancer family is also a big family. So many people died in an instant. If the backbone was still there, they would definitely fight to the death with us. But now that their direct forces have been wiped out, who will stick up for an empty shell family? Yang Ming said cautiously. What you said makes sense. Wang Songshan nodded and finally understood why Yang Ming was so cruel. He was also afraid that the butterfly family would find trouble with them in the future. However, I'm a little puzzled that their direct forces actually all ran together and waited to be killed by your cannon. This is a bit strange. Are these people all fools? Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled slightly after hearing Wang Songshan's question and said, it's a coincidence. This Jetson is very arrogant. Before I came here to save you, he got the news that I was coming. Then, he spread the news that the Lancer family should prepare a celebration banquet in advance. After successfully killing me, we will celebrate. He got the news that you were coming? Did you release the news in advance before you came? Wang Song's Han was slightly stunned. If this is the case, then it is not Jetson who is arrogant, but Yang Ming who is arrogant. Although the final winner is Yang Ming, it is a bit too dangerous to do so. How could it be? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. There are some spies planted by the Douglas family in our butterfly family. My news was probably passed to the Douglas family from these people, and then passed to the Lancer family through the Douglas family. So that's how it is. Wang Songzhan nodded in realization. I know this. There are some people from the Douglas family in the family. I didn't think it was a big problem before, so I didn't get rid of them. Why go back this time? I must get rid of these people. Otherwise, they may spoil things at a critical moment. There is no need to worry about this. The Douglas family, who has lost the backing of the Lancer family, is no longer a threat. I think you don't need to do it yourself when you go back this time. The Douglas family will send someone to pick these people up. Yang Ming said with a smile. Although they have no evidence to prove that we did this, as long as they are not fools, they should be well aware of it. Wang Songzhan nodded and agreed with Yang Ming's words. As for the celebration banquet, Kevithan gathered all the bloodlines of the Lancer family in the banquet hall in order to show his importance to Jetson. Therefore, I saved the trouble of not having to look for them one by one. I solved the problem with one shot. Yang Ming seemed to be talking about a very funny thing. As for Thomas, Kevithan, in which they were killed by me when they brought people to greet Jetson. This is also God's will. The once glorious Lancer family has disappeared just like that. After a few years, who can still remember this family? Wang Songzhan said with some emotion, things are unpredictable, but there is a cause and effect. While the two were talking, they had quickly left the Lancer family's manor and entered the town. After a while, the siren of a police car came from a distance. It seemed that the Lancer family's servants had found that something was wrong, and someone had called the police. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Ming. It was believed that even if the local police suspected the butterfly family in the end, they would eventually give up. Not to mention that old Buffon would also put pressure on them. Who would go against the Buffon family who was in the limelight? Yang Ming took an off-road vehicle parked near the town and quickly left the town with Wang Songzhan, disappearing into the night. Chapter 1497. Hello Town, Butterfly Family. Since Yang Ming left, everyone had fallen into a faint sorrowful atmosphere. When Wang Songzhan left, everyone was still as usual, but this time it was different because Wang Songzhan was already certain to be trapped in the Lancer family, and Yang Ming was going to rescue him. Fang Tian, Wang Ruoshui, and Butler Mu were still sitting in the conference room, but now Wang Xiaoyan was there. They had asked the servants in the family to send them lunch and dinner. They just ate a few mouthfuls, and no one was in the mood to eat. Fang Tian and Wang Xiaoyan knew Yang Ming's strength very well. Although they were more confident in Yang Ming, they were not very confident. After all, Yang Ming had been captured. How good could Yang Ming be? Although Wang Xiaoyan was worried about her father's safety, she also didn't want anything to happen to Yang Ming. She didn't want Yang Ming to go, but Yang Ming had already made up his mind. She could only silently pray that Yang Ming could return safely. Yin Yin, we have all eaten something, but you haven't eaten anything since noon. This won't do. Don't starve your body. Wang Ruoshui looked at her niece worriedly and advised. I'm not hungry. Wang Xiaoyan forced a smile and said, you guys eat. I can't eat anything without news from him. Wang Ruoshui sighed and stopped persuading. In fact, she didn't have deep feelings for Yang Ming, but she also became worried when she saw the worried looks of Fang Tian and Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Ruoshui knew very well that this was the proud disciple of her lover, Fang Tian, and her niece's ideal husband. If something happened to Yang Ming, these two people would definitely not be happy. Therefore, Wang Ruoshui also thought about Yang Ming for these two people. Butler Mu's thoughts were similar to Wang Ruoshui's. He was more concerned about Yang Ming's safety, but for the miss, Butler Mu still hoped that Yang Ming could be safe. Is there still no news? Butler Mu pressed a call button on the intercom and asked the disciple on duty who was responsible for intelligence. Not yet. The disciple on duty said, Our people are already guarding the road near Elo Town. As soon as the young master's car arrives, we will immediately report to you." Butler Moo sighed. The Butterfly family did not arrange anyone in the Lancer family's forces, so it was almost impossible to get information at this time. They could only wait at the road junction. "Let's wait a little longer." Butler Moo smiled at the disappointed Wang Xiaoyan and said, "Let's watch TV for a while to relieve our tension." "What's so interesting about TV?" Wang Xiaoyan shook her head, indicating that she wasn't interested. Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui were also indifferent. Obviously, they had no interest in this. However, in order to adjust the current tense atmosphere, Butler Moo turned on the TV. A TV series was playing on it, but obviously, no one was in the mood to watch it. Next, we have important news. There was a major explosion at the Lancer family in Waddingtown tonight, causing many deaths. The specific number of deaths and the cause of the explosion are pending investigation. Lancer family. Everyone in the conference room immediately became spirited when they heard the words Lancer family. They all looked at the TV at the same time. When they heard that there was an explosion at the Lancer family, they were all shocked. Because everyone was not stupid, they subconsciously thought that this explosion must be related to Yang Ming. They just didn't know if Yang Ming and Wang Songshan were safe under such a major explosion. Yang Ming made a move. I don't know if he rescued Old Man Wang and successfully escaped from that place. Fang Tian's eyes stared at the TV screen, hoping to see some clues from it. "I hope that Yang Ming can return safely," said Wang Ruoshui. Dang, dang, dang. There was a rush of knocking at the door of the conference room, interrupting everyone's discussion. Butler Moo frowned. Who would knock on the door at this time? Even if the disciples and servants in the sect had something to do, they would use the intercom system to report first. They would not knock on the door so hastily. "Who is it?" asked Butler Moo. "It's me, Old Buffon. There is important news. Open the door quickly." Old Buffon's voice came from outside the door, seemingly with some excitement. Hearing Old Buffon's voice, Butler Moo's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. He stood up and opened the door of the conference room. Old Buffon immediately rushed in. "There is good news." "What?" Everyone was stunned, then looked at Old Buffon expectantly without blinking. Everyone knew that although Old Buffon did not come to the conference room after Yang Ming left, he had been paying attention to Yang Ming's safety in private. He kept answering the phone in the living room. Wang Xiaoyan knew that he was also worried about Yang Ming, so she asked him to come to the conference room to wait for the news together. However, Old Buffon refused Wang Xiaoyan's kindness because he felt that the people of the Butterfly family might say something taboo. It was not very convenient for an outsider like him to be next to them. Wang Xiaoyan was very pleased with Old Buffon's attitude. She felt that Yang Ming really did not accept this apprentice for nothing. Judging from his caring attitude towards Yang Ming, he should really respect and worry about Yang Ming. "Old Buffon, what's the good news?" Wang Xiaoyan knew that Old Buffon was not a person who would speak without thinking, so she was the first to calm down and ask. "Master's wife, Grandmaster." Old Buffon greeted everyone in the room one by one, then said, "Master's wife, I have received the exact news from the Waddingtown police station. There are no unfamiliar bodies found in the Lancer family, so, in other words, Yang Ming and father are safe and sound?" Wang Xiaoyan immediately realized something after listening to Old Buffon's words. There was a look of excitement and joy in her eyes. "Hee, it should be like this." Old Buffon said with a smile, "Master's wife, my master is too awesome. He actually annihilated the Lancer family. The police of Waddingtown have confirmed the identities of the deceased. All of them are members of the Lancer family, including their family master, Kevithan, Elder Thomas, Slade, Leckroft, and a group of family juniors. None of them were left alive. All of them are dead, haha." "What? All of them are dead?" Wang Xiaoyan raised her head in amazement and looked at Old Buffon incredulously. It seemed that she could not believe this fact. Annihilation? Fang Tian almost sat on the ground. He was very clear about Yang Ming's strength. Although he was not worse than Wang Songshan, he should not be stronger than Wang Songshan. However, Yang Ming actually annihilated the Lancer family when he made a move? Isn't this too shocking? Yeah, he is indeed my master. He is even more awesome than Master Wang. The Lancer family has been annihilated. Old Buffon was proficient in Chinese and spoke Chinese very well. He kept using the new word, awesome, after learning it. Since Yang Ming and Wang Songshan were not among the Lancer family's corpses and the family was annihilated, it was 100% certain that it was done by Yang Ming. Moreover, Yang Ming and Wang Songshan had escaped safely. Everyone was relieved, but they looked at each other. Indeed, as old Buffon said, Yang Ming was really awesome. He was really a super fierce person. He directly annihilated the entire family. However, the people present were all assassins. They had no sympathy for the death of the Lancer family. This was the unspoken rule of the law of the jungle. Since you have the ability to find trouble, you must also be mentally prepared to be found and sent back. Isn't this matter a bit too big? After the excitement, Butler Mu regained his calmness. Although it is impossible for Yang Ming and the family master to leave any evidence, the grudge between the Butterfly family and the Lancer family is known to everyone in the upper class. I'm afraid that the police will suspect us sooner or later, right? Butler Mu's words immediately made the people in the conference room fall into contemplation. Indeed, although the Butterfly family was an assassin family and was above the local law, the matter this time was too big. They did not kill one or two people, but annihilated an entire family. If the other families were to collectively pressure the police, then the Butterfly family would not have an easy time. What is there to worry about? After old Buffon listened to Butler Mu's words, he smiled slightly and said, "Please rest assured. I have already informed the police. This matter has been determined as an accident. No one will find trouble with Master and the Butterfly family." Chapter 1498. A matter that was very difficult to settle in everyone's eyes was easily solved by old Buffon. It was imaginable how much influence old Buffon had in the local area. Fang Tian couldn't help but be moved. This seemingly ordinary disciple that Yang Ming accepted was actually so dedicated. Fang Tian secretly thought that Yang Ming's luck was good. Although I haven't gotten specific news of Yang Ming and my brother, I heard the news from Mr. Old Buffon that they have left safely. Should we prepare to hold a celebration banquet to celebrate the little hero's triumphant return? Wang Ruoxue was relieved when she heard that Yang Ming and her brother were fine. She looked at the people who were still sitting in the conference room and suggested, "This is a good idea." Butler Moon nodded in agreement. It's just that Yang Ming and the family master haven't contacted the family yet. I feel a little uneasy. Wang Xiaoyan also thought so after hearing it. After all, they could only be sure that Yang Ming was really fine after they had the exact news. Everything they saw now was just for show. On the way, Wang Songshan couldn't help but call home with excitement in his heart. Someone picked up the phone as soon as it was connected. "Hello, is this the family master?" Butler Mu was worried about not having the exact news of Wang Songshan and Yang Ming when Wang Songshan's phone call came in. "Butler Mu, Yang Ming, and I are fine. We are on the way back. Prepare some delicious food for us. I haven't eaten well for a few days." Wang Songshan ordered in a relaxed manner. "Okay, family master. I will order the servants to prepare. It's great to get the news of your safe return." Butler Mu's expression swept away the previous haze and said happily, "Is Yang Ming okay?" Wang Xiaoyan couldn't hear the voice on the phone. She only heard Butler Mu's words. This call was from her father, but he was fine. However, there was no news of Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan was naturally anxious. "Hee, Yin Yin, you answer the call. I'll tell the servants to prepare wine and dishes to welcome the return of the patriarch." Seeing Wang Xiaoyan's anxious look, Butler Mu smiled slightly and handed the phone in his hand to Wang Xiaoyan. "Hello, Dad. How are you?" Wang Xiaoyan took the phone. She was too embarrassed to ask about Yang Ming's safety directly. Although she knew that her father must be fine, she still asked with concern. "Me? Of course." Wang Songshan smiled mischievously. "Yin Yin, why are you concerned about Dad? I just heard that you were only concerned about Yang Ming's safety." Wang Xiaoyan didn't expect her father to hear what she said just now. She immediately blushed and said, "Don't I know you're fine? That's why I asked Yang Ming." "Yang Ming, he's driving. He's very good." Wang Songzhan smiled and said, "Why don't you talk to him?" "That's not necessary. Let's talk about it when he comes back." Hearing that Yang Ming was driving, Wang Xiaoyan didn't say anything more. After all, safety was the first priority at this time. Shortly after hanging up the phone, a disciple on duty of the Butterfly family came to report that the Douglas family had come. "The Douglas family is here?" Butler Mu listened to the disciple's report and was slightly stunned. "Why are they here? Perhaps they have also received news from the Lancer family and came to express goodwill?" Fong Tian chuckled and said, "Although good is dead, the other party will definitely not come to denounce us if they are not stupid." "That's true," Butler Mu agreed. "Then let's invite the Douglas family in. I'd like to see what they are here for." In the reception hall of the Butterfly Castle, a man in his 50s wearing a black suit was sitting respectfully on the sofa. When he saw Butler Mu and the others come in, he quickly stood up. "Butler Mu." After speaking, he locked his eyes on Wang Ruoxue. "This has always been the sister of the Wang family master, right?" Wang Ruoxue nodded slightly and didn't reply. Instead, she sat aside. Butler Mu recognized the identity of the person who came. "Elder Gerner, may I know what business you have with us at this time?" Gerner was the chief elder of the Douglas family and the brother of the current family master. After the Lancer family was destroyed, the Douglas family received the news immediately. Because the Douglas family and the Lancer family were in-laws, there were several good servants in the Lancer family. After the Lancer family's incident, the Douglas family also received the news of Good's death. This made the family master of the Douglas family furious, but he also felt deep fear and powerlessness. If Good was the only one who had an accident, the Douglas family master would go to the Butterfly family to ask for an explanation. However, the Lancer family was directly destroyed by the other party. This made the Douglas family master have no thoughts of resistance at all. He knew that the Douglas family was not stronger than the Lancer family. On the contrary, they were much worse. If the other party could easily destroy the Lancer family, then what was the Douglas family? Therefore, even if he wanted to take revenge, it was impossible. In the face of absolute strength, everything was fleeting. Although his son had died in vain, the Douglas family master didn't dare to complain at all. Who asked the other party to be stronger than him? Regarding this matter, he could only swallow his pride and swallow his pride. However, while swallowing his anger, Great Elder Gina suggested that he should quickly express his goodwill to the Butterfly family and cut ties with the Lancer family. After all, the fuse of the whole incident was caused by Good. Although Good was Thomas's grandson and the Lancer family was the one who stood up for him, Good was still a member of the Douglas family in the end. After the Butterfly family destroyed the Lancer family, it would be difficult to guarantee that they would not target the Douglas family again. It would be the end of the Douglas family if they destroyed one Lancer family or two. The Douglas family master, who was still angry about his son's death, couldn't be bothered to be angry after being reminded by Gina. He thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. If the Butterfly family really came to settle the score, how could the Douglas family be their opponent? However, the Douglas family master couldn't let a family master whose son had just been killed take the initiative to express goodwill to the Butterfly family. He was afraid that he would be impulsive and ruin things. Therefore, Great Elder Gina came to visit the Butterfly family on behalf of the Douglas family. "Hee, Butler Mu, is the Wang family master home?" Gina asked politely. "Family master?" Butler Mu's face turned cold, and he said gloomily, "Doesn't the Elder Gina know where my family master is?" Gunnar didn't expect Steward Mu to be so direct and merciless. This made Gunnar, who was prepared to exchange a few pleasantries before getting to the bottom of the matter, a little flustered. However, Gunnar was indeed a shrewd old man. He pondered for a moment before saying, "I won't hide it from you, Steward Mu. My nephew, Good, has indeed gone overboard with his actions." "Why, Elder Gina? So, are you here to denounce him?" Butler Moo asked with a cold snort. How would I dare? Gina smiled bitterly. It seems that this Butler Moo is really difficult to get along with. Good brought this upon himself, and he only has himself to blame. Our Douglas family has already decided to remove Good from his position as the first successor of the Good family and expel him from the Douglas family forever. Therefore, Good's life and death have nothing to do with our Douglas family anymore. Butler Moo sneered in his heart after hearing this. He's already dead, yet he said these words. This Good is really unlucky. He became an abandoned pawn so quickly. However, he was able to bear the consequences of his own sins. Once he died, all would be lost. It could be said that he died a worthy death. Although he thought so in his heart, Butler Moo said calmly, Is that so? I see. I was still thinking about how to explain Good's death to your Douglas family. It seems that there's no need to explain it now. Gina smiled bitterly and said with a forced smile, That's right. As long as the Wong family master is fine, I'm relieved. Since the family master is not at home, please help me convey the Douglas family's position. Oh, what position? Butler Moo was well aware, but he still asked despite knowing the answer. Our Douglas family and the Butterfly family exist together in Ello Town. We will not do anything to destroy the friendship between the two sides. This time, it was a private action, but we still have to apologize. This kind of thing will not happen again in the future, Gina said solemnly. Okay, I will convey Elder Gina's words to the family master truthfully. Please rest assured. Butler Moo nodded and agreed. If that's the case, then I'll leave first. I won't disturb everyone. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Gina got up and prepared to leave. Chapter 1499. Dr. Jetson has lost contact with the central computer. A researcher wearing glasses and blue sterile overalls anxiously pushed open the door of Dr. Benjamin's office and said anxiously, Lost contact? What's the matter, Lex? Dr. Benjamin was initially dissatisfied with his assistant suddenly breaking into the room and disturbing his work, but he was shocked after hearing his words and asked quickly, 15 minutes ago, the terminal system in Jetson's body suddenly lost its signal connection with the central computer. The researcher named Lex explained, At first, I thought it was a communication failure, so I didn't care and tried to reconnect. However, after connecting a few times, I didn't succeed. I realized that something seemed to have happened, so I turned on the GPS positioning system to find Jetson's location. However, I unexpectedly found that the GPS couldn't locate him. I couldn't find the GPS chip in Jetson's body at all. Have you tried to contact Jetson? Dr. Benjamin couldn't help but frowned slightly after hearing Lex's words. I have tried, but the other party didn't respond. Lex replied, Doctor, did Jetson secretly remove the chip in his body and escape? No. Dr. Benjamin waved his hand. Since the escape of the central robots 3 years ago, I have changed the structure of their bodies and fixed the GPS chip and the communication terminal chip together in the central processing unit. Unless the central processing unit is destroyed, either of these two chips can't be deactivated alone. Once the central processor is destroyed, the entire robot's body parts will not be controlled except for the brain. The nutrient supply system will also stop working, leading to brain death. So, it wasn't Jetson who cut off the connection with the central computer himself. Lex asked doubtfully. Yes, this is the secret of the central processor. Jetson also knows it very well. He won't do such a stupid thing that is equivalent to suicide. There must be something wrong with other links, said Dr. Benjamin with certainty. Then, could it be that the central processor has a problem? Asked Lex. It is possible, but the current situation does not seem to be the case. In addition to the main central processing unit, there is also a backup processor in Jetson's body. After the main processor has a problem, the backup processor will automatically take over the functions of the main processor. So even if the main processor has a problem, we can still contact Jetson. And the possibility of two processors having problems at the same time is almost zero, said Dr. Benjamin. Go ask the intelligence department and investigate the situation of a Lancer family. Dr. Benjamin naturally knew where Jetson was going. Dr. Benjamin had acquiesced to Jetson going to deal with some personal matters before carrying out the mission. Yes, doctor, I'll investigate it now. Lex nodded and quickly left Dr. Benjamin's office. As for Dr. Benjamin, after Lex left, his brows furrowed even tighter. Jetson was a robot that he had personally designed and built. No one knew Jetson's strength better than him. This was the latest technological product. It was significantly better than the previous generation of robots. Dr. Benjamin had only succeeded in creating a finished product like Jetson after many failed experiments. Now that Jetson had suddenly lost contact, an ominous premonition suddenly surged in Dr. Benjamin's heart. As he had said before, the possibility of two central processors having problems at the same time was almost zero. As a result, Jetson had either used a unique means to cut off contact with a central computer, or he had died. Thinking of the possibility that Jetson might have been destroyed, Dr. Benjamin's mouth twitched. This was his years of hard work. Although it was not impossible to manufacture some more robots with the technology in hand, the components to be manufactured were too rare and expensive, and the manufacturing process was very complicated. He couldn't make as many as he wanted. At present, except for Jetson, the finished products, the others were some semi-finished products. Even if they were assembled into finished products, it would take a lot of effort to debug them. Doctor, the Lancer family has been exterminated. Lex quickly returned to the laboratory and came to Dr. Benjamin's office. He exclaimed, "What?" Dr. Benjamin was shocked when he heard Lex's words. Annihilated? What do you mean? Just tonight, at about 22 o'clock, there was an unexpected explosion in the Lancer family. All the direct members of the Lancer family were killed. Although it was an accident according to the official news, we have learned through our own channels that this was a man-made accident. It should have been done by the Butterfly family, Lex explained. Man-made? Exterminated? So, under Jetson's protection, the Lancer family still could not escape the fate of being exterminated? Dr. Benjamin's face instantly became gloomy, and Jetson was also in this explosion. It's possible. Lex smiled bitterly. Doctor, but the intelligence department said that they did not find Jetson's body. There's no corpse. A glimmer of hope flashed in Dr. Benjamin's eyes, but it quickly dimmed again. Perhaps the people of the Butterfly family have found something strange and taken the corpse away. Butterfly family? After hearing this, Lex's face showed a stern expression. Doctor, shouldn't we teach them a lesson? How dare they touch our Central's people? Central's people? Dr. Benjamin sneered. Lex, don't be too arrogant. So what if it's Central? Our Central's name is not scary in the outside world. Moreover, since the Butterfly family has the power to deal with Jetson, aren't we asking for trouble if we act rashly? Lex was shocked and sobered up all of a sudden. Yes, since the Butterfly family can destroy Jetson, then it is indeed unwise for Central to be enemies with them. At this moment, Yang Ming still didn't know that Central had targeted the Butterfly family. Previously, he thought that he had killed Jetson without anyone noticing. Central wouldn't be able to find him immediately in a short time. This was because Yang Ming thought that Jetson had secretly come out to stand up for the Lancer family. He had acted without Central's knowledge, and Central didn't know his whereabouts. So, even if Jetson died and Central found out that he was missing, it was impossible to know that Jetson had died in the Lancer family in a short time. Unexpectedly, Dr. Benjamin knew Jetson's whereabouts like the back of his hand. I didn't put the Butterfly family in my eyes before, but now I have to take them seriously. Dr. Benjamin reached out and turned on a pager on the computer screen and began to call Falcon. Doctor, what can I do for you? Falcon, who was far away in China, heard the call and quickly took out his handheld computer. When he saw that it was the doctor calling him, he quickly replied, Falcon, something happened to Jetson. We don't know if he is dead or alive. He can't help you for the time being. Postpone your actions. Dr. Benjamin sighed and sent a message over. What? Is there a problem with Mr. Jetson? Falcon was shocked, but his eyes showed great disappointment. Chapter 1500. Falcon's skills were not very good, but he had learned a very nimble movement technique under the guidance of an expert in his early years. Therefore, in terms of concealment and escape, Falcon was better at it. However, in terms of fighting, Falcon was not a match for him. This was also the reason why Falcon could sneak into the Immortal Building and kill the Sui family's people silently. However, if he were to fight head-on, he might not be able to gain any advantage. Especially when facing Yang Ming, Falcon always had a feeling of powerlessness. Although he had trained several men of sacrifice under him, they were still not Yang Ming's opponent. Even the female sacrifice that he was most proud of was easily eliminated by Yang Ming. This made him feel heartache, and he also had a deep fear of Yang Ming. Therefore, Falcon chose to cooperate with Elder Yu. However, he did not expect that even with Elder Yu's strange and mysterious evil techniques, he still could not do anything to Yang Ming. Elder Yu even fled after Yang Ming destroyed his plan. This made Falcon even more afraid of fighting head-on with Yang Ming. However, under his series of insidious tricks, not only did he not do anything to Yang Ming, but he also became a wanted criminal. If it weren't for the superb mask made by Dr. Benjamin and not showing his true face, he would probably have returned to Central this time. After a series of failures in his plans, Dr. Benjamin finally sent a strong support to Falcon. It was said that he was a super master, a godly person who could crush stones with one punch. Of course, Benjamin did not tell Falcon that Jetson was a robot. Just as Falcon was happily waiting for this great master to come, he suddenly received the news from Dr. Benjamin that Jetson could not go. He suddenly fell from heaven to hell. Why didn't he come? Jetson went to deal with the conflict between his cousin and the Butterfly family, but his cousin's Lancer family has been exterminated by the Butterfly family. Jetson's fate is unknown. Benjamin's message quickly replied. When Falcon saw the words Butterfly family, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared immediately. He muttered to himself, the Butterfly family actually has such a powerful force? Even the master that Dr. Benjamin highly admires is killed. It's really extraordinary. It seems that my initial decision was right. What's wrong, boss? You don't look well. Huang Yukai did not see the information on Falcon's PDA, so he did not know what had happened. He saw Falcon muttering to himself with a bad expression, so he asked worriedly, the master I told you about before may not come. When Falcon thought of this, his heart began to bleed. Why am I so unlucky? Jetson couldn't do anything else, but he just had to provoke the Butterfly family. Now he's done for. Won't come? What do you mean? Could it be that the person behind you doesn't want to provide you with any help? Huang Yukai was shocked. He was also looking forward to the master's arrival. This way, he would not have to be afraid of Yang Ming's skills. Yang Ming's skills were amazing. Not only was Falcon afraid, but even Huang Yukai was also very afraid. He did not dare to face him head-on. If the Master Jetson came, he could directly capture Yang Ming. He would not be afraid of anything. However, he did not expect that this person would not come. Falcon shook his head. He was involved in a conflict. I'm afraid he has already been eliminated. Eliminated? Didn't you say that the Master can crush stones with one hand? His martial arts are invulnerable. How can such a powerful person be eliminated? Huang Yukai asked curiously. No matter how powerful he is, I'm afraid he is only one person. His opponent is an assassin group. It is not surprising that he died. Falcon obviously did not want to say too much and did not reveal any information about the Butterfly family. Assassin group? Huang Youcai's heart trembled. He had long known that his boss was not an ordinary person, but he did not expect that the level of contact he had actually come into contact with such a terrifying and secretive existence as an assassin group. For ordinary people, an assassin group was something that was difficult to come into contact with in a lifetime. Even if Huang Yukai was involved in smuggling and committing crimes by Wang Shifan's side, it was only a small underworld organization. It was impossible for him to come into contact with such an existence as an assassin group. Yes, and it is an assassin group that is ranked very high in the world. Falcon did not say in detail and just vaguely said, Boss, since you can come into contact with the people of an assassin group, I don't know if I should say something. Huang Yukai hesitated and asked, what else can't we say to each other? If you have anything to say, just say it. Falcon looked at Huang Yukai strangely and said, it's like this, boss. With all due respect, since you can come into contact with the people of an assassin group, why don't we pay for an assassin to assassinate Yang Ming? In this way, once Yang Ming dies, everything will be solved. Our hatred will be avenged. Why do we have to go through so much trouble like now? Huang Yukai suggested, hire an assassin to kill Yang Ming. Falcon listened to Huang Youcai's suggestion and couldn't help but sneer. There is one thing that I haven't told you. Do you know what Yang Ming's real identity is? Real identity? Huang Yukai was stunned and immediately said, I naturally know a thing or two about this. His identity on the surface is a college student, but his secret identity is the one who controls the Ming-Yang group. Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan. These two famous figures in society should be Yang Ming's underlings. These are not all of Yang Ming. They're just the surface that is exposed. Falcon shook his head. Yang Ming's real identity is actually an assassin. What? Yang Ming is an assassin? Huang Yukai looked at Falcon incredulously. He didn't know if what Falcon said was true or not. His master is a very famous figure in the industry. Even though Yang Ming is worse than his master, he is definitely not someone that an ordinary assassin can deal with. Falcon said faintly, so this is also the reason why I didn't find an assassin group to kill him. But since the assassin group can't deal with Yang Ming, isn't Mr. Jetson also powerless when he comes? Back then, the boss had high hopes for him. Huang Yukai wondered. Moreover, Mr. Jetson also died under the assassin group. Then, Yang Ming, I guess that Jetson was eliminated because the assassin group dispatched all the experts in the family. How can we persuade them to send these experts to deal with Yang Ming at the same time? Falcon said disapprovingly, besides, I didn't say the most important point. But since you asked, I might as well tell you. Yang Ming and the assassin group that eliminated Jetson have a deep relationship. Expecting them to assassinate Yang Ming? It's already good enough that they don't tip us off. Is Yang Ming a member of the assassin group? Huang Yukai was shocked, and cold sweat broke out on his back. For the first time, he knew that Yang Ming actually had such a terrifying identity and backer, and for the first time, he was a little timid. He didn't know if it was right or wrong to keep going against Yang Ming. That's not it. Yang Ming is the son-in-law of the assassin group. Falcon glanced at Huang Yukai. Huang Youcai's nervous expression was in full view. He smiled coldly and said, why? Are you afraid? No. Huang Yukai knew that since he had chosen to go against Yang Ming, there was no turning back. Moreover, Falcon had told him a lot of things today. If he wanted to retreat, Falcon would definitely kill him. Therefore, Huang Yukai had to go all the way. There was no room for maneuver. That's good. Falcon withdrew his murderous aura and said indifferently, since I could be an enemy of Yang Ming, I naturally have something to rely on. Moreover, the forces behind me are 100 times stronger than the assassin group. This time, I'm afraid we don't need to say anything. The people behind me will not let the assassin group go. Therefore, Yang Ming will lose this backer in the blink of an eye. Although Dr. Benjamin did not say how to deal with the butterfly family, Falcon knew that with Dr. Benjamin's temperament, this matter would definitely not end like this. How could Central suffer such a big loss for no reason when they dared to kill someone from Central, and an expert at that? At that time, the butterfly family might disappear from the earth. Huang Yukai was relieved after listening to Falcon's explanation. Falcon was not stupid. He knew that Yang Ming's strength was not weak, yet he still dared to go against him. He must have something to rely on. Otherwise, unless his brain was flooded with water, he would not do so many things that he overestimated himself. I hate Yang Ming to the core. Although he is an assassin, I am not afraid of him since I am going against him. Huang Yukai said firmly after thinking about it, Don't worry, boss. He and I are already mortal enemies. But what should we do next? Jetson's accident completely disrupted our prearranged plan. What should we do? Let's wait and see what my superiors say, Falcon said. Falcon said, since Jetson can't come, we can't face Yang Ming head-on with the strength of the two of us. Moreover, the situation outside is tense. The police seem to have not given up on tracking us, so we should rest for a while first. That's good too. Huang Yukai nodded in agreement. Since he knew Yang Ming's true identity, he was unwilling to be an enemy of Yang Ming because it was meaningless. He did not think that he was Yang Ming's opponent. Therefore, before the arrival of strong reinforcements, it was best to keep a low profile and recuperate. Chapter 1501. It had been half a month since the Lancer family was annihilated and Jetson was killed. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan also held a grand engagement ceremony in the Butterfly family's Butterfly Castle. Almost all the large and small families in Europe's upper class sent a heavyweight in their family to congratulate them. Most of them were family masters or elders who came in person. At the very least, they were the first in line to congratulate them. Even the leaders of some small countries had come in person. Some hidden families, such as the royal family who had fled previously, had also shown their faces. It was conceivable that the reputation of the Butterfly family had reached a terrifying level. No one was a fool. Everyone knew how terrifying the power that could annihilate the entire Lancer family in an instant was. Moreover, after the annihilation of the Lancer family, no official organization came to trouble the Butterfly family. It was impossible for this not to explain the problem. At this time, the Buffon family's family master, Old Buffon, came forward to support them and personally attended the engagement ceremony. The other families knew that they were not as powerful as the Buffon family. Since Old Buffon had gone in person, what else did they lack? Therefore, regardless of whether they were familiar with each other or not, whether they had received an invitation or not, all of them came to visit. This caught the Butterfly family, who was originally unprepared, a little off guard. There were only so many guest rooms prepared for the VIP guests, but the number of guests doubled. Where were the extra guests going to stay? Fortunately, these people were here to express their intentions, not to enjoy anything. So Wang Songzhan hurriedly asked the servants and disciples to empty out a part of the rooms. It was barely enough for them to stay, but no one had any complaints. Originally, they were here to express friendliness. If they were thought to be looking for trouble, then the loss outweighed the gain. So, even if they were assigned to a very shabby room, everyone still had a sincere expression of joy on their faces. As for the servants and disciples who gave up their rooms, they squeezed with the others and could make do with it. According to Yang Ming's prior instructions, Old Buffon did not appear at the engagement ceremony as a disciple of Yang Ming. Instead, he appeared as an ally of the Butterfly family. However, even this identity moved everyone present. What kind of prestige does the Buffon family have? They actually became allies with an assassin family. This is intriguing. Is there anything fishy in this? However, even if people thought so, no one would be stupid enough to ask. In any case, it was a fact that the Buffon family and the Butterfly family had a good relationship. No matter how good they were, it was fine as long as they didn't offend them. As for the Charles family, Yang Ming did not tell them that he was coming. Only a few people knew about the relationship between Yang Ming and the Charles family. Except for Fang Tian, Wang Songzhan, Wang Ruoshui, Butler Mu, Wang Xiaoyan, and the Charles family, no one else knew about this matter. Therefore, Yang Ming did not intend to make it public now. He just kept the Charles family as a hidden weapon. Maybe they would play an unexpected role in the future. As for Yang Ming's identity, Wang Songzhan did not introduce it. Only people in the industry knew that this young man was the successor of the king of assassins. Other guests from ordinary families did not know about Yang Ming's identity. However, everyone vaguely felt that Yang Ming's identity should not be simple. The Butterfly family being able to befriend the Buffon family and destroy the Lancer family, this time, should be more or less related to this new son-in-law. Otherwise, why didn't they hear about the Butterfly family befriending the Buffon family for so many years? Why were they always subject to the Lancer family's firearm supply? These all explain some clues. These few days were the happiest days of Wang Xiaoyan's life. Although she knew that Yang Ming had other women like Chun Mingyan, she was probably the only one who was engaged to Yang Ming. Although she was a latecomer, Wang Xiaoyan was very happy that she had caught up with him. At the very least, she was the first woman to hold such a grand ceremony with Yang Ming. Perhaps these things were just illusory illusions. It was just an engagement ceremony. There was not much fundamental change to the relationship with Yang Ming. It was just a title to outsiders. However, most women valued these things very much. Wang Xiaoyan was no exception. Wang Xiaoyan took this kind of engagement ceremony to declare sovereignty very seriously. Although she was very tired after a few days of socializing, she still enjoyed it. Yang Ming, you didn't expect it, right? The first person you married was actually me. Wang Xiaoyan was still full of energy, even though she had been tired for a few days. Yang Ming couldn't help but admire her. I can't disobey my teacher's orders. What can I do? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. He still had some complaints about Fang Tian and Wang Songshan's previous actions. Hee. Wang Xiaoyan laughed after listening. Then you don't want to marry me? I didn't say that. I just felt that it was too farcical. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I didn't care about this engagement at all before, but I didn't expect that the person I was engaged to would be you. This way, I have to marry you. Haha, did you promise something to Chen Mingyan before? Wang Xiaoyan was very smart. She naturally heard the helplessness and bitterness in Yang Ming's words, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, she had only been with Yang Ming for 2 months, and they were already engaged. How could the master of the harem, Chen Mingyan, endure this? Okay, don't take it for granted. Let's just leave it at that. But don't talk nonsense in front of Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming said helplessly. Do you think I'm sick? Why would I show off in front of her? It's better to keep this kind of thing to yourself. If you fall out with her, you will definitely help her. I won't ask for trouble. Wang Xiaoyan curled her lips and said with certainty. I won't side with. Yang Ming said somewhat insincerely, just don't do anything to her. See, you're still siding with her, right? Wang Xiaoyan snorted. Aren't you afraid that I will kill her? Do you think I'm stupid? If you kill her, won't you kill me? Yang Ming laughed twice and didn't answer, but he really didn't know how to answer in his heart. If Wang Xiaoyan really killed Chen Mingyan, what would Yang Ming do? Was he going to kill Wang Xiaoyan as well? Yang Ming shook his head. It seemed that he really couldn't do it, but he didn't know how to face Wang Xiaoyan. Chapter 1502. Brother Nan, why did you become so timid after that bitch Lu Huamei left? Lu Jifei looked at Lu Jinan in front of him with some confusion. The finance department is now under your sole control. There are plenty of opportunities to make money. Why aren't you tempted? Timid? Lu Jinan frowned and smiled. Of course I know there are plenty of opportunities to make money. But do you know that in addition to Lu Huamei, my younger brother Lu Zhiqiao is also eyeing me like a tiger watching its prey? Previously, when Lu Huamei was here, we brothers had a common enemy. It could be considered as a temporary tacit agreement with the outside world. But now that Lu Huamei has been sent out, his only competitor is naturally me. How can you not keep an eye on me? That's true. Why don't we use some more means to make Lu Zhiqiao stand aside? Lu Jifei was only extremely respectful to Lu Jinan. He called the rest of the Lu family by their names without any scruples. However, Lu Jinan didn't mind because he also hated those few people to the core. Lu Zhiqiao isn't in a hurry. Lu Jinan waved his hand and said, he's far behind me. I'm still most worried about Lu Huamei. Why, Brother Nan? Didn't that bitch Lu Huamei get sent out by the old man? Why are you still thinking about her? Could it be that she can still make waves on the other side of Songjiang? Lu Jifei asked with some doubts. In his opinion, Lu Huamei was already an abandoned child of the Lu family. There was no possibility of her coming back after she went to Songjiang. That's what I thought at first. Lu Jinan frowned and then said with some worry, Jifei, think about it. How much did the old man like Lu Huamei before? He didn't hesitate to offend many people in the group to get rid of the pressure and help Lu Huamei get the position of finance director. But now, why did he just flatten her? Although he didn't completely strip her of power, she's still a figurehead. Don't you think this is strange? Brother Nan, after listening to your analysis, I also feel that something is wrong. Lu Jifei nodded in agreement. I didn't know much about the old man's situation before, but now that you mention it, this matter is really unusual. Isn't this contrast a bit too big? I only felt that this matter was a little strange after thinking about it carefully for a few days. The contrast between before and after is indeed huge. This is why I feel that Lu Huamei is the biggest threat. After Lu Zhenan's initial excitement, he began to calm down. The taste of monopolizing power was not very good. He had to be wary of the old man's thoughts at all times. He also had to be on guard against Lu Huamei's comeback and Lu Zhiqiao's interference behind the scenes. Could it be that the old man has gone senile? You are his eldest grandson, so he gave you the power? Lu Jifei thought about it and analyzed. Old fool? Humph. Lu Zhenan sneered. In this group, no one is as senile as him. If he was senile, the group would have been in chaos long ago. How could it be so peaceful? But as you said, it is possible that I am his eldest grandson. No matter how smart and capable Lu Huamei is, she is still a woman. She will still have to marry in the future. Grandfather can't possibly leave the Lu family's business to an outsider, right? This is inevitable. If I were old man Lu, I wouldn't leave such a big business to a woman. Passing it to a man and not a woman has been a tradition since ancient times, said Lu Jifei. Lu Zhenan nodded. Now, what I'm most afraid of is that the old man is playing hard to get. First, he will lure that bitch Lu Huamei away, then secretly nurture her in secret. Then, he will appear out of nowhere and forcefully return to the group's headquarters. After listening to Lu Zhenan's words, Lu Jifei's disapproving expression finally turned serious. This means that Lu Huamei is really a big problem. If we don't get rid of her, she will become a big problem. Lu Jifei's expression turned serious. Yeah, the old man has been in the business world all his life. It is impossible for him to do such a thing casually, said Lu Zhenan. Lu Zhenan said, if the old man is just playing hard to get, then it's fine. We just need to follow the original plan and make that bitch Lu Huamei unable to make a comeback. But what I'm afraid of is that the old man deliberately gave me the power to inflate my self-confidence to a certain extent. Then, he will have an excuse to take me down and let someone else take over after seeing me make a mistake. It shouldn't be possible, right? Lu Jifei's heart trembled. He felt that what Lu Zhenan said was a bit too sinister. Why not? The old man can do anything. You have to know that the Jiangyin Group is his life's work. He doesn't want to allow the Jiangyin Group to fall into the hands of other surnames. But he also won't allow someone who can destroy the Jiangyin Group to lead the overall situation. Lu Zhenan sneered a little self-deprecatingly as he said this. I'm afraid that in the old man's eyes, I'm the one who harms the public interest for personal gain, right? Harms the public interest for personal gain? Lu Jifei disagreed. The old man is not stupid. Now, Brother Nan, you're using your position to cultivate confidence and do something that will harm the group. This is also to prepare for your future promotion. Once you succeed and become the leader of the Jiangyin Group, will you still do something that will harm the interests of the group? Lu Jifei nodded. What you said makes sense. Lu Zhenan's expression eased a little. He nodded and said, I'm relieved to hear you say this. But no matter what, we have to deal with that bitch Lu Huamei first. Then, we can focus on dealing with Lu Zhiqiao. Even if the old man really wants to play hard to get or find trouble with me, I will be the only direct descendant of the old man once both of them are down. If he doesn't give the company to me, who else can he give it to? Okay, Brother Nan, then let's start implementing our plan. Lu Jifei gritted his teeth and said, although the preparation time is a little rushed, it's not a problem. As long as we plan it properly, Lu Huamei will definitely not be able to escape this time. That plan should be implemented. However, those people can be trusted, right? Don't let it be like last time, where a traitor like Su Xiaobin ruined the plan. You and I will not be able to bear the consequences. Lu Jianan hesitated and warned. The old man may be waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. Aren't the people sent over Brother Nan's direct subordinates? Lu Jifei was stunned and asked immediately. My subordinates are good, but they can't be said to be my direct subordinates. None of them are 100% trustworthy like you and me. Lu Jianan waved his hand and said, You also know that I can't have too much interaction with these people at the bottom of the company. I sent these people over to introduce them to you just to tell you that these people are still useful. As for who is going to carry out this plan, it's still up to you to decide and choose the right person. During this time, I have also contacted a lot of people. The deputy captain of the escort team is absolutely trustworthy. His father has uremia and is waiting for a kidney transplant in the hospital. Not to mention that the surgery fee is a lot of money. The kidney source is also a big problem. I have already promised him that as long as he is obedient, not only will I solve the surgery fee for him, but I will also help him contact a kidney source. Lu Jifei said, Brother Nan, contacting a kidney source is not a problem for you, right? You won't blame me for making a promise in advance, right? This is nothing. It's nothing more than a matter of money. Lu Jianan said, The key problem is that if we let him lead the team to carry out the mission, once the matter is exposed and others see that we are busy with his father's matter, will they suspect us? I have thought about this problem a long time ago. Lu Jifei smiled and said, Don't worry, Brother Nan. His father used to be an old employee of our Jiangyan group. Speaking of his uremia, it was a hidden danger left behind by a gas bomb when he was digging the foundation of the group's construction site. Therefore, it's completely flexible whether our group will give him money to treat his illness or not. It's up to you, President Lu, to decide whether or not we can help him. Oh, if that's the case, then it's easy. Lu Jianan said, How about this? You first transfer his father to the best hospital and maintain him with the best medicine first. As for the kidney source, don't worry. Slowly contact them. However, you spread the word that I understand the employees who have worked hard for the group. Since they are injured because of work, our group will take care of it to the end. Brilliant. It's really brilliant. After listening, Lu Jifei flattered and praised. In this way, not only will others not be able to say anything, but they will also say that President Lu is kind and a good leader. When you have a good reputation among the group's employees, even if the old man chooses a successor, he will have to consider public opinion. And the second point is that this happened before our plan, so no one can say anything about it. That's what I mean, but there is one more point. We must think of a suitable reason. Otherwise, others will have a reason to suspect us. Lu Jianan nodded and said, Chapter 1503. Oh. Lu Jifei also pondered slightly after hearing Lu Jianan's words. Then, he said, Brother Nan, you mean that since we have already treated his family for free, what reason does he have to do that? Is that so? That's right. Everything needs a motive. He has no motive to do that. Even if he runs away in the end, he will still implicate us. Although there is no evidence, the old man doesn't need any evidence to suspect a person, said Lu Jianan. In that case, it's really a problem. Lu Jifei nodded and said, Let me think about it carefully and see if there is any way to get the best of both worlds. In this period, there is nothing wrong with being careful. Lu Jianan sighed. Got it. Lu Jifei was indeed a sinister and cunning villain. He quickly thought of a solution. This was also the reason why Lu Jianan valued him. Brother Nan, look at this. It is illegal to buy and sell kidneys. Although there are many underground transactions and everyone has a tacit understanding, it is not allowed on the surface. Therefore, we can do this. Although we can express that we can give free treatment to the vice captain's father, we will refuse to help him buy a kidney from the black market. You can spread the word that our Jiangyan group will not do these illegal things. In this way, we can bury the contradiction between Brother Nan and him. Then, I will let him go out and spread that Brother Nan is just hypocritical and not sincere in treating his father. In this way, it will work. Not bad, Ji-Fei. You really have a brain. Lu Jianan was overjoyed when he heard it. This idea can be said to be flawless. At that time, no matter how smart the old man is, he won't suspect us. Indeed, but in order to be more secure, Brother Nan, you're now monopolizing the power of the group. In this situation where you can decide everything by yourself, it is best for you to start being polite to the wise and ask about the well-being of all the employees of the group. This way, you can buy people's hearts. Secondly, when it is exposed that the deputy captain's father has uremia and you give him free treatment, it won't seem to be abrupt. Lu Ji-Fei reminded. Okay, we will do as you say. Lu Jianan and Lu Ji-Fei finalized the plan, and their hearts were unusually refreshed. I will treat tonight. Let's go out and have fun together. Haha, then I will do as you say. Lu Ji-Fei did not refuse. The more he went to those places with Lu Jianan, the closer the relationship between the two people. Lu Ji-Fei had now bet all his future on Lu Jianan. If Lu Jianan successfully ascended to the top one day, then Lu Ji-Fei would be the greatest contributor. The next day, Lu Jianan seemed to have become more humble. His previous domineering attitude was swept away. He listened attentively to and adopted his subordinates' suggestions and honest advice. Not only that, Lu Jianan also launched several employee welfare projects. In the basement of the company building, in a useless warehouse, he started to build an employee activity center. There was a billiard room, a cafe, and a leisure chess and card room for the employees to play during their lunch break. Lu Jianan's plan quickly received unanimous praise from the chairman, Lu Jianyan. These were all things that Lu Jianyan had wanted to do before, but he had been delayed by some trivial matters. Then, he was worried about the power struggle of his descendants, so he did not have the heart to do other things. Seeing Lu Jianan's change, old man Lu Jianyan's heart was shaken for the first time. He was originally disappointed in this grandson of his, but he didn't expect that without Lu Huamei pressuring him step by step, this grandson's way of doing things would have a fundamental change. Is it really because there are no competitors that he started to think about the company's interests wholeheartedly? Lu Jianyan planned to observe for a while. If Lu Jianan really changed, then it was not impossible to hand over the group to him. After all, Lu Huamei was a girl. She could not marry for the rest of her life, right? Lu Jianyan did not want to see the Jianyan group become something in the hands of an outsider. Motherfucker, it's too tiring to pretend to be a grandson. I have to greet those subordinates with a smile every day. My face is cramping from smiling so much. In a luxury car, Lu Jianan rubbed his face with his hands and muttered curses. Brother Nan, it's worth it to endure for now in order to achieve great things, Lu Ji-Fei persuaded while driving. Motherfucker, that old bastard surnamed Zhang in the planning department really thinks he's a big shot. He didn't dare to say anything when I pointed at him and scolded him. Now that my attitude has changed, he's taking advantage of me. Motherfucker, who does he think he is? I don't agree with their plan, and he's still dawdling with me. If it was in the past, I would have already fucking kicked him out. Now, I have to patiently analyze the pros and cons for him. Lu Jianan was about to explode today. It was the first time he felt that his authority was being challenged. He was really unhappy to the extreme. That guy's surname Zhang. Let it be arrogant for a while. When the Jianyin group is in Brother Nan's pocket, we'll be the first to get rid of him. Lu Ji-Fei said along with Lu Jianan, now, let him be smug for a few days. I remember these people who dare to question me. Motherfucker, I'll settle accounts with you all later. Lu Jianan snorted and said, Ji-Fei, find a book and write down the names of these people for me. I want them to see who's in charge of the Jianyin group. Don't worry, Brother Nan. I'll remember it for you. Lu Ji-Fei patted his backpack and said proudly. Cursing was cursing, but the next day, Lu Jianan still appeared in the company with a smile on his face. He was as friendly as ever. No matter whether it was to people or things, he showed a kind attitude. Brother Lu, The front desk just called and said that an old employee of the group suffered from uremia because of his early work. His son brought him to the company to ask for an explanation. What do you think about this matter? Should we ask the security department to kick them out? Lu Zhenan's secretary, Little Xia, walked into Lu Zhenan's office while swaying her sexy waist. Little Xia was actually one of Lu Zhenan's lovers. She also knew about Lu Zhenan's matters, so she said Lu Zhenan's usual methods without any scruples. She was also considered Lu Zhenan's confidant. At least she wouldn't betray Lu Zhenan. She knew very well in her heart that she was Lu Zhenan's woman. If Lu Zhenan was promoted, she would also be a meritorious person and get a lot of benefits. Even if Lu Zhenan wanted to get rid of her, letting her be the general manager of the company below was the lightest compensation. Even so, Lu Zhenan still didn't tell her about his plan this time. It was better to let fewer people know about this kind of thing. He was afraid that too many people would gossip. If it was leaked, it would be over. Don't. You're causing trouble for me, right? Don't you see that I, your brother, have become a friendly president these days? Lu Zhenan stopped Little Xia with a stare and said, "Let's go downstairs with me. We will personally receive this old employee." "Yes, Brother Lu." Little Xia didn't dare to disobey and quickly agreed, but she was a little puzzled in her heart. "Brother Lu, why did you suddenly change? Why are you willing to meddle in other people's business? This group isn't yours yet. Isn't it better to let others deal with these broken things?" Chapter 1504. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Lu Zhenan interrupted Little Xia's words and said coldly, "Watch your mouth. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just saying it in front of Brother Lu. How can I say it to others?" Little Xia was shocked when she saw that Lu Zhenan was really angry. She quickly said, "It's good that you know. I want to change a new image in front of everyone now. You must not ruin my business. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Lu Zhenan warned faintly. "Don't worry, Brother Lu. I know. You want to be a president close to the people." Little Xia said with a sweet smile. "Close to the people? You can say that." Lu Zhenan nodded. "Also, call me Vice President Lu in the future. Don't call me Brother Lu or President Lu. It's not good to let others hear it." "Vice President Lu? Brother Lu, didn't you used to hate people adding the word vice to your title?" Little Xia asked with some doubts. "The past is the past. The present is the present." Lu Zhenan said, "Nothing can be accomplished without rules. My real position now is a vice president. If the old man hears you calling me president, he will think that I'm a person who is eager for quick success. That's not good." "Yes, my Vice President Lu. I know." Little Xia responded sweetly. Lu Zhenan and Little Xia quickly went downstairs. They saw that in the first floor hall of the company, there were many employees who were watching the show. However, when these people saw Lu Zhenan, they automatically made way and let Lu Zhenan into the center. "Everyone disperse. Go back to work. Don't watch. Leave this matter to Vice President Lu." Little Xia saw that the people in the company were watching and quickly said, although Lu Zhenan had recently become close to the people, the employees in the company were in the wrong after all. It was working time now. It was not right for them to gather here to watch the show. After being scolded by Little Xia, they all showed awkward expressions. Just as they were about to leave, they heard a voice of objection. "No, we can't leave. If we leave, what will happen to my old father if the officials don't admit their mistakes?" The one who spoke was the vice captain of the escort team, Lu Xiaolei. This was also a rehearsal. Lu Zhenan was just about to say what Little Xia had said, but Little Xia beat him to it. He felt relieved. It seemed that Little Xia was quite smart. She said it more naturally than he did. After all, he now had the image of a president close to the people, so it was not good to scold them. But if he did not scold them, Lu Xiaolei would not have said anything. Just as he was in a dilemma, Xiao Xia helped him solve the problem. This way, all he had to do was to play the good cop all the way and show his image as a friendly CEO. "Hee, this young man, I understand your feelings very well. However, everyone here should be able to prove what kind of person I, Lu Zhenan, am, right? Lu Jianan smiled faintly and calmly asked the company employees who were watching the show. He did not continue to chase people away. Instead, he asked a question, which made the employees present stop in their tracks. After all, they also wanted to see what was going on. Hearing Lu Jianan's question, a few of Lu Jianan's direct subordinates who were ambushing the employees in advance said, "Vice President Lu has always been very attentive to the welfare of our employees. Yeah, he always thinks for us from the perspective of our employees. Young man, you are right to believe in him. If you have any difficulties, Vice President Lu will definitely help you solve them." With these few people taking the lead, the others recalled Lu Jianan's actions during this period. It was really as the few people said before. He had obtained a lot of benefits for their employees. Although Lu Jianan was a bit arrogant and domineering in the past, it was all in the past after all. As long as things were better now, who would care about the things in the past? Besides, Lu Jianan was standing on the spot now. No one was stupid. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if they objected or said something bad about Lu Jianan at this time? Therefore, under the praise of the few people before, everyone also said yes. This caused a sensation that even Lu Jianan himself didn't expect. Previously, he didn't expect everyone to say good things about him. He just planted a few spies among them. With these people speaking, the goal would be achieved if the others didn't object. However, he didn't expect the effect to be so good. For a while, even Lu Jianan himself was a little smug. He didn't expect that his hypocritical act would raise his reputation in the company to the peak. Isn't this a huge gain? Originally, Lu Xiaolei was also here to act. What these people said had no effect on him at all. Instead, he was secretly surprised. This Lu Jianan was really awesome. In a short period of time, he had already controlled the hearts of so many people. It seemed that relying on him to work for him was really a wise choice. Once Lu Jianan is promoted, my contributions will definitely not go unnoticed. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaolei was even more motivated. How could he know that these people were just doing this on the spur of the moment? But this was not important. Lu Xiaolei's eyes showed a skeptical look. Really? Don't lie to me? Although I have been sent to work in Songjiang for some time, I also served the group before. Although I am not familiar with Vice President Lu, I haven't heard of anything about benefits. Young man, don't talk nonsense. At this time, an old man walked up to him and said in a low voice, "In the past, Director Lu Huamei restricted Vice President Lu everywhere. That was why Vice President Lu couldn't show his skills. Now that the chairman is wise and transferred Lu Huamei away, our Vice President Lu can start to show his skills." This old man was one of Lu Jianan's confidants. He was also one of the company's elders, the Deputy Minister of the Human Resources Department, Lu Pansin. Speaking of which, he was Lu Jianyan's distant nephew. He was also Lu Jianan's uncle. However, he knew that although his identity was special, it was impossible for him to make a name for himself in the group. After all, their relationship was too distant. Therefore, he secretly relied on Lu Jianan. However, it was because of his special identity that he dared to call Lu Huamei by her name and say something that others didn't dare to say. He believed that even if Lu Jianyan knew about it, he wouldn't say anything else. After all, he was Lu Huamei's uncle. It was normal for him to say a few words to the younger generation. Although Lu Pansin's voice was very low, everyone present heard it clearly. This matter was a mixture of truth and lies. Lu Jianan and Lu Huamei's struggle for power was not a secret. Therefore, when Lu Pansin said it now, everyone was 90% convinced. Thinking about it carefully, Lu Jianan's change did start after he took over power. Therefore, they sincerely believed Lu Pansin's words. Lu Jianan pretended not to hear Lu Pansin's words at this moment. He walked over with a smile and came to Lu Xiaolei. He said earnestly, "Listening to what you said, you're also an employee of the group, right? Is your old father also an old employee of the group? For people like you who have served the group for 2 generations, not only will I solve any problems for you, but I will also give priority to solving them. If you have any difficulties, just say it. I promise you in front of so many people that no matter what the difficulties are, As long as the company can solve them, and it doesn't involve illegal matters, I will try my best to solve them for you. Okay, since Vice President Liu said so, then I will believe you. Liu Xiaolei nodded and showed a gratified and grateful expression. Okay, let's go to the conference room to talk about it in detail, said Liu Jianan. This is the company's lobby after all. People come and go. It's not good to say anything here. With so many people as witnesses, what are you afraid of? Okay, then let's go to the conference room. Liu Xiaolei nodded and walked to the conference room with Liu Jianan. When everyone in the company saw that there was nothing to see, they all dispersed and went to do their own work. When they arrived at the conference room, Liu Jianan waved to the secretary behind him, Little Xia, and said, Little Xia, you go back to the office first. I will talk to Mr. Liu. You deal with the things over there first. If someone looks for me, record the matter. Okay, Vice President Liu. Little Xia didn't think much about it all. She didn't know that Liu Jianan deliberately sent her away. She thought that Liu Jianan trusted her and sent her important things to do. However, Little Xia couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. After all, what was so important about talking to an employee who came and made trouble? Little Xia was too lazy to listen to these trivial matters. Chapter 1505. After Little Xia left, Liu Xiaolei was the first to help Liu Jianan close the door of the conference room. The previous anger and resentment on his face suddenly changed into a flattering smile. Brother Nan, my performance wasn't bad, right? How was it? Was the show successful? Very good. Liu Jianan nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect you to have a talent for acting. It seems that Jifei is quite good at judging people. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Nan. I don't know what Brother Nan promised me. Liu Xiaolei first smiled, then said seriously, My father's matter, don't worry about your father's matter. I have asked Jifei to contact a few people who work as black market intermediaries in the hospital. If there is a suitable kidney source, I will stay immediately. As for your father, I will also let the hospital use the best medicine to maintain him. Even if a suitable kidney source can't be found, his life will not be in danger, said Liu Jianan. Thank you so much, Brother Nan. Thank you so much, Brother Nan. You know that my mother ran away with someone when I was young. My father raised me and my younger brother alone. My younger brother is still young and has just entered high school. As for me, I can cure my father's illness and leave a large sum of money for my younger brother. Even if I do this, I will not complain even if Brother Nan wants to silence me. Liu Xiaolei finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Liu Jianan's promise. Don't make it sound so scary. When the time comes, you just need to find a place to hide. At most, it will take 3 to 5 years. When I succeed, you can swagger back to the company. At that time, your contributions will not go unnoticed. At the very least, I will let you be the pillar of the subordinate company. Liu Jianan began to paint a picture of Liu Xiaolei to satisfy his hunger. Thank you, Brother Nan. What Liu Jianan said was also what Liu Xiaolei hoped for, but whether it could be realized in the end was still unknown. However, even so, it was always good to have some hope. Moreover, the most important thing was that the matter in front of him was solved. Otherwise, how could he, as the deputy captain of the escort team, afford his father's huge medical expenses? Tomorrow, I will find someone to swagger your father into a luxurious ward. Everything will be done according to plan, instructed Liu Jianan. Understand. Then, Brother Nan, I will go first. Liu Xiaolei saw that it was almost time, so he got up and said goodbye. Yes, let's go out together. Liu Jianan also stood up and walked out of the conference room with Liu Xiaolei. The moment they walked out of the conference room, Liu Jianan regained his amiable smile, and Liu Xiaolei also showed a grateful and heartfelt smile on his face. When people who passed by saw it, they would know that his problem had been solved. Sister Huamei, I heard that Liu Xiaolei went to the Jiangyan Group's headquarters today to petition for his old father. Jing Xiaolu walked into Liu Huamei's office and told her a piece of news that she had just received. Lu Xiaolei is an employee of our Ming Jiang escort company. It seems to be against the rules to cross the line and visit the Jiangyan Group's headquarters, right? Could there be some kind of conspiracy behind this? I've just heard about this as well. Lu Huamei said, the person who received him was my elder brother, Lu Jianan, but I heard that it was resolved very well. This makes me feel a little strange. My elder brother has always been the kind of person who doesn't do anything unless it benefits him. Why would he be involved in this matter? That's right. Su Xiaobin's previous incident has already explained this. Lu Jianan isn't a person who likes to meddle in other people's business. If the matter doesn't benefit him, he won't bother at all. Jing Xiaolu said, this is also why I was in a hurry to tell you. But it seems that Sister Hua Mei has already received the news. It's not that Lu Xiaolei is crossing the line to petition. Although he is an employee of our Ming Jiang escort company, his old father is an old employee of the Jiangyan Group. So, it's not unreasonable to go directly to the Jiangyan Group for his father's matter. Lu Huamei said, what I can't figure out the most is why my elder brother would personally handle this matter. There must be something wrong with this matter. I think we should be more careful. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with being careful. Jing Xiaolu thought about it, but couldn't think of anything. Forget it. No matter what, the matters of the group have nothing to do with me now. Let's work hard to manage this escort company. Maybe my elder brother has changed for the better. Lu Huamei sighed and stopped thinking about these things. Oh right, Xiaolu. I haven't seen the real boss behind the Ming Yang company until now. Is he not back yet? Not yet. Jing Xiaolu's face was slightly red. When I called a few days ago, he said that it would take a while before he could come back. I heard that he's your boyfriend? Lu Huamei smiled and asked teasingly. How could that be? He has a girlfriend. Jing Xiaolu was embarrassed, but subconsciously denied it. Lu Huamei didn't say anything more. After all, this was Jing Xiaolu's private matter. She couldn't interfere. She also heard from Bao Sanli that Jing Xiaolu seemed to have a special relationship with Ming Yang's behind-the-scenes boss, Yang Ming. This also made her instantly understand why the legitimate general manager, Bao Sanli, was so respectful towards Jing Xiaolu when he first contacted Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli in the office. It turned out that this was the reason. However, when Lu Huamei found out that Yang Ming was also a freshman like Jing Xiaolu, she couldn't help but be shocked and wanted to meet Yang Ming. Originally, Lu Huamei thought that it was already amazing for her to be qualified for the position of the company's financial director at such a young age. However, after knowing that this Ming Yang company was founded by Yang Ming, the pride in her heart disappeared. No matter how capable she was, she could only perform under the great halo of the Jiangyan Group. However, Yang Ming built two companies of considerable scale from scratch. The status of the Ming Yang company in Songjiang was not inferior to the status of the Jiangyan Group in Jiangyan City. Although the scale of the two was very different, Yang Ming was only a freshman. Moreover, this Ming Yang company had only been established for about half a year. This made Lu Huamei have the urge to meet Yang Ming. She wanted to see what kind of person he was to have the ability to build such a company. Of course, Lu Huamei only wanted to meet Yang Ming. She didn't have any other thoughts. Therefore, she just smiled indifferently at Jing Xiaolu's blush. She secretly thought that Jing Xiaolu was probably overthinking and thought that she was interested in her lover. The next day, Lu Jianan vigorously brought Lu Xiaolei's father, Lu Tiepi, to a luxurious ward in the best hospital in Jiangyan City. He also deposited 100,000 yuan in the hospital account for the medical expenses paid in advance. He would refund the overpayment and make up the shortfall. This move completely convinced those who originally thought that Lu Jianan was just saying it. They also began to sincerely think that Lu Jianan was a good president who thought about his employees. For a time, Lu Jianan's prestige in the company reached an amazing height. He had a good reputation. Old Master Lu Jianyan was also shaken again. In the past, Lu Jianan would definitely not do such a thankless thing. But now, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He began to think about the company and the employees. This made Lu Jianyan feel that although Lu Jianan's qualifications were mediocre, he was still a good candidate to take over. After all, the chairman didn't need to be very capable. When the time came, hiring a professional manager could make up for this. The most important thing for the chairman's successor was to have a heart that thought for the company and the employees and not be blinded by selfishness. Only by protecting the company and appeasing the employees could a company continue to develop in a positive manner. Chapter 1506. Compared to the huge Jiangyin group, this incident did not cause much of a stir. Although the old man Liu Jiangyin gave Liu Jianan high recognition for his concern for the old employees, it was only a trivial matter after all. After a few days, the effect of this incident had faded a lot, and the work of the Jiangyin group continued as usual. Most people gradually forgot about this incident. At this moment, it was time for Yang Ming to set off. He had lived in the butterfly family for nearly a month. Although there was some pressure from the elders regarding his engagement with Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming was still willing. The newlyweds also took the time to visit the nearby scenic spots as a honeymoon. Old Buffon also had his own things to do. Before Yang Ming set off, he also bid farewell to the butterfly family. However, the friendship between the Buffon family and the butterfly family was indestructible. Some of the negative effects brought about by the Lancer family had also disappeared. The entire European upper-class society seemed to have forgotten the existence of the Lancer family. However, this was not surprising. Who would mention a family that had already been destroyed for no reason and offend two families that were in the limelight? One must know that both the Buffon family and the current butterfly family were not to be trifled with. I'm back. What happened this month is still vivid in my mind. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Yang Ming looked out of the window. Through the thin fog, he could clearly see the matchbox-sized buildings. He said with some emotion, "The Lancer family's enmity is unjust. It should be said that they died unjust." Wang Xiaoyan smiled. Why? If you knew it was so dangerous, you wouldn't have come? To be honest, if I knew it was so troublesome, I really wouldn't have come. Yang Ming sighed. You? Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's heartless words and suddenly became angry. She glared at him, but when she saw Yang Ming smiling mischievously, she knew that she was fooled by Yang Ming. However, that was under the premise that I didn't know that you were the one I was engaged to. If I knew that I was engaged to you, I would have gone even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Yang Ming changed the topic and smiled. That's nice to hear. Wang Xiaoyan snorted, but her face showed an indescribable expression of shyness. Then, her expression darkened. If possible, I would rather stay in Europe and not come back, but in the end, I still have to face reality. This. Yang Ming naturally knew what Wang Xiaoyan was referring to. He smiled helplessly and said, "Don't worry. After I go back, I will find a chance to talk to Ming Yin and the others about this matter. When I return." No need. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. I don't know if I can get along with them. What if they ostracize me, and I get angry and do something that you regret? What should I do? This. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan with some embarrassment. Wang Xiaoyan's words really scared Yang Ming. With Wang Xiaoyan's means, it was easy to kill Chen Mingyin and others. Look at how scared you are. Wang Xiaoyan smiled at the moment. I'm just joking with you. Even if I really can't get along with them, I can only endure it. How can I really kill them? After listening to Wang Xiaoyan's words, Yang Ming suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but he still had a bitter expression. It's really hard for you. Forget it. It's nothing. Anyway, you live next door to me. You often climb the wall in the middle of the night to see me. I don't want to think about anything else. Wang Xiaoyan smiled. This can be done, right? Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything, but he thought that he had promised Wang Xiaoyan, but he was a little embarrassed to say it. This time, Fang Tian and Wang Ruoxue came back with Yang Ming. The four people got off the plane in a low-key manner and left the airport. Ho Jinhan had been waiting here for a long time. He took the luggage from Yang Ming and others and got into a Buick commercial car in the parking lot together. When Yang Ming came back this time, he only informed Ho Jinhan. Although Bao Sanli was also a trustworthy person, Ho Jinhan was more stable and tight-lipped. Because it involved Wang Xiaoyan and Fang Tian, Yang Ming didn't want others to know too much. Ho Jinhan wasn't a talkative person. After nodding to the people around Yang Ming, he turned a deaf ear to them as if they didn't exist. This made Yang Ming very satisfied. First, Fang Tian and Wang Ruoxue were sent to the newly bought villa in the villa area of the development zone. Then, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan returned to the Huashang district. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan actually lived in another villa next to Yang Ming's villa, Ho Jinhan was a little surprised, but he didn't ask much. Generally, the matter of picking up and dropping off Yang Ming was done by Bao Sanli, but this time, Yang Ming called him by name. Ho Jinhan also vaguely understood some of the reasons. Although Yang Ming now also trusted Bao Sanli, he was afraid that the people who came back with Yang Ming this time didn't want others to know, so he only called Ho Jinhan over. Ho Jinhan was one of Yang Ming's earliest confidants. He could be absolutely trusted. This was also the reason why Yang Ming did this. However, after Ho Jinhan thought of this, he was very excited. It seems that Brother Yang still trusts me the most. Originally, Yang Ming now basically looked for Bao Sanli to deal with everything. Although Ho Jinhan didn't say anything, he was a little disappointed in his heart. He thought that Yang Ming now relied on Bao Sanli far more than him. However, it seemed that Yang Ming didn't do this today. Instead, he always let him take charge of the company's overall situation. He no longer bothered him with some small things. When he really had to use him, he would look for him, go back and have a good sleep. Reverse the jet lag. I'll see you at school. Yang Ming didn't get out of the car, but waved to Wang Xiaoyan. Although it was daytime now, Chen Mingyan and others should be at school, there were always accidents. If Yang Ming got out of the car to send Wang Xiaoyan off and was seen by Chen Mingyan, then it would be hard to explain. Wang Xiaoyan nodded, but she quickly entered her villa like a thief. She waved to Yang Ming, turned around, and closed the door. Today's matter, don't tell anyone. Yang Ming also closed the door and then said to Ho Jinhan, who was driving in front, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. If we, the special forces, don't want to talk about things, even if we use special means such as hypnosis, it can't help." Ho Jinhan smiled and promised, "Brother Yang, aren't you going home?" At this time, Mingyan should be at school. Let me make a call first. Yang Ming said as he took out his mobile phone and dialed Chen Mingyan's phone. Yang Ming couldn't wait. "Mingyan, where are you? Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off or is not in the service area. Please dial again later." Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Chen Mingyan actually turned off her phone? Generally speaking, Chen Mingyan never turned off her phone. Even when she was in school, she would just set it to vibrate. Could it be that she was having an exam? Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't care much, but he dialed Lin Jiyun's phone. This time, the call was connected. The phone rang twice, and it was picked up. "Yang Ming?" Lin Jiyun's hesitant voice came from the other side of the phone. "Jiyun, it's me. Where are you?" Yang Ming heard Lin Jiyun's voice, and his heart was slightly relieved. If Lin Jiyun also turned off her phone, things would be a bit unusual. "Yang Ming, it's really you." Lin Jiyun's surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. "Are you back? I just got off the plane. I'm at the door. Ming Yin and the others are with you, right?" Yang Ming asked with a smile. "Yang Ming, Jejia and I are now at Sister Ming Yin's house. Sister Ming Yin is in trouble." After Lin Jiyun's surprise, her voice became nervous and hurried. "Come over quickly." "What? Ming Yin is in trouble? What happened?" Yang Ming was shocked in his heart. When he was preparing to leave Europe the day before yesterday, Yang Ming still had a video call with Chen Mingyan and others on the internet. In just 2 days, Chen Mingyan was in trouble. Sister Mingyan was kidnapped. "Yang Ming, you come quickly. I'm worried to death." Lin Jiyun's voice had a crying tone. "Kidnapped? Then you wait for me. I will go over now." Yang Ming's brows suddenly twisted. Chen Mingyan was kidnapped? What the hell is going on? Chapter 1507. On the phone, Many things couldn't be explained clearly, so Yang Ming didn't ask in detail. He hung up the phone and directly told Ho Jinhan, "Go to Ming Yin's house." "Brother Yang, I heard on the phone. You said that sister-in-law Ming Yin was kidnapped? What happened? Do you want me to ask my brothers to investigate?" Ho Jinhan also heard most of it from Yang Ming's phone call. He also knew that Ming Yin was kidnapped. "No need. Let me go and ask about the situation first." Yang Ming waved his hand. Ming Yin's father is the chief of the police station. Naturally, his channels of information are not less than ours, so let me figure out what happened. Ho Jinhan nodded and didn't say anything. Ming Yin was kidnapped? What the hell is going on? Before I left, I sent Victoria to Ming Yin's side. With Victoria's skill, how could someone kidnap Ming Yin in front of her? Or, when Victoria was unprepared, the person took action against Ming Yin. However, all this could only wait until he went to Ming Yin's house and met with Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jiejia, and the others to know the truth. Hearing that Ming Yin had an accident, Ho Jinhan also consciously sped up. He ran a few red lights on the road, but this car belonged to the newly established escort company. Although it had a civilian license plate, it was painted with the police car standard, so no one stopped it. The car stopped directly downstairs in Ming Yin's house. Yang Ming unexpectedly found that there were already many police cars parked here. Although this was the police station's residential area, so many police cars parked in the yard during the day could also indicate that something unusual had happened. After Ho Jinhan parked the car, he said to Yang Ming, "Brother Yang, should I go up together or wait for you here?" "Let's go up together. You know them anyway," Yang Ming said after thinking for a while. Ho Jinhan nodded and locked the car. Then, he followed Yang Ming into Ming Yin's apartment building. After arriving at the floor where Ming Yin's house was located, Yang Ming was surprised to find that the door of Ming Yin's house was open at the moment. There were two policemen standing at the door. Seeing that Yang Ming was about to come in, they were slightly stunned and asked, "Who are you looking for?" However, immediately, the policeman saw Ho Jinhan behind Yang Ming and quickly said, "President Ho, why are you here?" "This is Chief Chen's son-in-law, Ming Yin's boyfriend." Ho Jinhan smiled and introduced Yang Ming. Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli often appeared in the police station, so the people in the police station basically knew him. However, not many people knew Yang Ming. Only the criminal investigation team knew him. These two people obviously had not seen Yang Ming before. "Oh, it turns out to be Yang Ming. Please come in." These two people had obviously heard about Yang Ming, but they had never seen him before. When they heard that the person was Yang Ming, they quickly moved aside and let Yang Ming enter the house to talk. "Is Uncle Chen here?" Yang Ming was nervous about Ming Yin's safety. He didn't have a mood to chat with these two people, but he asked directly. "Chief Chun is in the station. He can't come over, but Captain Xia of the criminal investigation team is inside. Chief Chen's wife is also here." The policeman quickly replied. Yang Ming nodded and quickly walked into the living room. He saw Mother Chun, Xia Shui, Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jiejia, and several policemen sitting anxiously next to the phone on the sofa. They seemed to be waiting for something. "Auntie Chun, how is Ming Yin? What the hell is going on?" Yang Ming sat on the sofa opposite Mother Chun and asked quickly, "Yang Ming, you are here." Mother Chun saw Yang Ming coming over and smiled reluctantly. Then, she was still a loss. Her face was full of worry. Little Yin was kidnapped. Yang Ming glanced around the living room, but he didn't find Victoria, so he looked at Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia. "Where's Chun Mingxi?" She and Sister Ming Yin were taken away by the criminals. Lin Jiyun whispered. Come to think of it, Mother Chun was well aware of Lin Jiyun's and Zhou Jiejia's identities. Xia Shui was probably also very clear about it. However, the others present regarded them as Chun Mingyin's good friends, so they didn't think much about it. Auntie Chun, what is going on? Why did they kidnap Mingyin? When Yang Ming heard that even Victoria was taken away, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Yang Ming was very clear about Victoria's skill. Although she wasn't as good as Wang Xiaoyan, it was almost the same. The other party could take her and Chen Mingyin together. Either the other party had a lot of masters. Even if they weren't as good as Victoria, they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Or, the other party had guns and firearms, and Victoria couldn't compete with them. Let Xia Shui tell you. Mother Qin's eyes were sour, and she couldn't help but cry. Isn't it because of my old Chun? Why did he have to be the bureau chief for no reason? Who couldn't be the bureau chief? Not only did he do it, but he also provoked some big drug lord. Now, his daughter has been taken away as a hostage. Big drug lord? Yang Ming was still speculating whether Chen Mingyin's kidnapping had anything to do with the behind-the-scenes boss or the central that he had just started a feud with. After all, Chen Mingyin was kidnapped shortly after he provoked the central. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? However, it was unlikely when he thought about it carefully. Could Central come all the way to China to kidnap Chen Mingyin? It was better to directly attack the Butterfly family. Now that he heard Mother Chen say that the person who kidnapped Chen Mingyin had little connection with the behind-the-scenes boss in Central, he was relieved. In the eyes of ordinary people, drug lords should be a super terrifying existence, but in Yang Ming's eyes, they were really nothing. The Lancer family, a big arms family, was destroyed by Yang Ming. Why would he be afraid of a drug lord? It was just that he had to figure out the cause of the matter now. Yang Ming, come with me for a moment. I have something to ask you in private. Xia Shui also had something to ask Yang Ming. Since Mother Chen asked her to tell Yang Ming the reason for Chen Mingyin's kidnapping, Xia Shui did not decline and got up to invite Yang Ming into the inner room to talk in detail. Yang Ming nodded and vaguely guessed that Xia Shui might want to ask him about Chen Mingxi. After entering the inner room, Xia Shui locked the door and looked serious. Yang Ming, this is something that no one wants to see. Our top priority is to find a way to rescue Mingyin. As for how this matter was caused, let's not pursue it, okay? Xia Shui's words made Yang Ming slightly stunned. He originally thought that Xia Shui would ask about Chen Mingxi as soon as she entered the door, but he didn't expect that she would say such a thing. Xia Shui, you and I have known each other for a long time, and our relationship has always been good. What do you mean by your words? Yang Ming was really inexplicable. If you have something to say, can't you just say it? In fact, the reason why Mingyin was targeted by those drug lords was also related to the stubbornness of Captain Wang of our police anti-narcotics brigade. Xia Shui sighed and said, Stubbornness? What do you mean? Yang Ming frowned and asked. Captain Wang caught 4 Russian drug dealers this time and confiscated a considerable amount of heroin. Xia Shui explained, however, one of the drug dealers was Nicholas Shevich, the only son of the Black Hawk Gang, the largest gang in Russia close to the border of our country. The other party's people actually called and put pressure on our Songjiang police, asking us to release Nicholas Shevich and not do anything that we would regret. However, how could Captain Wang be threatened by them? So he refused the other party's proposal. Unexpectedly, Captain Wang's approach angered the Black Hawk Gang. So the Black Hawk Gang released a statement that if they didn't release their young master safely within 3 days, they would teach us a lesson. You mean, Chen Mingyin's kidnapping is related to the Black Hawk Gang? Yang Ming frowned deeply after listening to Xia Shui's words. Yes, just this morning, the Black Hawk Gang sent us a fax again, asking us to release Nicholas Shevich. Otherwise, they would kill the hostage. Xia Shui said, so, I don't want you to vent your anger on Captain Wang. After all, he is also devoted to the public. Chapter 1508. Are you afraid that I will harm him? Yang Ming sighed, faintly after listening to Xia Shui's words. He didn't do anything wrong. How could I blame him? It's just that this Black Hawk Gang is very arrogant. Yang Ming knew that Xia Shui was worried about his special identity and special abilities. If the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was really involved, then Captain Wang would most likely become the victim of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau in order to appease Yang Ming's anger. Therefore, Xia Shui said this to Yang Ming. However, how could Yang Ming be the kind of person who couldn't distinguish right from wrong? In this matter, Captain Wang was not wrong. Even Chun Fei couldn't give the order to release the drug dealer because of his daughter. Therefore, Yang Ming really had no resentment toward Captain Wang. Instead, he had already branded the so-called Black Hawk Gang with death in his heart. Yang Ming's murderous intent had risen. Since this gang dared to have ideas about the King of Assassins' wife, then no matter how powerful they were in the local area, they must be prepared to bear Yang Ming's anger. As long as you don't do anything irrational, it's fine. Xia Shui breathed a sigh of relief. I have contacted my brother about this matter. When necessary, they will also intervene. I'm afraid that Xia Bingbao asked you to pass those words to me, right? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and then he guessed it. With Xia Shui's current position, it was difficult to say the previous words. After all, Xia Shui was not the police chief. The criminal investigation team and the anti-drug team were originally two independent systems. Therefore, the only one who could say these words was probably Xia Bingbao. You guessed it? Xia Shui was a little surprised. She didn't expect Yang Ming to guess the truth from her few words. When I heard you mention your brother, I thought of it. Yang Ming smiled faintly. Let's talk about the other things you were looking for me for. You know that I'm looking for you for other things? This time, Xia Shui was even more surprised. She didn't expect Yang Ming to say that she had another purpose. It's probably about Chen Mingxi? Yang Ming sighed. He knew that he couldn't hide the identity of this person after all. He picked up the disposable paper cup on the table and poured himself a glass of water. He planned to tell Xia Shui about Chen Mengxi's origin. Yes, it's this person. Xia Shui nodded. I suspect that this person has a problem. He may have some connection with the Black Hawk Gang. Poof! Yang Ming directly spat out the mouthful of water that he drank. It almost sprayed on his Xia Shui's face. It was all over the floor, and then he kept coughing. Yang Ming, what happened to you? Xia Shui was shocked. She didn't understand why Yang Ming had such a big reaction. Wasn't it a bit too strong? Chen Mingxi has a problem? Is she related to the Black Hawk Gang? After Yang Ming took a few breaths, he said with a dumbfounded expression, How? Is this possible? I asked Zhou Jiejie and Lin Jiyun. This Chen Mingxi claimed to be a distant relative of Chen Mingyan, but according to my investigation, Chen Mingyan doesn't have such a distant relative. I also confirmed it with Chief Chen. He didn't know about the existence of such a relative. In this way, the identity of this Chen Mingxi is very suspicious. Her name is so similar to Chen Mingyan, and the Chen family doesn't have such a relative. Her purpose of approaching Chen Mingyan is suspicious. Although I don't know how she gained the trust of Chen Mingyan, this person's identity is definitely fake. Xia Shui said sternly. I also checked the identity of this Chen Mingxi through the intranet and found something suspicious. That is Chen Mingxi's file. From childhood until now, it was very vague about her growth experience. There was almost no mention of her past. Her ID number was just generated in Mount Jing in recent months. I also asked the Mount Jing police station about Chen Mingxi before, but for some reason, the Mount Jing police station actually refused to answer questions about Chen Mingxi. I suspect that some people in the Mount Jing police station are also colluding with the Black Hawk Gang. I'm going to tell my brother about this matter and let him investigate the Mount Jing police station's decision to settle Chen Mingxi. Xia Shui said her thoughts in one breath, and Yang Ming didn't interrupt her. After listening to her, he smiled bitterly. Xia Shui, you don't have to investigate Chen Mingxi anymore. This person has no problem. Her identity was also handled by me through the Mount Jing police station. I used the name of the Bureau of Investigation, so it is normal for the Mount Jing police station to refuse to respond to anything about Chen Mingxi. What? It turns out that this Chen Mingxi was arranged by you to be around Chen Mingyan? Xia Shui was stunned when she heard Yang Ming's words. Then she said incredulously, Who is this person? She is actually a bodyguard I hired for Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming said with some truth, You also know that I offended Elder Yu because of the investigation bureau. I can't always be with Chen Mingyan, especially when I have to go to Yunnan and Yaojiang with you after a while. So, I must have no worries. So, I hired someone to protect Chen Mingyan, but I didn't expect that she was also taken away. Yang Ming said with a smile, You also know that I offended Elder Yu because of the investigation bureau. It turns out that she is the bodyguard you invited. Xia Shui suddenly showed a frustrated look after hearing it. I originally wanted to use this Chun Mengshi as a breakthrough point in the whole thing, but now it seems that I've gotten the wrong direction. Can you tell me in detail what happened from the beginning to the end? Although Yang Ming was very worried about the safety of Chun Mengyan, now it seemed that if the other party used this hostage to threaten Chun Mengyan in exchange for the safe return of Nicholas Shevich, they would not really do anything to Chun Mengyan. However, a long night was fraught with dreams. Who knew that, after repeatedly rejecting the Black Hawk Gang's proposal, the other party would not do something irrational out of anger? At that time, even if Yang Ming sent the entire Black Hawk Gang to hell, it could not make up for the regret brought by the whole thing. Therefore, Yang Ming must figure out the whole story as soon as possible, and then make a plan for the next step. Maybe this time, he would have to go to the Russian border alone and personally deal with the Black Hawk Gang. As I said before, Captain Wang led people to arrest Nicholas Shevich and his drug gang members and seized a large amount of heroin. However, no one thought that this Nicholas Shevich was actually the young master of the Black Hawk Gang, a big gang in Russia. The Black Hawk Gang has a lot of power on the Russian border. The local government can't do anything to them. This is why they are fearless. Xia Shui began to introduce the Black Hawk Gang in detail. Although after knowing this, we also expected that the other party might do something against us out of anger. But what we didn't expect was that they would target Chen Mengyan, which made us feel a little unprepared. What was the specific situation at that time? Asked Yang Ming. At that time, Chen Mengyan, Chen Mengshi, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia had just finished school. When they walked out of the school, they were stopped by several black-shirt men. According to Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia, although the other party was wearing sunglasses and caps, judging from their skin color, they should be Asians, not Caucasians. So we suspect that they should be Chinese underlings of the Black Hawk Gang. Xia Shui said, since the other party is selling drugs in the country, it is inevitable that they will accept some local underlings. This is also the reason why the other party can take away Chen Mengyan so smoothly. On our side, there's an insider of the other party. And this is for sure. Yang Ming was not surprised after listening. Chen Mengyan and Chen Mengshi were directly taken away at that time. Yang Ming's only doubt was that Chen Mengshi's skill was not inferior to Wang Xiaoyan. In this case, how did the other party take away Chen Mengyan? According to Lin Jiyun and Zhou Judge's memories afterward, only 4 people came at that time. They said that they had something to talk to Chen Mengyan. Chen Mengshi was immediately alert at that time. She seemed to be about to make a move, but she suddenly stopped. Xia Shui said, later, we analyzed that Chen Mengshi or Chen Mengyan should have discovered that the other party had guns. In the case of not being able to protect the safety of Chen Mengyan and the other 2 people, Chen Mengshi chose to compromise. However, at the beginning, we analyzed that Chen Mengshi was one of the other party's insiders, but now it seems impossible. Xia Shui laughed twice. She was mocking herself because of her previous train of thought. Yang Ming nodded. Only this possibility would make Victoria, who was also Chen Mengshi, not act rashly. Victoria was a woman with a sense of propriety. If there was no absolute certainty, she would rather compromise temporarily and look for another opportunity. At that time, if the 4 people had guns and Victoria couldn't kill all 4 of them at once, it would inevitably cause someone to shoot and hurt Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jiejia, and the others. Therefore, a temporary compromise was a wise choice. Chapter 1509. Their goal is Chen Mengyan, right? Why did Chen Mengshi go with them? Yang Ming was a little surprised. Why did the other party take Chen Mengshi with them? Chen Mengshi said that she's Chen Mengyan's cousin. The other party probably thought that if they caught Chen Mengshi, they would have one more bargaining chip. Maybe they could exchange for one more person? Xia Shui guessed. Previously, she judged that Chen Mengshi was the other party's person, so she was not surprised that Chen Mengxi left with the other party. But now, after reconsidering this matter, Chen Mengxi's purpose was obvious. She was afraid that Chen Mengyan was alone. If Xia Shui went with them, they could take care of each other. At the critical moment, they might be able to escape. Yang Ming nodded. It seems that Chen Mengxi did it deliberately. Perhaps, whether we can rescue Chen Mengyan this time depends on her. I don't know if she left any clues for me. Are you going to get involved in this matter? Xia Shui immediately noticed Yang Ming's intention. It seemed that Yang Ming was preparing to attack the Black Hawk gang. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not say this. Yes, I am indeed preparing to do it. Yang Ming did not hide at all. He said coldly, since they dare to touch my woman, they should think about the consequences of doing so. Xia Shui heard Yang Ming's firm tone and sighed. I can't stop you. My brother also expected you to do this. He asked me to tell you to be careful. If it is really something that you can't do with your own strength, contact him in time. He will send someone to intervene. Don't worry. I understand. Yang Ming smiled faintly. In a small town on the border between China and Russia, a young man dressed like a student wearing sportswear, a ski hat, and a travel bag behind him appeared here. The young man looked like a harmless and kind college student. Naturally, no one paid any special attention to him. Although there weren't many students traveling here during this season, it wasn't like there weren't any. The young man came to the wharf of a port. His eyes fell on a two-story Western-style building not far away with a Golden Eagle Logistics plaque hanging. A sarcastic expression appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Golden Eagle and the Black Eagle were somewhat related. Did they think that they could deceive everyone by changing their characters? This young man was naturally Yang Ming, who had come here. Before Yang Ming left, the Black Hawk gang gave the Songjiang police 3 days to consider. However, 3 days were enough for Yang Ming to do some things. After secretly meeting with Chun Fei, Yang Ming went directly to the Nightless Club, the headquarters of Yang Ming's forces. He directly found Bao Sanli and asked him to investigate the domestic sphere of influence of the Russian Black Hawk gang. In addition, he also called Uncle Sun, San and Donghai, and asked him to help investigate this matter. These things might be secrets for ordinary people, but for people in the underworld, it wasn't difficult. It was even faster and more accurate than the police's intelligence. This was why many police officers looked for informants as their source of information. People in the underworld always had some special intelligence channels that were not known to others. With Bao Sanli's current status, he quickly inquired about the Black Hawk gang's power in the country. Although Bao Sanli had turned clean and was not involved in things like drugs, it did not mean that the small gangs in other cities and counties were not involved in these things. When Bao Sanli spoke strongly, which of these small gangs dared not to answer honestly? As a result, the Black Hawk gang's power in the country surfaced. At the Bianhai City dock, a logistics company responsible for import and export transportation, Golden Eagle Logistics, was the Black Hawk gang's domestic stronghold. Behind Golden Eagle Logistics, it was controlled by the largest gang in Bianhai City, the Golden Eagle Gang. This Golden Eagle Gang was actually a branch of the Black Hawk Gang. The original person in charge was the only son of the Black Hawk Gang's leader, Nicholas Shevich. Logistics? That was a very good cover for him. Yang Ming snorted. He didn't know whether Chen Mengyan was being held nearby at the moment, or she had already crossed the border and was taken to Russia. If she was in Russia, it would be really difficult to handle. Yang Ming walked into Golden Eagle Logistics and saw several men gambling in a circle. Some of them had deep scar marks on their faces, which made people think that they were not good people at first glance. Seeing Yang Ming come in, several people looked up at Yang Ming and lowered their heads to continue playing cards. Only a bald man said to Yang Ming, "Do you want to check in something?" "Yes, I want to check in something," Yang Ming said faintly. As he spoke, his eyes had already explored the situation on the second floor. On the first floor, there were only these 5 men sitting around the table gambling. On the second floor, a white man was hugging 2 yellow women and teasing them. This person should be the leader of the Golden Eagle Gang. Although his position may be under Nicholas Shevich, now it seems that he should be in charge here for the time being. In this way, There was no need for these 5 people to stay. If he wanted to know something, he could just ask the white man directly. Checking what? Fill in the form on that table, and then bring the thing to me. After the bald man heard Yang Ming's intention, he lowered his head again, pointed to the table next to him, and continued to play cards. You don't have to fill in the form. It's useless to fill it. Yang Ming said faintly, and the thing is here. What do you mean? The bald man looked up again inexplicably and glanced at Yang Ming, but he didn't see anything. He suddenly wondered, what is it? Where is the thing? Isn't the thing on you? Yang Ming smiled and looked at the bald man with a smile that wasn't a smile. On me? What are you talking about? The bald man frowned. If he didn't see Yang Ming dressed like a weak college student, he would have been angry. Yes, the thing I want to check is your life. You are responsible for helping me to check it in hell. Yang Ming smiled and closed the door of the logistics. Are you fucking looking for trouble? After the bald man listened to Yang Ming's words, if he didn't know that Yang Ming was here to cause trouble, then there was something wrong with his brain. But in his opinion, it was Yang Ming's brain that had a problem. A college student dared to look for trouble alone. It was simply courting death. You saw through it? Yang Ming smiled. He didn't care about the man's angry expression. Fuck your mother. I think you are tired of living, right? You dare to come here to tease us brothers. Don't you know where this is? This is the headquarters of the Golden Hawk Gang. Another Scar man also threw away the cards in his hand, stood up, and pointed at Yang Ming and scolded. This is the headquarters of the Golden Hawk Gang? Yang Ming was a little speechless. He wanted to ask if this was the headquarters of the Golden Hawk Gang before they died. In the end, before he could ask, this guy said it himself. It really saved him a lot of words. Great. Since you were sure, let me send you on your way. Brothers, this kid is probably stupid, right? The bald man looked at Yang Ming like he was looking at a fool. There were 5 people on his side, and the other side was only 1. How dare he be arrogant here? Wasn't there something wrong with his head? Chapter 15:10. Yang Ming looked at the arrogant bald man and smiled indifferently. He held his hands together and stood in place. However, his sarcastic smile could express his meaning without words. Wait, a man with glasses who had not spoken but seemed to be the leader of these people waved his hand and stopped the bald man. Brother Cow, this kid. The bald man seemed to be a little unconvinced. He was about to make a move, but he was suddenly stopped by the man with glasses. He was very upset, but he had to listen to the man with glasses. Bald man, don't talk. The man with glasses called Brother Cow's unquestionable voice made the bald man immediately shut his mouth. It seemed that this Brother Cow was the leader of these people. Yang Ming also quickly made a plan in his heart. Everyone else would be killed, but this Brother Cow would stay for the time being. Maybe he knew more than the white man upstairs. Yang Ming planned this because he was afraid that the white man would not speak Chinese. It would be difficult to communicate. Although Yang Ming's special ability could see through other people's thoughts regardless of nationality, he could not guarantee that the white man would just want to see Chun Mingyin's matter. Who the hell are you? What is your purpose here? Brother Cow held the glasses on his face and looked at Yang Ming carefully. He asked in a cold voice. However, although he stopped the bald man from making a move, his attitude toward Yang Ming was condescending. He looked like he had the victory in his hands. Yang Ming felt that this Brother Cow was a character. He knew to inquire about the other party's details before making a move, but he was too inconspicuous. He was about to die, but he still dared to talk to Yang Ming with such an attitude. He was really tired of living. You don't need to know who I am, Yang Ming said faintly. As for my purpose of coming here, I originally wanted to send the 5 of you on your way, but it seems that you are a small leader. Maybe you are still useful, so I will spare your life for the time being and send the 4 of them on their way first. Fuck your mother, little brat. Who are you? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? When I was in the underworld, you were still in kindergarten. After the bald man heard Yang Ming's arrogant words, he suddenly became furious. He ignored Brother Cow's previous words and jumped out again. He raised his arm and was about to fight with Yang Ming. Brother Cao waved his hand and motioned to the bald man not to be impatient. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Ming and said, "I will ask you one last time. Who are you? What is your purpose of coming here? If you don't want to say it, then I'm sorry. No matter what your background is, and no matter who is behind you, I won't blame you for not knowing. You can only stay here today." Brother Cao was an eye-catching person. He was not a reckless man like the bald man. He saw that Yang Ming looked unfamiliar. He didn't look like someone who mingled in the underworld of Bianhai City. He had never heard of a gang with such a character as Yang Ming. Looking at Yang Ming's dressing, he looked like the second generation of officials or rich people. He dressed quietly, but his tone was arrogant. Although the Golden Hawk Gang was the largest gang in Bianhai City, he didn't want to offend such a young master with such a background. Therefore, at first, he thought that Yang Ming was a young master of a certain family. He watched too many movies at home and relied on his father's background. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so he broke into the Golden Hawk Gang's headquarters to show off and satisfy his vanity. If this was the case, then although Brother Cao was very upset, he didn't dare to offend these people too much. The families of these young masters couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, Brother Cao thought that when the time came, he would ask about Yang Ming's background, and then call his family to pick him up. He could also give the family some face. Maybe there would be some benefits in the future. However, now it seemed that Yang Ming didn't intend to say what his background was. In this case, Brother Cao was also ruthless. "Since you don't want to say it, then I will pretend to be confused and leave you here. When the time comes, I will throw your body into the sea and let it be eaten by sharks. No one will be able to find out how you died, and it will be over. You want to figure out my background, right?" Yang Ming also mingled in the underworld. How could he not know what Brother Cao was thinking? However, Yang Ming didn't put him in his eyes. He smiled calmly. "However, I have to disappoint you. My family is not from Bianhai City. In Bianhai City, I don't have any powerful relatives or friends. Moreover, I came here alone." And, after listening to Yang Ming's words, this time it was Brother Cao's turn to be surprised. He couldn't figure out what Yang Ming meant. Yang Ming's words clearly showed that he had no background in Bianhai City, and he came here alone without any support. In this way, wasn't he telling Brother Cao that no one would bother him if he destroyed him? Was this guy an idiot? Or what? Otherwise, how can he say such a thing? Or is this kid deliberately saying this, but he still has a backup plan? Why? Are you afraid? Are you afraid that I have a conspiracy? Yang Ming saw Brother Cao's hesitation, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. "However, I am afraid that I have to disappoint you. Although every word I say is not necessarily the truth, for an ant-like character like you, I really don't have the leisure to lie to you. That is simply a waste of brain cells." Brother Cao's expression suddenly became a little uncertain, but Yang Ming was not in a hurry. He looked at Brother Cao sarcastically. Brother Cao hesitated again and finally made up his mind. He waved his hand and said fiercely, "Do it. Kill him." "Okay, Brother Cao." The bald macho man couldn't bear it anymore. Under Brother Cao's order, he suddenly jumped out first, raised his fist, and smashed it at Yang Ming's temple. "Little brat, I will let you know what it means to be pretentious. Today, I will let you know what it means to be pretentious and be struck by lightning." Really? Yang Ming didn't care about the bald macho man's fist. He smiled calmly. "Where is the lightning? Why don't I see it?" "You motherfucker." The bald macho man was even more annoyed by Yang Ming's words. He unconsciously accelerated the strength and speed of his fist and cursed. However, before he finished his sentence, his voice stopped abruptly. His eyes bulged, and he didn't even make a sound. His whole body fell to the ground with a bang. He lost his breath in the blink of an eye and became a corpse. However, one of his hands was still in the state of punching. It stood up from the ground like a zombie. It was terrifying. "All of you go together." Brother Cao didn't expect that the bald macho man had already died. After all, this was too incredible. He only saw that Yang Ming casually moved, and the bald macho man fell to the ground. Therefore, he naturally thought that Yang Ming had used some means to make the bald macho man faint. This kid is a bit strange. You guys pay attention. The bald macho man has suffered a hidden loss. The other few people didn't expect that the bald macho man was still dead at this moment. Therefore, although they wondered how Yang Ming knocked down the bald macho man, they didn't think much about it. They still surrounded Yang Ming with a sinister smile. However, after Brother Cow's reminder, the three people were more cautious. They were wary of Yang Ming's tricks. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently surrender. Although we don't know what means you used to make the bald macho man faint, don't think that the same means can be used on us. Scarface warned. Moreover, there's so many of us. Even if you knock out another one, you can't knock out all three of us at the same time. So, don't force us to be impolite to you. Really? You guys should be impolite. Yang Ming said faintly. I want to surrender, but in my opinion, it's easier to send the three of you on your way than to surrender. Since you're courting death, then don't blame us, ga? Before Scarface finished speaking, he felt an itch in his throat. Then, a strange cry came from his throat. Then, his whole body fell down, exactly like the previous bald macho man. After falling to the ground, he stopped moving. When the remaining two people saw Scarface fall to the ground, their faces suddenly changed. Just as they were about to respond, they suddenly felt numbness in their bodies. Then, they lost consciousness. They stepped into the palace of death without any pain. Chapter 15:11. Don't move. If you move again, I will shoot. Just after Yang Ming put down the last two people, Brother Cow also raised a black pistol and pointed it at Yang Ming. Why? Are you finally going to use your gun? I thought you would continue to be arrogant. Yang Ming sneered disdainfully. When he put down the other people, his eyes never left Brother Cow. So, Yang Ming saw Brother Cow's every move. Seeing that Brother Cow took out a pistol, Yang Ming did not stop him. With Yang Ming's current eyesight and skill, there was no need to be afraid. What did you do to them? How did you do it? Brother Cow apparently finally had a fear of Yang Ming. He changed his previous tone of having everything under control and began to be cautious. Are they okay? What's wrong? Naturally, I sent them on their way. Yang Ming said indifferently. I have already said it before. Don't you understand? As for how I did it, don't you have eyes? Can't you see? You still dare to be so arrogant now. Do you know that I can take your life at any time now? Brother Cow naturally did not believe that his four men were dead because it was simply incredible. He did not see Yang Ming make a move at all. The four people on the ground did not have any injuries. It was as if they were drugged and fainted. So, Brother Cow did not worry too much about the safety of the four people. He was just a little afraid of Yang Ming's strange skill. What puzzled him was that Yang Ming was still so fearless under the threat of a pistol. Does Yang Ming really have a great backer and background? But even if he does, if he doesn't say it now, does he really think that I don't dare shoot? I am giving you one last chance now. Tell me your background and your purpose here. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here. Brother Cow threatened. You also know that this place is close to the sea. After killing you, we can just throw you into a group of sharks when we go out to sea. Not even your bones will be left. Naturally, no one will find out how you disappeared. Well, since you want to know so much, I might as well say a few more words to you. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. Anyway, after dealing with the four of them, I have something to ask you. I hope your answer can make me change my mind. When Brother Cow saw that Yang Ming was finally willing to speak, he snorted coldly. If he was not afraid of Yang Ming's background, he would have already exploded. This time, he suffered a big loss. Yesterday at noon, didn't you kidnap two girls in Songjiang? One is called Chun Ming Yin, and the other is called Chun Ming Shi? Yes, the purpose of my coming here is for them. Do you know now? Yang Ming smiled, but before Brother Cow could speak, a throwing knife strangely flew out from Yang Ming's cuff. Brother Cow wailed suddenly. His right hand, which was originally holding the pistol, was gone at some point in time. Only a broken arm was left, and blood was bubbling out of it. I didn't expect that the throwing knife that I performed with Jiyun at the art festival would come in handy at this time. This knife is quite sharp. No wonder Jianren was so miserable at that time. Yang Ming shook his head and said to himself. Yang Ming's throwing knife was inserted on a desk behind Brother Cow. Brother Cow's right hand fell to the ground, and he was still holding a pistol in his hand. I'm afraid that your gun will go off accidentally and force me to kill you, so you don't mind if I remove your gun, right? Yang Ming seemed to have done something insignificant. He looked at Brother Cow with a smile and said innocently, You are ruthless. Brother Cow was also a ruthless character. Although his right hand was cut off, at this moment, he gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Ming with hatred. He seemed to want to eat Yang Ming, but he didn't do anything unwise. Because until this moment, Brother Cow finally understood how terrifying this young man, who looked like a college student in front of him, was. Brother Cow also believed most of what he said before about killing the 4 underlings. It wouldn't be difficult for a person with such powerful skills to kill off 4 of his subordinates. At least Brother Cow himself didn't see clearly how Yang Ming's throwing knife cut off his palm. It seemed that everything happened in a breath, and there was no sign at all. This made Brother Cow very nervous. If Yang Ming's throwing knife was aimed at his heart or neck or other fatal points, then he would have been dead. Whether I am ruthless or not, it's not up to you to decide. Yang Ming frowned. However, I will be more ruthless to those who dare to touch my women. Those 2 girls are your women? Who are you? You're not a member of the Songjiang police? Brother Cow looked at Yang Ming with some horror and exclaimed. Previously, Brother Cow thought that Yang Ming was a member of the Songjiang police. Although he felt that Yang Ming's ruthlessness was somewhat inappropriate, if Yang Ming was one of those special agents, it was possible for him to be more ruthless. But now, listening to Yang Ming's tone, he didn't seem to be an official person, but the boyfriend of one of the 2 women who were caught yesterday. Hey, of course, I am not a member of the Songjiang police. Yang Ming snorted. Your IQ is low enough. If I were a member of the police, would I come here alone? Have you ever seen a police officer come alone to arrest someone? Do you think I'm a lone hero? Then why are your skills? Brother Cow felt bad in his heart. The Golden Hawk Gang seems to have encountered a tough nut this time. The person in front of me is not a member of the police, and he is so ruthless. Then this time, it is really difficult to escape. Since Yang Ming is not a member of the police, he will definitely not have any scruples. It is better if all of them are dead. Therefore, Brother Cow had completely lost hope for the previous situation of the bald macho man and others. In all likelihood, they were really killed by the person in front of him, and it seems that I can't escape the fate of being killed by this person. However, what is going on this time? Isn't that chick the daughter of the Songjiang police chief? Why does her boyfriend look like a homicidal demon? Looking at his appearance, it is not the first time he has killed someone. He simply takes killing as a routine. He doesn't even blink his eyes. What the hell is going on? Since I am here, I'm not afraid that you can walk out of this room again. It is fine to tell you. My identity is an assassin. Yang Ming was not afraid to tell Brother Cow the truth. I don't care if you are the Golden Hawk Gang or the Black Hawk Gang behind you. If you touch my woman, then there is only one ending. That is, you all have to die. Assassin? As a veteran in the underworld, Brother Cow naturally knew what the word assassin meant. He also understood what a terrifying existence this was. This young and sunny man in front of him was actually a legendary assassin. Brother Cow really had the urge to cry. He was so lucky that he could meet such an awesome existence. Moreover, he participated in the kidnapping of other people's women yesterday. If Brother Cow knew that he would offend such a terrifying existence, he would not work for the Black Hawk Gang even if he had to run away against orders yesterday. At most, he would hide his identity and no longer mingle in the underworld. It was better than losing his life now. Brother Cow really completely dispelled the idea of confronting Yang Ming. He could take his life with just a lift of his hand. Master Assassin, I am just a lackey who works for the Blackhawk gang. The order to kidnap your woman was also given by the higher-ups. I was just following orders. It has nothing to do with us. Brother Cow thought of his fate and almost cried. If he had known earlier, he would have bought the lottery earlier. Chapter 15:12. Really? Yang Ming curled his lips. Naturally, he wouldn't believe Brother Cow's words. Even if what he said was true, what could he do? Before meeting Yang Ming, Brother Cow was an accomplice to the villain and worked for the Caucasian. After meeting Yang Ming, he looked pitiful and helpless. How could Yang Ming have any sympathy for him? This was a typical case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Yes, Master Assassin, we are also forced. This place is close to the port. The Blackhawk Gang's forces have already infiltrated. If we don't serve the Blackhawk Gang, we have no way to survive. When Brother Cow saw that Yang Ming didn't kill him, he suddenly thought that he saw some hope, so he quickly explained. Forced? Yang Ming sneered. If you don't become the Blackhawk Gang's henchman, who will force you to do it? According to what you said, there are so many people in Bianhai City. If they don't serve the Blackhawk Gang, they will all die without a burial place. Brother Cow was speechless. Yang Ming's words were not unreasonable, but that was only relative to ordinary people. For people like him who mingled in the underworld, if he didn't join the Blackhawk Gang, how could he survive? However, he couldn't explain anything. After all, even if he explained, Yang Ming would have to believe it. Now, I will ask you a few questions. If the answers don't satisfy me, you know the consequences. Yang Ming wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with Brother Cow. He hadn't alerted the Caucasian upstairs yet. Yang Ming didn't know why that guy's vigilance was so bad. The 4 underlings below had been killed by Yang Ming, but he still had the mood to flirt with women upstairs. His heart was really big. Yang Ming's eyes glanced slightly at the ceiling. The situation upstairs was naturally clear. The Caucasian man didn't seem to notice the movement downstairs. He was still flirting with the 2 Asian women. However, looking at the shape of the 2 women's lips, it didn't seem like they were speaking Chinese. It seemed like they were speaking Russian. For these women, Yang Ming still had a trace of sympathy. After all, Yang Ming was not a cold-hearted person. These women also belonged to the kind of pitiful people. However, they had only themselves to blame for their vanity and flattery. Especially after Yang Ming found out that these 2 people were not of the same race, the sympathy in his heart disappeared. She even went all the way to a foreign country to be a prostitute. This kind of shameless woman, it's fine to destroy her. Master Assassin, I know something. I'm not a core member of the Blackhawk Gang. And well, let me ask you, who was involved in the arrest of the 2 girls yesterday? Yang Ming was quite satisfied with Brother Cow's attitude. If this guy was nagging, Yang Ming didn't mind using acupuncture points to make him feel good for a while before answering truthfully. I led the team, and a few of them. Brother Cow pointed to the few people lying on the ground with his only remaining finger. Oh, didn't you say that there were only 4 people? Yang Ming frowned and looked at Brother Cow with a sharp gaze. Master Assassin, I didn't lie to you. At that time, the bald man drove. He didn't get out of the car. It was the rest of us who got out of the car. Brother Cow was afraid that Yang Ming didn't believe him, so he quickly explained. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Then you continue. Yang Ming asked, where did you take the 2 of them? We just brought them here. Brother Cow said carefully, we handed them over to Lukowski. Next, it's his business. We're just his thugs and henchmen. Who is Lukowski? Yang Ming vaguely guessed that this Lukowski was probably the white man upstairs. He is upstairs. He is the deputy leader of the Golden Hawk Gang. Brother Cow said quickly, Deputy leader? So, the leader is that Nicholas Shevich? Yang Ming nodded and continued to ask. Yes, he is the only son of the Black Hawk Gang's leader and the leader of the Golden Hawk Gang. Brother Cow didn't dare to hide and said carefully. So that's the case. You didn't do anything to the 2 women, right? Yang Ming's eyes focused and asked the key point of the matter. No, no. Brother Cao's head shook like a jade wave drum and denied repeatedly. How would we dare to do anything? According to our deputy leader, the two women are very useful. They are used to exchange hostages. How would we dare to do anything to them? Yang Ming was relieved after listening to Brother Cao's words. Yang Ming was most afraid that Chen Mengyan would be humiliated after being caught. As for Victoria, Yang Ming didn't care. If someone dared to do anything bad to Victoria, they would probably be killed by that chick. What else do you know? Asked Yang Ming. Sir Assassin, I have told you everything I know. There is really nothing else. We're just small fries. We are not the core figures at all. Please don't make things difficult for me. Brother Cao begged again and again. He didn't dare to have the slightest resistance. There were already 4 corpses lying on the ground. They were all killed by Yang Ming effortlessly. Even if Brother Cao had the courage, he didn't dare to act rashly. He didn't think that he could be Yang Ming's opponent. Well, in that case, I will send you on your way. Yang Ming saw that this Brother Cao had no value in keeping him alive, so he raised his hand and was ready to kill him. Sir Assassin, didn't you promise me not to kill me? Brother Cao was suddenly shocked and exclaimed, Sir Assassin, I have said everything. You can't go back on your words. You are a magnanimous person. How can you lie to a small fry like me? Lie to you? When did I lie to you? Yang Ming said with some disdain, Are you worth me lying to you? Then didn't you say before that as long as I tell the truth, you won't kill me? Said Brother Cao quickly. Did I say that? Yang Ming sneered and said, What I said was that if the answer doesn't satisfy me, you know the consequences. Isn't that about the same? Brother Cao didn't expect Yang Ming to play a word game with him. About the same? It's a lot worse. Yang Ming said faintly, If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I will slowly torture you until you tell the truth. If what you say satisfies me, then I will give you a quick death so that you will suffer less. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Brother Cao's expression suddenly darkened and a desperate expression appeared on his face. But suddenly, his eyes widened and he shouted, Deputy Leader Lukowski, someone is here. Run! Yang Ming quickly slapped Brother Cao's head. Brother Cao's whole body suddenly twitched, then he lay on the ground with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. He died. You didn't die in vain. A traitor actually did this. You even warned the master before you died. How can an ordinary henchman do this? Yang Ming looked at Brother Cao's body mockingly and said contemptuously. As for whether Lukowski upstairs could hear Brother Cao's warning, it was not Yang Ming's concern. Yang Ming didn't care. If he heard it, then so be it. Yang Ming was not afraid that Lukowski would run away or make any preparations. However, what made Yang Ming speechless was that Lukowski was still flirting with the 2 glamorous women upstairs. He turned a deaf ear to what happened downstairs. Yang Ming shook his head. This person can be considered to have died a worthy death. Ignoring the several corpses at his feet, Yang Ming stepped upstairs. This attic's frame was very high. The back of the first floor was connected to the freight yard, so it was normal for Lukowski upstairs to not hear the sound downstairs. What made Yang Ming wonder was that Lukowski's vigilance was really too poor. Nicholas Shevich had been caught by the police before. Wasn't he afraid that Nicholas Shevich would say something, and then the police would follow the clues and destroy his territory? Or was he confident that Nicholas Shevich would not reveal anything? However, these were not Yang Ming's concerns. Yang Ming went up the stairs in the attic and walked to a closed door without hiding his footsteps. Yang Ming frowned and reached out to knock on the door. Chapter 15:13. What are you arguing about? Didn't I tell you? If there is nothing important, don't come up and bother me. A man's impatient and stiff voice came from the room. Obviously, it was Lukowski, but what surprised Yang Ming was that he could speak Chinese. Although it was a bit stiff, it was so fluent. This saved Yang Ming a lot of trouble. Since there was no difficulty in communicating, Yang Ming didn't have to deliberately use his special ability to see through people's thoughts. However, thinking about it, Brother Cow, and the others definitely couldn't speak Russian. It was easier for them to learn to speak Russian than for Lukowski to learn Chinese. Moreover, they were now developing their forces in China, so it was more convenient for them to learn to speak Chinese. When Yang Ming saw that Lukowski didn't come to open the door, he didn't have the patience to talk nonsense with him. He raised his leg and kicked the door up. It flew directly into the room and hit the neck of a glamorous woman. The glamorous woman was bending over Lukowski's crotch. Before she could understand what was going on, she was killed by a door. Before she died, she clenched her teeth due to conditioned reflex. Lukowski suffered a tragedy. With a scream, he became an international eunuch. The other glamorous woman was dumbfounded when she saw such a shocking change. She screamed subconsciously, but before her scream lasted long, Yang Ming raised his hand and threw a knife into her throat. She fell straight on Lukowski's body. Who are you? Who are you? At hashtag #yen%, Lukowski couldn't care about the pain in his lower body at this moment. He jumped up from the bed and asked with a few Russian words that Yang Ming couldn't understand. Obviously, it was a subconscious reaction in a crisis. Are you looking for a pistol? Yang Ming shook his head helplessly when he saw Lukowski fumbling back and forth in a hurry. This person is too stupid. How can he be a deputy leader with this quality? The men named Brother Cow are much better than him. At least Brother Cow can pull out his gun in time, but this Lukowski can't even find where his gun is. But it was no wonder. This guy was arrogant and extravagant all the time. There was a group of men guarding the door, so he naturally had nothing to fear. Moreover, he was finally sent to China to become a group of officials. He naturally wanted to enjoy desperately. Otherwise, when he returned to the headquarters one day, he couldn't enjoy it. So, he ate, drank, and played every day. He had long forgotten what vigilance was. He couldn't even find a handgun for self-defense. Yang Ming watched him fumble back and forth. He had searched no less than 3 places, but he still couldn't find it. He couldn't even see the shadow of the gun. How do you know? When he heard Yang Ming say his purpose, Lukowski's movements suddenly froze. He stopped there and looked at Yang Ming in amazement. Yang Ming was really speechless. How can this kind of security awareness be a deputy leader? Originally, Yang Ming thought that he would have to spend some effort to control this Lukowski in an instant after going upstairs. But now it seemed that this guy was insulting his skills by asking him to deal with him. Your gun is in the gap between your bedside table and the bed. I don't know if you deliberately hid it there and then forgot, or you accidentally dropped it and didn't even know. Yang Ming shrugged and reminded Lukowski. Lukowski was shocked and suddenly remembered that he did use the pistol as a prop when he was having fun with a few girls a while ago. Then, after it was done, he didn't know where the pistol went. He didn't care at that time, and later, he gradually forgot about it. Now, after being reminded by Yang Ming, he realized that he accidentally dropped it in the gap of the bed. However, how did Yang Ming know? Lukowski's hand that reached out to the bed subconsciously stopped again. Since Yang Ming could tell him the location of the gun without any scruples, such a fearless attitude made Lukowski puzzled. He didn't dare to take the gun again. Who are you? How do you know? Lukowski looked at Yang Ming in horror. Only then did he wake up. The other party could kill 2 people with a raise of his hand. Even if he went to take the gun, he would probably be killed by the other party before he could shoot. You are not stupid yet. If you continue to look for the gun, I am afraid your arm will be separated from your body. Yang Ming walked forward with a smile and reached out to take out a pistol from the gap between the bed and the bedside table. However, the unique smell of a woman's body fluid on the gun made Yang Ming feel a little nauseous. Then, he thought of the previous use of the gun. He was so disgusted that he almost vomited. He was extremely angry with Lukowski, this pervert. He fiercely inserted the pistol into Lukowski's mouth. He inserted it back and forth in his mouth a few times to relieve the hatred in his heart. Then, he threw the pistol behind him. Yang Ming was not afraid of leaving fingerprints at all. Originally, he told Chen Fei and others about his visit this time. With Yang Ming's current special identity, he didn't have to be afraid of anything. The follow-up work and how to coordinate with the police naturally fell to Xia Bingbao. It was very easy for him to deal with this kind of thing. He didn't need to worry about it at all. After being insulted by Yang Ming, Lukowski didn't dare to make sound. Although the pain in his lower body was unbearable, he didn't dare to shout. He was afraid that if Yang Ming was anxious, he would lose his life. Who the hell are you? Why are you here? Lukowski was going crazy. Yang Ming hadn't said a word about his purpose of coming here until now. He didn't know the purpose of Yang Ming's visit. Lukowski's heart was in a mess, and he couldn't calm down at all. Chun Mingyan, where is she now? Yang Ming found a pack of wet wipes on the table. He took one out and wiped his hands, then asked, Chun Mingyan. Lukowski was stunned at first. Then he remembered who Chun Mingyan was. However, it was no wonder that he would be stunned at first. After all, Chinese and Russian names were different. The difference was huge. Lukowski should not have paid much attention to Chun Mingyan's name. He only knew that this girl was used to exchange for Nicholas Shevich, so he reacted for a long time before he understood. I know. You are a member of the Songjiang police. How can you be so cruel? Even if you suspect that I am a suspect, you can't treat me like this. I want to complain to your superior. Lukowski subconsciously thought that Yang Ming was a member of the police, just like Brother Cao at the beginning. It wasn't his fault. Chun Mingyan was the daughter of the Songjiang police chief. This matter was caused by the police's drug bust, so Lukowski took it for granted that the person who came here to find Chun Mingyan must be a member of the police. When he thought of this, Lukowski was confident again. Since you're a member of the police, how can you treat a suspect like this? Aren't you afraid of causing international disputes? Sorry, I am not a member of the Songjiang police. I am Chun Mingyan's boyfriend. Yang Ming's cold words directly extinguished Lukowski's fantasy. You are that girl's boyfriend? Lukowski's eyes showed an unbelievable look. I don't believe it. How is this possible? Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. Yang Ming snorted. What I want to know now is where Chun Mingyan is now. I hope you think clearly before you answer. I don't know. Lukowski hesitated, but he gave an answer that surprised Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't expect this Lukowski to be so stubborn. He actually said that he didn't know. Yang Ming looked at Lukowski carefully. I am afraid that this is the only strong point of this guy, compared to Brother Cao. You should know what kind of person I am. Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. Yang Ming said coldly. I have killed 2 people in front of you before. I don't mind killing one more. I know. Lukowski said quickly. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. I just scared him. And he actually knew? Isn't this guy too cowardly? This was somewhat beyond Yang Ming's expectation. Originally, Yang Ming planned to use some tricks. Chapter 15-14. Since you know, then hurry up and say it. However, whether Lukowski was a coward or not had nothing to do with Yang Ming. It was fine as long as Lukowski could tell the news he wanted to know as soon as possible. No, I know you dare to kill me. Lukowski said with a bitter face, but I really don't know where the 2 little girls are. Yang Ming was speechless. This Lukowski was straightforward enough. Yang Ming was dumbfounded. You don't know? The guy called Brother Cao told me that they handed them over to you. It's not wrong to hand them over to me, but last night, I handed them over to the Blackhawk gang. Lukowski was about to cry. They sent someone to pick them up at the dock here. I really don't know. They have been picked up by the Blackhawk gang. Yang Ming suddenly fell into contemplation. It seemed that Lukowski had no need to deceive him. Chun Mingyan might not be in China anymore. Yes, I was also acting according to the instructions of the higher-ups. Last night, the people were handed over to me, and they were immediately picked up by the boats sent by the Blackhawk gang. Lukowski said carefully, I have told you all I know now. Can you send me to the hospital for treatment? If my lower body is not treated in time, I am afraid it will be crippled. Yang Ming looked at Lukowski, and his expression changed slightly. This guy's thinking is really different from normal people. In this situation, he still thinks that I can send him to the hospital for treatment? Isn't he too optimistic? Tell me all you know about the Blackhawk gang. Don't leave out the location of the Black Hawk Gang's headquarters and their sphere of influence. Yang Ming ignored Lukowski's request and asked, "Can you send me to the hospital first? I will tell you in detail at the hospital." After Lukowski knew that Yang Ming was not a police officer, he completely gave up the idea of going against Yang Ming. As Yang Ming said, he had already killed several people. One more would not make a difference, so the only way now was to cooperate with Yang Ming. "Do you think you have a right to bargain with me?" Yang Ming snorted and looked at Lukowski with a faint smile. "You haven't figured out the situation yet, right? I'm not your subordinate, so why should I send you to the hospital? All right, go ahead and ask." Lukowski didn't want to anger Yang Ming, this murderous demon. Although the severe pain in his body was unbearable, he was afraid that Yang Ming would kill him directly if he was unhappy. It was better to endure the pain first. "Tell me everything about the Black Hawk Gang," said Yang Ming. "The Black Hawk Gang is a gang in Russia near the border of China. It mainly deals in drug trafficking. I used to be only a middle-level backbone of the gang, so I didn't know much about the core secrets. I was later assigned here to assist the young gang leader, Nicholas Shevich. Only then did I gradually learn about the gang." Lukowski said carefully, "However, I only know a little. After all, I've been here for many years. I am not very clear about the extent of the Black Hawk Gang's development. Tell me what you know. Don't talk nonsense." Yang Ming glared at Lukowski, signaling him not to say anything useless. "Yes." Lukowski was shocked and quickly said, "The headquarters of the Black Hawk Gang is located in Mytina town. When I left, the scale of the gang was not large. It could only be regarded as medium-sized. There were more than 100 fixed gang members, including 5 core members. There were many peripheral members, but they were not fixed. They just recruited some street punks to put up a front. The real drug trafficking was not done by them. As for whether the scale has expanded now, I don't know because I haven't been back for 10 years. Yang Ming nodded. "Where is the headquarters of the Black Hawk Gang?" "On the dock in the north of Mytina town. There is a trading company called the North Coast International Trading Company. On the surface, it does some international import and export business, but in fact, it secretly buys and sells illegal medicines and drugs." Lukowski said, "However, our leader, Nicholas Shevich's father, Viktor Rajiv, has another identity. He is a counselor in Mytina town. His usual office is in the government office on Krat Street." "The leader of the Black Hawk Gang is actually a counselor of Mytina town?" Yang Ming shrugged. Although it was a little strange, he did not show anything. After all, it was not uncommon for many underworld godfathers to have a political identity. "Yes, he used to be, but I don't know if he is now. After all, this is not a problem I should care about," said Lukowski. "Well, tell me about the person who contacted you yesterday and took away Chen Mingyan." Yang Ming roughly understood the general information of the Black Hawk Gang, but according to Lukowski, he had not returned to Mytina town for many years. It was uncertain whether this information was still accurate. "I know this. The person who contacted me is an old acquaintance of mine. Over the years, he has been responsible for the goods from there," said Lukowski. "I don't know this person's real name. The people in our gang call him Old Geese." "Old Geese." Yang Ming repeated the name. Obviously, this Old Geese was a nickname. Although Yang Ming did not know much about Russian names, he knew that they would not name him Old Geese. "Yes, he is a fat man in his 40s. One of his eyes was injured in his early years, and he can't open it. There's a long scar between his eyelids and eyelids." Lukowski explained in detail, "I heard that he used to be a pirate. Later, after he was subdued by the leader, he took on the task of shipping goods by sea. He has been dealing with me for the past 10 years. "Do you have a photo of him?" asked Yang Ming. "This? I don't have one." Lukowski shook his head. "You also know that in our line of work, it is very taboo to leave evidence. If he is caught or I am caught, it is easy to provide clues if there is a photo. So, we all know each other, but we never inquire about each other's details. Just like how he only knows my name is Lukowski, but he doesn't know my surname." "You are careful." Yang Ming glanced at Lukowski with some surprise. It was difficult to associate his previous actions with being careful. "This is the rules set by our leader. Everyone will abide by it," said Lukowski with some embarrassment. "Last question. Do you have the contact information of Old Geese? When will he come here next time?" asked Yang Ming. "I don't have the contact information. I always contact the Blackhawk Gang. Then, the Blackhawk Gang will find Old Geese and let Old Geese contact me." Lukowski shook his head. "Old Geese's phone number to contact me is used temporarily every time. The next time, it will be changed. It is also to be careful to prevent one party from implicating others if something happens. Since you know the contact information of the Blackhawk Gang, aren't they afraid that you will leak it?" asked Yang Ming, puzzled. "I'm not afraid of this. After all, the Blackhawk Gang is in my Tina town. Even if we find out the registered person and registered location of the contact information, we can't do anything about it. This is why the Blackhawk Gang is fearless when dealing with the Songjiang police," explained Lukowski. "Okay, I still have to verify if what you said is true. Then, I will have to trouble you first," said Yang Ming. He raised his hand and quickly tapped a few acupoints on Lukowski's body. What did you do to me? My God, what's wrong with my body? It seems like a bug is biting me. It's so uncomfortable. Stop. What did you do to me?" Lukowski suddenly twitched all over. He ignored the pain in his lower body and began to shout for help. "Let me ask you again. Was what you said before the truth?" In Yang Ming's heart, although he had basically believed what Lukowski said before, it was better to be safe than sorry. After confirming it one last time, Yang Ming was more at ease. "What I said is the truth. Hero, please remove the restriction for me. I am in too much pain." Lukowski rolled on the bed. "I really didn't lie to you. Why don't you kill me? This is too uncomfortable. I can't stand it." Chapter 15:15. Looking at Lukowski's appearance, Yang Ming nodded slightly, but he did not immediately unseal his acupoints. However, Lukowski's words made Yang Ming feel a little amused. Hero and restriction. This guy knows a lot of things. Did he read too many Xinsha novels? "I'm going to die. Kill me, please." Lukowski's face was pale. He even shouted some Russian that Yang Ming could not understand. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. "Okay, as you wish." Yang Ming reached out and tapped Lukowski's neck. Lukowski's twitching body suddenly stopped. Then he lay straight on the bed and did not move anymore. Although Yang Ming had not personally tasted the feeling of having his acupoint sealed after repeated use, Yang Ming also knew that no one could keep any secrets under this acupoint sealing method. The person whose acupoints were sealed was worse than death. Looking at the corpses all over the room, Yang Ming sighed slightly, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Xia Bingbao's number. "Yang Ming, how is it?" Xia Bingbao was also very concerned about Chun Mingyin's affairs, mainly because Yang Ming was a very useful talent for him. He did not allow Yang Ming to have any mishaps. Therefore, after hearing the news that Yang Ming's girlfriend was kidnapped by the Blackhawk Gang, Xia Bingbao was furious. He wanted to personally lead a team to Russia to eliminate the Blackhawk Gang. However, he was rejected by Yang Ming. The reason was very simple. He had to avenge this hatred himself. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Xia Bingbao hesitated and actually agreed. He did not intervene again, but he told Yang Ming to act according to his ability. If he could not win by himself, he should not be reckless. He must contact him to solve it. Yang Ming smiled and agreed. "I'm in Bianhai City, Golden Eagle Logistics. This is a branch of the Blackhawk Gang's stronghold in China. I've already killed everyone inside. I'm going to my Tina town in Russia, the headquarters of the Blackhawk Gang." Yang Ming briefly reported his itinerary to Xia Bingbao. "I will leave the aftermath work here to you." "Aftermath work? Okay, but you have to be careful when you go to Russia." Xia Bingbao said, "Leave the other things to me." "Okay, that's it then. I'll contact you again if there's anything." Yang Ming hung up the phone after saying that. When he went downstairs, he saw a barrel of gasoline at the foot of the first floor hall. Yang Ming quickly opened the barrel of gasoline and poured it over the entire two-story attic. Then, he left the attic, lit a fire, and left the place. Probably because Xia Bingbao had informed them, the fire truck did not come until the fire was almost done. Then, the sound of the fire truck could be heard from afar. It seemed that Xia Bingbao's people had also come to deal with the aftermath. Yang Ming turned and strode away. In a hidden place, Yang Ming stopped. The muscles on his face suddenly contracted. The original appearance of a young man suddenly turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man. This was what Yang Ming learned from Suya about the other special ability obtained after the magical glasses merged with his body. It was the art of disguise. Yang Ming could transform his face into anyone's appearance. Although this sounded strange, it actually happened to Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming wouldn't use this ability easily. After all, it was such a secret thing. Yang Ming didn't want to leave anyone with a handle. If it weren't for the emergency this time, Yang Ming wouldn't have done this. In China, Yang Ming didn't need to avoid anything because of his special identity. Even if something happened, Xia Bingbao would help him deal with the aftermath. But after leaving the country, there was no such layer of protection. Yang Ming didn't want his face to appear on any international arrest warrant, so it was better to be careful. After the transformation, Yang Ming looked at his appearance in the mirror with satisfaction. Then, he quickened his pace and walked to a place that he had agreed with someone in advance. On the west side of the dock, in a grocery store, a man in his 30s was reading the newspaper. Yang Ming pushed the door and walked in. The man glanced at Yang Ming and didn't say anything. He continued to read the newspaper. "Is Snakehead Piao here?" Yang Ming saw that there was no one else in the store, so he asked softly. After the man heard Yang Ming's words, he suddenly put down the newspaper in his hand and quickly raised his head. "Who introduced you?" "Donghai's Uncle Sun San," said Yang Ming faintly. The man nodded, then looked up and down at Yang Ming and said, "Mr. Li, it's Li Mui." Yang Ming nodded, took out a tag from his arms, and handed it to the man. The man took it and carefully looked at the marks that he had agreed with Sun San. Then, he nodded his head in satisfaction. "Since you're introduced by Uncle Sun San, then you're one of us. There's no need to be polite. Our boss, Brother Nyo, has received Uncle Sun San's kindness in the early years. Since it is Uncle Sun San's order, then it is our own business. Thank you very much." Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. This was a backup plan that Yang Ming left behind. If Chen Mingyan wasn't in Bianhai City, then he would smuggle himself to Russia as soon as possible. The gang that this man was in was a small gang that specialized in smuggling people into Bianhai City. The brother Nyo he was talking about was naturally Snakehead Piao Dainyu. After all, Bao Sanli's foundation was too shallow. He didn't know the people from the small gangs in Bianhai City. However, Uncle Sun San's gang was in the provincial capital city, especially when Sun Hongjun made a name for himself earlier, so he knew people from all walks of life. The most important thing was that Sun San had helped Pu Dainyu once in the early years. This time, he had something to ask of Pu Dainyu, so Pu Dainyu naturally wouldn't refuse. "Mr. Li, please come with me. Let's meet Brother Nyo together." After the man confirmed Yang Ming's identity, he became unusually respectful. As for Li Muyi, it was a name that Yang Ming casually made up. Uncle Sun San didn't ask why and directly told Pu Dainyu the name. In the rear hall of the grocery store, Yang Ming saw a man with a full beard. He looked burly, and it was obvious that he came from a humble background. According to Uncle Sun San's description, Yang Ming guessed that this person should be Pu Dainyu. "Brother Nyo." Yang Ming followed the man and called Pu Dainyu as Brother Nyo. "This must be Mr. Li." Pu Dainyu waved his hand and laughed. "What, Brother Nyo? You are the person that Uncle Sun San introduced. I don't dare to be arrogant. Just call me Nyo." "All right then, I'll call you Nyo." Yang Ming pondered for a while and agreed. "Then don't call me Mr. Li. Just call me Old Li." It could be seen that this Pu Dainyu was a person who didn't care about trifles. He didn't have any playful thoughts. Therefore, Yang Ming's straightforwardness was able to gain Pu Dainyu's favor. "All right, I'll call you Old Li." Pu Dania laughed and said, "It seems that you, old Lee, are a straightforward person. I heard from Uncle Sun, San, that you're going to Russia." "Yes. This time, I plan to go to my Tina town." Yang Ming said, "I wonder if there's a boat that can go there directly." "A boat is a small problem. Since Uncle Sun, San introduced you, I can get a boat for you alone." Pu Dania hesitated for a while and said, "The main problem is that, old Lee, you're going to my Tina town. This isn't easy to handle." "Oh, why is that?" Yang Ming was a little confused. "Isn't my Tina town a port city? Could it be that the inspection there is stricter?" "That's not the case." Pu Daniu waved his hand and said, "Although I'm in the illegal immigration business, I'm not the only one in this business in Bianhai City, especially this my Tina town. It is controlled by the biggest gang in the city, the Golden Hawk Gang. Other gangs are not allowed to get involved." Chapter 15:16. The Golden Hawk Gang? Yang Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. "If it's the Golden Hawk Gang, then there's no problem." "Oh, all right. How could I forget? Old Lee, your Uncle Sun San's friend. You should have already greeted the Golden Hawk Gang." Pu Daniu suddenly realized, with Uncle Sun San's face, the Golden Hawk Gang wouldn't make things difficult for us over such a small matter. "Greet?" Yang Ming smiled slightly. "I did greet them, but most of their people are already dead." Yang Ming didn't need to hide these things. After all, even if this matter could be hidden for a while, it definitely wouldn't be hidden for long. Therefore, Yang Ming might as well tell Pu Daniu what happened. Firstly, it was to do him a favor. It could be seen that Pu Daniu wasn't very comfortable with the Golden Hawk Gang in Bianhai City. He was restricted in many areas. Therefore, Pu Daniu really wanted to see the destruction of the Golden Hawk Gang. Secondly, Yang Ming wanted to intimidate Pu Daniu, or rather, Pu Daniu's subordinates. Although he was introduced by Sun San and seemed to be getting along well with Pu Daniu, who could guarantee that Pu Daniu wouldn't change his mind under the influence of benefits in the future. This was also why Yang Ming was worried that Pu Daniu would do something unwise and cause trouble. Although Yang Ming didn't mind these troublesome matters, he still needed Pu Daniu's help to return to Russia this time. "Almost dead?" Pu Daniu was slightly stunned. He suddenly looked at Yang Ming with uncertainty. Although Pu Daniu was a rough person, he vaguely understood Yang Ming's words. However, he wasn't sure and didn't know what Yang Ming meant. After all, Yang Ming was only introduced by Uncle Sun San. Although Uncle Sun San was a savior, Pu Daniu and Yang Ming had only met for the first time. He really couldn't understand what Yang Ming was trying to say when he said that their people were almost dead. "Danyo, we're on the same side, so I won't hide anything from you." Yang Ming's expression turned serious as he said, "Do you know why I'm going to my Tina town this time?" "Old Lee, you must be joking. How can I guess the purpose of this?" Pu Daniu's expression turned serious. He knew that Yang Ming was going to say something confidential, but he didn't refuse to listen. Instead, he waved his hand and signaled the man with glasses who brought Yang Ming in to leave first. The bespectacled man was Pu Daniu's confidant. How could he not understand what Pu Daniu meant? He smiled and said, "Brother Nyo, Mr. Lee, you guys go ahead and chat. I have to go out and take care of the business." Excuse me. "Well, you can go first. I don't need you here for the time being. If there's anything, I'll call you." Pu Daniu nodded his head and said calmly, "Old Lee, I won't hide it from you. Our grocery store is just a place where Little Snakehead brings people to meet us. We can't leave it unguarded." "You don't mind, right?" "Why would I? In that case, brother, you could do your own things first. Let's chat for a while." Yang Ming laughed casually and gave Pu Daniu a way out. After the bespectacled man left, Pu Daniu's expression turned serious as he said, "Old Lee, what's the matter? You can say it now." Hee. "Actually, it doesn't matter if that brother from before hears it. My purpose this time isn't a secret anyway." Yang Ming smiled amiably and said, "Daniu, the main purpose of my trip to my Tina town this time is to find trouble with the Black Hawk Gang. You Want to find trouble with the Black Hawk Gang? Pu Dainyu instantly cried out in shock when he heard Yang Ming's words. When he mentioned the Golden Hawk Gang, Yang Ming's attitude was a little ambiguous. Then, Yang Ming immediately mentioned his purpose of going to Maitina Town. Even if Pu Dainyu was a careless person, he could roughly guess that there was a connection between the two. However, in his eyes, the Golden Hawk Gang was already a very powerful existence. After all, they were a branch of an international gang that dabbled in drugs. They even had guns in their hands. Therefore, he didn't think that Yang Ming would dare to find trouble with the Black Hawk Gang. Now that Yang Ming had suddenly stated his purpose, Pu Dainyu was at a loss of what to do. Although he felt that Yang Ming didn't need to lie to him, he didn't really believe that Yang Ming dared to find trouble with the Black Hawk Gang alone. Why? Brother Dainyu doesn't think highly of me? Yang Ming smiled lightly and asked indifferently. That's not it. How could Pu Dainyu say such offensive words? He shook his head and said, It's just that I was a little shocked and couldn't accept it. As for the Golden Hawk Gang that Brother Dainyu mentioned before, I've already been there. Isn't it the Golden Hawk International Logistics Company at the pier? Yang Ming smiled. Now, I want to congratulate Brother Dainyu. This pier will be your world in the future. That Golden Hawk Gang is finished now. Finished? Pu Dainyu had vaguely guessed the truth before. When Yang Ming said that he was going to find trouble with the Black Hawk Gang, it was impossible for him to speak without thinking. If that was the case, how could Yang Ming let the Golden Hawk Gang, a branch of the Black Hawk Gang, go so easily? However, before he confirmed it, Pu Dainyu didn't dare to be sure even if he guessed it. Now that Yang Ming said it with certainty, Pu Dainyu was sure that Yang Ming had already found trouble with the Golden Hawk Gang. Yang Ming smiled slightly. I reckon that Brother Dainyu will receive the news soon, right? As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, hurried footsteps came from outside the room. Along with the footsteps, the bespectacled man's voice sounded. Brother Nyo, something happened. Hearing the bespectacled man's voice, Pu Dainyu's expression changed. Although he was a little angry at the bespectacled man's lack of manners, he knew that the bespectacled man wouldn't run over in such a panic if there wasn't something serious. What happened? Why are you making such a big fuss? Pu Dainyu's expression turned serious. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. It seemed that this matter was related to Yang Ming in front of him. Looking at Yang Ming's mysterious smile, Pu Dainyu was 70 to 80% sure. Brother Nyo, something big happened. The Golden Hawk Logistics Company is on fire. The bespectacled man ran into the room quickly. His expression was nervous, but there was a hint of schadenfreude. The fire trucks have already rushed over. However, according to the report from the brothers at the pier, the Golden Hawk Logistics Company was burned beyond recognition. If the people inside were still there, I'm afraid. Oh, is that true? Pu Dainyu looked at the bespectacled man in shock. This news was simply too big for him. It was great news that the Golden Hawk Gang was in trouble. It shouldn't be wrong. Although I didn't check it out personally, the sound of the fire trucks could still be heard clearly from outside the door. The bespectacled man said, This time, the Golden Hawk Gang is really unlucky. Even if they don't die, they will lose a layer of skin. How did it catch fire? Pu Dainyu glanced at Yang Ming, but he didn't quite believe it. If Yang Ming was the one who started the fire, then the people on the other side weren't fools. Would they just let Yang Ming do whatever he wanted? Moreover, they didn't put out the fire after starting it, and just let it get bigger and bigger? It didn't seem to make sense no matter what he said, right? You don't have to guess anymore. I was the one who started the fire, Yang Ming said, faintly with a calm expression, just before I came here. It can't be? Old Li, did you really do it? When Pu Dainyu heard Yang Ming admit it himself, he finally believed that the fire at the Golden Hawk Logistics had something to do with Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded. After I asked for some information that I wanted to know, I killed everyone inside. Then, I burned the house down. Kill them all. Pu Dainyu opened his eyes wide and looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. Old Li, who are you? You kill them all? The Golden Hawk Gang was full of experts, and they even had guns. Guns? I have collected a few. Since you mentioned it, I'll give them all to you. Yang Ming passed a plastic bag to Pu Dainyu. Inside were the guns that Yang Ming seized from the Golden Hawk Logistics. Give them to me? Pu Dainyu's eyes lit up when he heard Yang Ming's words. He opened his eyes wide. Old Li, are you serious? What's there to be serious about? Yang Ming shrugged. These things are useless to me. If you don't want them, I was planning to throw them into the sea. Yang Ming was telling the truth. These crudely made guns were nothing to him. Old Buffon's firearms were much more advanced than these, so Yang Ming didn't really care. However, Yang Ming underestimated how attractive these things were to Pu Dainyu and the others. At this moment, it wasn't just Pu Dainyu. Even the bespectacled man beside him revealed an envious and surprised expression. Chapter 15-17. Old Li, you're too kind. Pu Dainyu took the bag from Yang Ming's hands excitedly. Even his tone had changed. The people that Uncle Sun Sin introduced are indeed as generous as him. They're both good people. Yang Ming was a little speechless. This Pu Dainyu was too emotional. However, people like him were easy to deal with. They didn't have many tricks up their sleeves or bad intentions. They were straightforward, which made Yang Ming feel reassured. Pu Dainyu opened the bag and looked around. He then took out Lukowski's pistol. There's actually such an advanced one. This is really good stuff. As he spoke, Pu Dainyu placed the pistol in front of his eyes and admired it. He even couldn't help but kiss it. Looking at Pu Dainyu's actions, Yang Ming's face twitched. Yang Ming was very clear about the previous use of this gun. At that time, he almost vomited. Now, Pu Dainyu was actually kissing it with his mouth. Yang Ming was really impressed. No wonder he's called Pu Dainyu. He's really amazing. He's so awesome. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still didn't reveal the origin of this gun. He only said, all right, Dainyu, keep these things first. Don't take them out in the near future. Otherwise, it's hard to guarantee that some people won't recognize them and link them to the destruction of the Golden Hawk Gang. I understand. Brother Old Li, don't worry. I definitely won't give you any trouble. Even if someone really recognizes them, I definitely won't involve you. Pu Dainyu patted his chest and promised. Then, he said to the man in glasses, did you hear that? Brother Nyo, Mr. Li, I don't know anything. The man in glasses quickly promised. Yang Ming smiled slightly. He wasn't afraid that Pu Dainyu and the bespectacled man would say anything. It was just that when he saw Pu Dainyu dancing, kissing, and hugging the gun that Lukowski used as a sex toy, he felt a little uncomfortable. That was why he found a reason to ask him to put the gun away quickly. Pu Dainyu put the gun back into the bag unwillingly. Then, he passed it to the man in glasses and signaled him to keep it well. The bespectacled man took the bag and ran out. As for whether the bespectacled man would kiss and hug the gun like Pu Dainyu, it was not Yang Ming's problem. At the very least, out of sight, out of mind, out of mind. After the bespectacled man left, Pu Dainyu carefully lowered his voice. Mr. Li, I heard that you came from Songjiang. Could it be that you are related to the kidnapping case that the Black Hawk Gang threatened the Songjiang police? Are you suspecting that I'm from the Songjiang police force? Yang Ming looked at Pu Dainyu with a faint smile. Mr. Li, please don't be angry. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. When Pu Dainyu saw Yang Ming's expression, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He was shocked and wondered if he had accidentally asked something that he shouldn't have. When Pu Dainyu thought about how ruthless Yang Ming was and how the entire Golden Eagle logistics was turned into dead ghosts in an instant, and even the logistics building turned into ashes, he felt even more anxious. If Yang Ming was from the police force, wouldn't it be inappropriate for an outsider like him to know about his methods? If Yang Ming wasn't from the police force, wouldn't it create trouble for him if Pu Dainyu leaked that he killed so many people at once? Therefore, Pu Dainyu started to be afraid. He was afraid that Yang Ming would kill him in a fit of anger. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Mr. Lee? Brother Danyu, didn't you always call me Old Lee? Why are we so unfamiliar with each other? This, Brother Old Lee, please don't play with me. If this matter is a secret, then don't tell me. I'll pretend that nothing happened, Pu Danyu quickly explained. What's so secret about this? Yang Ming smiled. Danyu, I'm not from the Songjiang police force. If you want to say that this kidnapping case is related to me, I won't deny it. The people who were kidnapped are related to me. That's why I'm going to save them this time. When he came back, he still needed to rely on Pu Danyu's power. If he were to bring back two people for no reason, it would be impossible to hide it. Therefore, Yang Ming couldn't lie to Pu Danyu about anything. He might as well just say it out loud. I see. I'm being too paranoid. Pu Danyu instantly let out a sigh of relief. He said with lingering fear, but no matter what, Brother Old Lee, you've helped us a lot. To tell you the truth, we have always been at odds with the Golden Eagle Gang. However, the Golden Eagle Gang is powerful and has a strong backing. We don't dare to offend them, so we can only swallow our anger. This time, although Brother Old Lee has a grudge against the Golden Eagle Gang, you've helped us indirectly. I, Danyu, am indebted to you. Don't worry, I'll help you this time. That night, a fishing boat quietly sailed out of Bianhai City's pier and entered Russia's territory. Brotherly, the pier of Maitina town is right in front of us. However, we're not familiar with it and have never docked there before. We don't dare to act rashly. The one who spoke was the bespectacled man. For this operation, the bespectacled man would personally escort Yang Ming across the border. If it weren't for the fact that Pu Danyu had too many things to do and needed someone to stay at home, Pu Danyu would have personally sent Yang Ming over. However, before he left, he reminded Yang Ming that the bespectacled man was a trustworthy person. He told Yang Ming to just let him know if he needed anything. It's right in front. Yang Ming looked at the lights in the distance and nodded thoughtfully. Maitina town was very close to Bianhai City. If they took a boat, they would arrive in less than an hour. No wonder the Black Hawk gang valued Bianhai City so much. As long as they controlled this route, transporting drugs would not be a big problem. Yes, the pier of Maitina town is right in front of us. The bespectacled man said respectfully, Brotherly, do you think we should go around it and dock another town near Maitina town, or try our luck by forcefully docking at the pier? There's no need for both. Yang Ming waved his hand and quickly took out a waterproof suit from his backpack. He put on and said to the bespectacled man, Glasses, I'll just swim over. You can go back first. Through the conversation, Yang Ming already knew that the bespectacled man's nickname was Glasses. Therefore, Yang Ming also called him Glasses like Pu Danyu did. Swim? It's so cold. The bespectacled man was shocked. Brotherly, why don't we move the boat forward a little? There's no need. If we move forward, I'm afraid we'll attract the attention of the people over there. Yang Ming shook his head and said, This Maitina town should be completely controlled by the Black Hawk gang. If we force our way over, we'll be alerting them. All right. Seeing that Yang Ming was so insistent, the bespectacled man did not say anything else. If that's the case, then I'll go back first. Brotherly, contact me when you're done here. I'll come and pick you up. Okay. Yang Ming patted the bespectacled man's shoulder and jumped into the water. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dark night. The bespectacled man sighed and hesitated for a while with a complicated expression. In the end, he took out his phone and dialed a number. After a while, he said to the other side of the phone, Vestrov, it's me. That guy rejected 2 of my suggestions and chose to swim over. Be careful on your side. On the other side of the phone, the bespectacled man said, Got it. After that, he quickly hung up the phone. Chapter 15:18. Who are you calling? A cold voice sounded behind the man wearing glasses. The man wearing glasses who had just hung up the phone was shocked. The phone in his hand slipped and fell onto the deck of the cabin. Who is it? The bespectacled man was shocked. He was the only one on this boat. How could someone speak? Previously, Pu Dainyu had given this mission to him. Only he and Yang Ming were on their way. Now that Yang Ming had left, he was the only one left in the cabin. Where did this voice come from? It seems that you are quite forgetful. How did you forget about me when we just parted? The person who spoke was Yang Ming, who had just returned. He was standing behind the man wearing glasses and said coldly, Mr. Lee? The man wearing glasses was shocked. He turned around and took a closer look. If the person behind him wasn't Yang Ming, who else could it be? His face turned pale. However, he immediately smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Lee, why are you back? Do you have any orders? The man wearing glasses was hoping that Yang Ming didn't hear what he said just now. If that was the case, even if Yang Ming had doubts in his heart, he wouldn't have any evidence. He believed that he could just say a few words and get away with it. Orders? How would I dare to order you? Yang Ming sighed secretly. He didn't expect that the man wearing glasses was a spy. This made Yang Ming shocked and angry. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of pity for Pu Dainyu. The person he had always regarded as his confidant was actually a spy planted by the Golden Hawk Gang. Of course, Yang Ming didn't think that the man wearing glasses was targeting him. This time, he was able to discover something unusual about the man wearing glasses. It was purely a coincidence. He didn't know if he was the unlucky one or the man wearing glasses was the unlucky one. Previously, when Yang Ming and the man wearing glasses were on the same ship, Yang Ming had already noticed something unusual about the man wearing glasses. Other than paying attention to the time, the man wearing glasses had asked Yang Ming about his destination many times. After Yang Ming was vague the first time, the man wearing glasses obviously didn't give up. Instead, he kept asking. This made Yang Ming, who didn't have much vigilance against the man wearing glasses, suddenly become alert. However, the more he looked, the more he felt that there was something wrong with the man wearing glasses. Although it was just an intuition, Yang Ming wasn't 100% sure that he could determine whether there was anything wrong with the man wearing glasses or not. After all, the man wearing glasses transporting the stowaways. This didn't seem like a normal transit route. Instead, it was an underground route. If they didn't prepare in advance, it was very likely that problems would arise. So based on this alone, Yang Ming really couldn't determine whether there was anything wrong with the man wearing glasses. In addition, the man wearing glasses didn't have any other unusual behavior except for looking at his watch a few more times. It was understandable that he looked at his watch. Stowaways always had to grasp the time well to avoid the official law enforcement team, such as the border patrol boat. But since there was suspicion, Yang Ming couldn't take the risk anymore. He didn't dare to take the risk. After all, the success or failure of this operation was related to the safety of Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming couldn't have the slightest carelessness. If he made a mistake, he might lose the whole game. So when a man wearing glasses asked Yang Ming for the last time what kind of landing method to choose, Yang Ming hesitated a little and chose a landing method that the man wearing glasses didn't expect. Swim over. That way, regardless of whether the man wearing glasses had a problem or not, Yang Ming would have enough time to prepare. If the man wearing glasses really had a problem, then no matter if he landed in Maitina Town or at the familiar town port recommended by the man wearing glasses, he could be ambushed by the other party in advance. When he landed, he would be caught like a turtle in a jar. That wouldn't be good. Although Yang Ming was confident that he should be able to escape unscathed, there were always accidents. It was better to be safe. So Yang Ming chose to swim over. Although he said that he was swimming, in fact, Yang Ming also wanted to dive into the water and secretly observe the movements of the glasses man. If there was no problem with the other party, then at this moment, he should turn the boat around and return to Bianhai City without saying anything. If there was something wrong with the other party, his choice of landing by swimming obviously disrupted his previous plan. Then, the man wearing glasses should have called to inform him after he jumped into the sea. What made Yang Ming feel regretful was that the man wearing glasses did have a problem, and it seemed that he should be from the Black Hawk Gang. Mr. Lee, what do you mean? Why don't I get it? The man wearing glasses hoped that Yang Ming was only suspicious and didn't have any substantial evidence. So he said, with luck, Brother Nyo has already told me to listen to Mr. Li's arrangements and orders. Did I do something wrong that made Mr. Li unhappy? Something wrong? Unhappy? Yang Ming sneered and said, I'm not unhappy with you. I think you're the one who's unhappy with me. You actually called me Mr. Li? Who are you telling to be careful? This. The man wearing glasses was shocked, but after listening to Yang Ming's words, he was relieved. It turns out that Mr. Li is angry because of my disrespectful words. Then, I apologized to Mr. Li. I'm a rough person, so it's inevitable that my words are unpleasant. I didn't expect Mr. Li to hear my private conversation with Brother Nyo on the phone. However, Brother Nyo has already taught me a lesson before. The bespectacled man thought that Yang Ming's dissatisfaction was only because of the Li guy and didn't know anything else. However, the bespectacled man couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. After all, Yang Ming only said a few words on the phone and didn't make sense. If an average person didn't listen carefully and missed a few words, it would be difficult to notice anything wrong if they didn't think about it carefully. Therefore, the bespectacled man was relieved. Oh, is that so? Yang Ming looked at the man wearing glasses with a smile, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. When did Brother Nyo have a foreign name? Vestrov? When the man wearing glasses heard this name, his expression suddenly changed. He also understood that Yang Ming had heard everything he said before. At this moment, it was useless to quibble. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Yang Ming. Originally, you could still live for a while. If you were lucky and swam over, you might really be able to escape. However, since you came back to seek death, then don't blame me. The man wearing glasses sighed. Originally, I didn't want to do it myself. This way, it would be easy to expose my identity. I can't stay by Pu Daniel's side anymore. Listening to the man wearing glasses muttering to himself, Yang Ming was speechless. It was as if he was forced to kill him. Moreover, he seemed to be about to become a ghost under his gun. This guy is arrogant to a certain extent, right? Who is Vestrov? Yang Ming ignored the bespectacled man's whining and asked instead. There's no harm in telling you. At least, you could die knowing. The man wearing glasses had a victorious look on his face. He thought that if he pointed the pistol at Yang Ming would be at his mercy. Therefore, he didn't mind saying a few more words to Yang Ming. Although he knew that the destruction of the Golden Hawk Gang was directly related to Yang Ming, he didn't see it with his own eyes. Moreover, he didn't think that this was done by Yang Ming with his bare hands. At that time, Yang Ming might have had some helpers or used some kind of sharp weapon. Therefore, the man wearing glasses didn't guard against Yang Ming, who was currently unarmed. He also didn't think that Yang Ming had the slightest ability to counterattack. Yang Ming smiled faintly and didn't comment on the man wearing glasses' words. Vestrov is the deputy leader of the Black Hawk Gang. He is also my direct superior. You don't need to know why I appeared beside Pu Daniel. It has nothing to do with you, the man wearing glasses explained. The reason why the man wearing glasses was beside Pu Daniel indeed had nothing to do with Yang Ming. This time, he attacked Yang Ming completely by coincidence and accident. Pu Daniel was the biggest gangster in Bianhai City. He had countless boats under him. Of course, the Golden Hawk Gang coveted this kind of advantageous resource. Therefore, they placed the man wearing glasses as a spy beside Pu Daniel. Within a few years, he had gained Pu Daniel's trust and became his right-hand man. However, the man wearing glasses used Pu Daniel's resources to help the Black Hawk Gang smuggle drugs when they were smuggling boats. This reduced the risk and cost of the Black Hawk Gang's transportation. It wasn't to the extent that the Black Hawk Gang had bad intentions towards Pu Daniel. Pu Daniel wasn't that attractive. Of course, Yang Ming wasn't interested in these things. He only needed to know that the man wearing glasses was a member of the Black Hawk Gang. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.